Ah. Oh. Judi. Ah. Oh, Nathan the P. Gimana ada lu ntar? Biasanya lu gak pernah muncul. Akan di fast hang, iya deh.
Sempurna. Jangan kau sesali segala yang telah terjadi.
Hah?
Kita
Halo
pasti
Jaki.
pernah dapatkan cobaan yang berat.
Gak ada ininya anjing, matchingnya bangsat.
Hidup ini tak ada artinya.
Emang Boom belum pernah lawan Liquid ya? Seumur-umur ya? Oh iya, Boom baru-baru ini ya main turnamen gede. Dimas Galaxy ketemu Liquid gak?
Tetap jalani hidup ini.
Gak ketemu Liquid cok, Dimas Galaxy cok. Ada waktu ya, nggak apa-apa sih, nggak masalah juga sih. Stockholm nggak ketemu Liquid anjing di Stockholm.
Tak ada manusia yang terlahir.
Iya, Liquid langsung ke eliminasi cok. Ada kangen cuy, anjay.
Jangan
begitu ya.
sesali segala yang telah terjadi. Syukuri apa yang ada.
Baru gue pengen lihat cara mainnya Boom, cara mainnya Liquid dulu cok di ini cok. BGL. Itu masih lanjut lagi anjing mulu bosen ya. Liquid
kebesaran dan kuasanya bagi hambanya yang sabar dan tak kenal.
Mereka bisa menang 1-0 loh lawan RNG, berarti bagus dong. Belajar baca buku gitu. Iya Tan, bangsat, gue gak pernah belajar seumur-umur cok. Menang gak sih apa kalah? Imbang anjing sampai late game kalah. Lu nggak bosan belajar ya? Gue nggak bisa anjing belajar normal kayak gitu. Gak ada yang masuk.
Melakukan yang terbaik.
Biologi lu apa cok? Kok kayak baru mulai sekolah, kenapa udah ujian aja? Apa lu kuliah Tan? Nggak mungkin anjing, kuliah juga libur anjing, baru masuk harusnya. Gue belum pernah nonton Liquid main anjing, jadi gak bisa bedain cok. Shit. Liquid gak main pakai ini kan? Substitusi enggak. Ayo, season.
Has moved into that possessed mask just because he's a little himself even further.
Mana boost mana cok? Gua apa cok? My god, Girls' Generation tahun berapa nih sih? Baru kayaknya. SRP udah rame pon, emang iya. Gue cek. Oh ya 128, keren. Bagus lah. Kamu fucking care bro. Halo Di. Halo Logan. Agak ada libur gue bangke cuma 17 Agustus. Sekolah gue waktu di kelas ini cepet. Oh. Gak Dota pon. Habis ini sabar. Gue nunggu. Gue pengen betting dulu lar. Real gue sekarang real. Ya supaya liquidnya bagus tuh. Bisa ngimbangin OG nih bangsat. GP pon pasang boom. Bener enggak susah aja misalnya boom ini. OG udah save with OG. OG nggak main hari ini. OG besok main. Tanggal 12 malah besok lusa. Liquid hard game terus anjing. Kayak game 1 dia 1 jam nih baru menang. Game 2 kalah 42 menit. First 10 kill siapa? My god, Iconet! Fucking hell man. Wih, downloadnya tolol ini Iconet bangsat. Menit 14, 19, 15 ini gimana ceritanya anjing? Rusuh juga gamenya cok. Gila loh, menit 6 udah segitu cok killnya. RNG dapat kill 10. Ya enggak? 98 anjing nih. Judi banget cok. First 10 kill mah. RNG first 10 kill. Game satunya. Jangan highlight full. Liquid persen kill anjing game 1. Judi bangsat. Semua 10k judi banget, iya sih. Gak bisa first 10 kill. Apakah Liquid bakal menang 2-0? Gak bakal anjing. Boom ini pasti menang 2-1 cok. Pasti 2-1 cok. Gue feeling ini 2-1 soalnya. Gak mungkin ini 2-0 anjing. Kayak Liquid Boom ini gak mungkin 2-0. Total kill ini harusnya over cok. Soalnya mereka rusuh mainnya. Cuman gimana? Kau juga bet siapa? Gak tau mau bet siapa. Gue juga bingung. Gue belum depo ler. Kau membuatku berantakan.
Kau membuatku berantakan. Kau membuat.
Depo dulu ya. Ya kali nggak depo. Ish. Bocah depo nih bos. Ku tak percaya daya. Jangan banyak-banyak cok. Jangan banyak-banyak. 192.000 lagi. $20 bre. 100k aja kayak gue. Ya 100.000 juga boleh sih. Berapa sih $10? 96.000 ya. 96.000. Kau hancurkan aku dengan sikapmu.
Tak sadarkah kau telah menyakitiku. Lelah hati ini meyakinkanmu. Cinta ini membunuhku. Bagaimana caranya untuk meruntuhkan kerasnya hati.
Kita lihat apakah dia gercep Brody.
Ku sadari ku tak sempurna. Ku tak seperti yang kau inginkan. Kau hancurkan
nunggu mending kita nonton judi terus. Maaf. Apa Gar? Enggak Gar, coba jelasin ke gua Gar. Coba kita nonton Rahman main Valo ler. Mana Rahman yang mana namanya? Maaf Kaizo, tapi aku ingin judi. Seru judi itu. Salah ya gue ya. Judi salah, Cok. Gue judi salah, gak judi salah. Belum masuk. Nah, udah.
Wah anjir buta. Buta.
Weh.
Wah.
Raman yang mana Raman? Judi terus. Judi terus. Raman mana Raman? Link pon. Tai lu Zo, tai. Link tai lu, tai. Anjing lu ya. Nih, etopfan.com, babi. Judi terus. Aku pakai sofa. Oh. Ya, oke Zo. Oke man, gue nontonin man. Tai gue kira bangsat anjing Kaizo babi ya emang ya. Deponya di Dota 2 Bali Store man, bangsat. Atau depo ke gue juga bisa man. Info depo min berapa? Tai, emang tai anjing. Gue kira ngapa ya?
Gimana cara pakainya? Gimana anjay?
Sok-sokan suci Kaizo babi ya. Reseller, gue jadi reseller ler. Mana ini? Pencet tab, pencet tab. Bentar aja judinya, Cok. Pencet tab, Ini gimana cara mecah? Cara mecah ini gimana, Cok? Mati gue, Cok. Oh, lu mati. Ya, noob anjing. Mana nggak ada kill feed-nya, Cok? Gilanya lama banget. Exchange gold ada di invent, gimana caranya? Oh, ini nih. Nah, terus beli item.
Mid.
Kok aku nggak ituin cuma sedikit ya?
Dah. Sip. Nah, jadi satu bagus. Kayak VP gak nanti barang gue bisa barang gue nggak bisa diambil. Oh iya, gue VP juga dulu sempat gitu. Enggak. Ini
Kok mereka jago?
mending lu depo ke orang Zo daripada lu pakai barang in game Steam. Ngeri Cok pakai in game Steam.
Kasihan. Iya ya, pajak banget aku ngomongin. Aku kayak bodo amat.
Bangsat emang ya. Kalau pakai item di
Ya,
trade hold 7 hari kalau nggak salah.
betul.
Jadi gimana Cok, kita ngebetting apa nih Cok? Game winner atau gua nggak tahu ini 50-50 Cok, liquid boom ini Cok. Dengerin Zo. Rehan tuh diajarin Rehan lo. Rehan juga judi ternyata. Ini orang-orang di sini ternyata judi semua anjing. Gue kira ya first blood judi. Jangan yang terlalu 50-50. Gue lebih demen ini 10 kills. Itu 50-50 juga sih. Enggak maksudnya liquid boom ini kayaknya gue nggak percaya boom. Jujurnya gue nggak percaya boom. Tapi kalau gue ngeliat mainnya boom kemarin ya, gue nggak percaya boom. Oke ya first 10k boom. Lihat draft sih kalau first 10 kill Cok. Sumpah gue kalau first 10 kill lihat draft. Kalau supportnya liquid ngeri bisa sih Cok first 10 kill liquid.
Oh, ini fighter kira-kira berapa menit?
Mana Cok? Rahman nggak guna banget, nggak ngapa-ngapain anjing. Gimana Pak Ci kemarin jadi bener harusnya pon? Nggak tahu ya. Masalahnya ya, anjing gue yang menangin apaan man? Lu beban anjing man, bangsat. Tutor deh. Jadi gini, Zo, tutor Zo, ya. Buka Instagram, buka Dota 2 Bali. Ini Dota 2 Bali Store, terus lu DM aja minta ini paket bed. Minta beli paket bed ya. Habis itu lu beli paket bed kelar.
Wah anjay panas.
Apa namanya? Ya, dah. Terus bayar gitu. Dah. Terus masukin ID ini. Masukin ID ini. Kasih ID ini. Terus taruh lu dikirimin gold. Nah, sim.
Wah, lah. Sejak kapan dia kesananya?
Soalnya Boom harus menang at least 7 ke 8 biar qualify TI. Tapi ini tim Liquid nggak?
Opi guys. Oh, sis.
Liquid juga harus sayang. Liquid juga. Liquid juga Brody.
Aku.
Menang Oce. Tundra lolos nih. Gimana ya? Gue bingung juga nih. Nih ya. Ini yang kalah nggak lolos TI. Yang kalah Boom lawan Liquid ini nggak lolos TI. Gimana ya? Bangsat. Ini kalau Liquid kalah, Liquid gak lolos. Kalau Boom kalah, Boom gak lolos. Iya, maksudnya gak lolos nggak lolos lewat di PC, kontol. Gue juga tahu ada qualifier. Cuman gue maksudnya gue juga tahu aja ada qualifier. Entity mana anjing? Entity mana bangsat? Entity yang gak lolos TI anjing. Entity tim mana? Entity tim bawah nih, Entity nih. Baru qualify ini udah nggak bakal masuk TI dia, Cok. Lawan EG harusnya nggak tahu ya, harusnya Entity respect gitu ngasih EG jalan gitu loh. EG harusnya menang, Cok. Mana ya? Rasa sayang yang aku miliki ini. Aku pusing. Ini juga ini, Cok. Ini 2 game ini ya. Ini ya, yang menang lolos, yang kalah nggak lolos, Cok. Jujur, sejujur-jujurnya gue pengen Liquid yang menang. Gue pengen Liquid yang menang. Kalau Liquid menang, Nigma Galaxy kesempatan untuk lolos ke TI lebih gede, Cok. Fuck, aku bingung. Gimana guys? Lo tau gak sih Aisyah sudah keluar secret? Ya tau lah. Saya nggak tahu, orang udah jelas-jelas, Cok. Gue dari tadi belum ngeliat ini ada Sofa nge-kill ya. Ada Sofa di-kill ya. Nih. Gimana ya guys? Gue butuh head on boost mana head on boost? Cara jadi depo item gimana? Ini buka top fund, terus lu buka backpack, terus deposit, terus masukin item lu udah. Nih, kayak ya nggak tahu kenapa item Dota gue nggak muncul, tapi ya gitulah. Masukin thread URL dulu tapi habis itu baru. Ya kan, item dotanya nggak muncul, yang ngebug cok. Baru 5 kill, ya emang lu beban sih. Man. Aku bingung. Gak bisa cok, harus lihat draft. Gua harus lihat draft. Gua harus lihat draft. Hari ini 3, iya. Enggak, gua harus lihat draft. Gua bisa lihat kalau dari draft tuh bisa gue lihat gue. Ada Hibiscus besok sih. 3 doang ini main. Min depo item berapa? Nggak tahu, gue nggak tahu. Kayaknya $1 udah nggak tahu. Mana man suara lu? Bentar, gue mau denger suara Rahman. Rahman ngomong dong. Kecil banget suaranya anjing.
Deg-degan.
Man ngomong dong man. Salam dari Binjai gitu dong.
Aku bot fake ternyata ada aku.
Rahman di bawah, gue kira atas Rahman, cok. Katanya digendong Rahman. Mana Rahman kontol ya? Katanya ngegendong anjing, lu di bawah, cok. Noh, nggak ada ngeliat Rahman nge-kill dari tadi. Ada yang ngeliat Rahman nge-kill nggak ada, cok.
Oh ya, tadi sih aja. Makasih Pak.
Iya namanya juga Rahman L terus bener juga. Woi nge-kill satu cok. Rahman, let's go.
Karat di situ kayaknya.
GG Rahman nge-kill.
Kalau enggak di.
Bush, lu liquid ngebet gak Bush? Liquid boom. Bush, ya gua kira. Theodin man najis. Man.
Last round in the half.
Iya, ditusuk-tusuk tuh. Lu ditusuk-tusuk sama Araman. Ye. Najis Odin. Gak usah bacot man ya, main yang bener. Killnya baru 1, ngentot lu ya. Salting tuh. Bus, lu ngebet apa Bus? Liquid boom Bus.
Pertama-tama tuh beradaptasi dulu memang yang paling benar.
Kembang kempis buritnya. Bacot banget anjing.
B.
Ya, tolong.
Anjay.
Ada gap. Nah, ada gap itu loh. Lalu bet lagi kagak, gua kagak bet. Lu gua pengen tahu ya. Boom lah. Iya kan, gua juga pengen bet boom, tapi gua jujur ya gua pengen liquid menang, Cok. Biar Nikma Galaxy lebih gampang qualifiernya.
Spike planted.
Gua sih liquid tuh. Gimana ya? Gue pengen liquid menang.
Wah anjay.
Tapi gue nggak percaya liquid bakal menang.
Pontep mulu bosen deh.
Lupa beban banget Rahman anjing. Rahman ya atas nama Rahman L terus lemah. Mati mulu nggak guna anjing. Bot frag nggak sih di atasnya arah. Bot frag selain arah.
Kue lagi.
Udahlah. Liquid atau boom. Aku ingin liquid menang. Biar ya itu yang gue bilang. Bet boom aja, nggak percaya gue boom menang. Gak jadi bet weapon, nipu webnya. Wow! Kenapa? Lu salah ini kali so. Bet boom aja tapi dukung liquid. Itu kan namanya kalah gue goblok. Gimana sih? Gue pengen liat Rahman dulu. Pistol round, mana Rahman?
Mid.
Rahman nge-plan bom cok, berguna juga Rahman.
Wah, anjing.
Weh, Raman ngekill 2. GG Raman jago.
21.
Bagus pun berkorban 100.000 demi NGX, bener juga sih lu.
Atas bawah.
Ya ya, kayak yang gua bet kan pasti kalah ya, Cok. Yang gua bet kan pasti kalah, berarti gua ngebet liquid, Cok. Enggak. Yang gua bet kan pasti kalah, Cok. Berarti gua ngebet liquid, Cok. Bet 5 lah, liquid. Yuk, let's go liquid. Let's go liquid. Biar, nggak apa-apa. Gua mau menghabiskan uang demi NGX menang, ya. Lihat ya, menang nih NGX bangsat ya. Nggak apa-apa, Cok. Nih ya, kalau misalnya liquid menang, ya kan otomatis dia naik ya, Cok. Ya kan? Otomatis kan dia ini ya, lolos. Istilahnya lolos lah. Berarti otomatis qualifier West EU, ya. Qualifier West EU nggak ada nih tim liquid, ya. Jadi cuma Nigma Galaxy sama tim Secret yang layak bertarung. Oke? Yang lainnya udah nggak ada. Ini nggak ada nih. Ini nggak ada. Gaming Gladiator juga nggak ada nih. Ini ya Gaming Gladiator ya siapa sih? Bubar ya kan. Jadi liquid udah nggak ada. Berarti tim Secret sama Nigma Galaxy otomatis dapat last chance qualifier. Kalau misalnya seandainya Nigma Galaxy kalah, masih ada last chance qualifier. Jadi aman. Kalau lu bet liquid berarti liquid yang kalah dong. Wih, betul juga. Salah, Cok. Salah. Nggak bisa pindah. Change team. Betul. Salah. Betul. Kita harus dukung Boom Esport. Betul. Kalau gua dukung liquid yang kalah. Bener. Berarti gua dukung Boom. Itu tolol banget gue. Bener. Itu kalau gue dukung Boom ya. Kalau gue dukung Boom, ini kan liquid yang menang. Nah, kalau liquid menang kan berarti dia tidak perlu qualifier. Berarti aman kita, Cok. Bener kalah Boom kalah ya Boom. Gak peduli gue sama Boom anjing. Ya, Boom lu bisa lewat qualifier Southeast Asia ya, yang lawannya bocil nih, T1, Talon, ya kan? Nah, mati ya, Cok. Sip. Apa Nat? Jangan nonton aku Nat, aku baru judi Nat. Apa Nat?
Mid 1, di atas 1.
Ntar pas kalah cosplay Justinus Laksana. Iya, Cok. Ntar kalau Boom menang gimana, Cok? Kalau Boom menang gimana, Cok? Tim gue jadi susah, Cok.
110.
Jangan dong. Ya, biasanya ya. Alam semesta tuh gini, Cok. Giliran gue ingin tim gue yang gue dukung kalah, dikasih menang. Giliran gue ingin timnya menang, dikasih kalah. Ya untung. Iya untung, tapi Nigma Galaxy ntar nasibnya dikalahkan oleh Liquid. Aku malu nanti Nigma gak ikut TI lagi, Cok.
Ini bapau.
Gimana kalau Nigma gak ikut TI lagi?
Ada apa?
Gue dukung siapa?
Tapi kok keras.
Hah? Ya untung, tapi kalau Nigma gak ikut TI lagi, gue dukung siapa? Kayak tahun lalu gue bingung dukung siapa di TI. Terus terakhir lu BP Concert. Iya sih. Buat Blackpink, tapi Nggak bisa. Secret nggak mau gue dukung Secret. Betting harga diri ini mah. Iya, Cok, betting harga diri ini, Cok. Makanya, Cok, ini lebih besar daripada 50.000 ya. Ini betting harga diri ya, tolong ya. Nggak main RP, Pon. Enggak kayaknya. Tukul main RP emang.
Di box. Oh.
Kalau lu melemahkan bahwa NGX ya bisa menang lawan Liquid.
Aku buang.
Bukan melemahkan, Han. Gue tuh berdoa supaya jalannya lebih gampang. Kalau misalnya Dota malam Nat. Kalau misalnya gak ada Liquid, NGX tidak perlu susah payah untuk qualify TI, ya. Ya, lu logika dah. Kalau misalnya gak ada Liquid, gak usah try hard, ya. Gue percaya kalau ada Liquid pun tetap menang. Tapi kalau misalnya gak ada Liquid kan lebih enak ya. Lebih mudah. Gue lebih percaya diri gitu. Nigma bakal masuk TI dibanding ada Liquid. Karena kalau ada Liquid masih ada kesempatan kalah gitu. Gimana sih lu? Lu mau Dota gak? Gue mau Dota dulu sambil nunggu CSGO cair. Iya, gue nunggu Dota. Ya gue mau Dota emang habis ini. Kentot salah pencet. Kenapa gue liatin Ray? Males gue liatin Ray. Kan kalau NGX menang lawan Liquid jadi proof buat bisa jadi juara TI.
Bukan begitu, bukan masalah. Nggak bisa lu nge-proof dari qualifier bukti kalau Nikma bakal menang TI, nggak ada, Cok. Tim spirit ya. Contohnya tim spirit.
Wah,
Siapa
dua
ngebayangin
orang.
menang TI? Nggak ada,
Gila
Cok.
dia, jago banget anjir.
Udah nggak ada. Qualifier tuh tidak berpengaruh. Ntar di TI aja, Cok. Kalau di TI bagus, ya udah. Dia menang TI. Kalau nggak bagus ya udah. Mang tolol lah, yang penting masih masuk TI gitu. Nggak dicengin lagi gua. Bang, dari dulu gue dicengin. Apaan anjing kan GX tim lawak. Ya, tempe.
Aku punya ulti, mau ulti
Insya Allah
gimana?
menang ya, Boom ya. Awas ya, Boom ya menang ya. Potensial rewardnya ganti nggak? Ganti, Cok. Boom menang ya, Boom. Boom.
Baik yuk, coba B
Menang.
yuk.
Menang.
Mau coba B. Boleh.
Taunya NGX saya yang qualify TI. Nggak mungkin, Cok. Nggak mungkin. Ala kriti Mizu Jokam gue tau.
Kapan ultinya?
Bombui
Kalau udah masuk.
Nggak ada. Udah Liquid menang, taunya lolos qualifier. Secret sama Gaimin. Nggak mungkin lah, Cok. Emang nggak mungkin.
Jangan.
Something yang nggak mungkin.
Salah, maaf. Mabet.
CS ada apa emang? Gue nggak ngikutin CS lagi udah. Junior. Nggak ngikutin gue kalau yang junior. Gimana udah pasti masuk kayaknya sama kayak Tundra.
Apa sih mereka?
What do you mean? Dia aja nggak ikut ini, Cok. Nggak ikut major, gimana caranya dia dapat? Nggak mungkin, itu nggak bisa lolos, coy. Nggak bisa lolos ini, coy. Ini kan eliminasi 2 ya, Liquid sama ini ya, RNG. Contohnya. Berarti yang lainnya bisa lolos, gaming yang turun ke bawah, udah. Nggak bisa lolos tuh gaming. Biskos sama Tundra. Nah, Biskos Tundra ini kan nggak penting, Cok. Kayak
Awas.
mana sih? Biskos tuh, mending Biskos kasih ke Fnatic ya kan. Kalau gue jadi Biskos ya, nggak kasih lah Fnatic gitu. Gak usah terlalu apa ya. Lu tuh jadi orang tuh jangan terlalu sange gitu. Kadang tuh baik untuk memberikan kesempatan kepada orang lain gitu.
Anjing.
Ya kan? Biskos harusnya
Anjir sekali.
throw lah dikit-dikit gitu, ngasih Fnatic menang. Ya kan? Fnatic menang nih. Fnatic lolos. Sih, Fnatic lolos. Biskos kan udah lolos, santai dong, relax, udah.
Kayak aku udah teh.
Ya kan? Aman. Udah kelihatan semua berarti siapa yang lolos, Red. Gaming Gladiator hilang ya kan? Terus Boom juga turun gitulah.
Sama siapa dulu lu nih? Kalau sendiri gue bingung. Kalau berdua di hotel aja sih. Kenapa nih? Bang Upi kenapa?
Aku nggak mau cookies, aku mau sukanya dimasukin kontol.
Halimawan. No comment sih kalau Halimawan mah udah biasa. Itu orang yang mau ini, Cok. Itu orang yang mau collab sama JKT48 by the way. Nggak mau cookies, maunya Dimas. GG Halimawan ya, next. Thank you, Jan. Cok. Lan. Menang, coy. Pasti menangnya gara-gara Rahman ya kan? Rahman L terus.
Anjay! Wah!
Ya, Rahman tolol, baru gue puji ya, mati dia. Man.
Wah!
Gak guna.
Dia pakai
Gue tadi donat di arah, Cok. Enggak lah.
Anjir lah.
Beda warna di arah kayak gini, lu buta warna apa? Tuh, warna beda, Cok. 4 menit lagi mulai, Cok. Tanggung banget kalau gue main Dota.
Remaining.
50-50. Bagus. Judinya. Ngeri, mas judi nih.
Hahaha.
Ya bacot ya, mending gue nonton dulu, Cok. Apakah saya hari ini JP? Enggak sih, gue gak peduli JP-nya sih, gue peduli Liquid kalah sih. Kalah, Liquid menang.
Okay, a strong team, but do you consider yourselves to be the favorites in it?
Not really. I think the matchup is just 50-50.
Wah,
50-50.
betul, Anda
So what's it gonna
betul.
take then for you to get
Anda
the win?
betul 50-50.
I think it just
Pon,
depends
jadi
on
kalau
how you
nomor 10
perform
tapi
with
poin di bawah
today.
1130
Okay, well, hopefully you do
masih
perform well.
lolos dong. Lolos, tetap lolos.
Insane here. You obviously
Jelas
in the
masih
group
jadi coach
stage, it
liquid
was a bit
enggak?
of a tough one, right?
Coach liquid blitz.
One game that you got away of the win on that.
Ini
Where
Pon
would
mau
you
masukin
kinda put your
autograph ke
current form right now? Do you think
Arkanawe
you guys are at your
jadi
best, or
tahun
what's
depan
lacking? What
marketnya
have you been looking at here?
Goblok.
Soon we'll be peaking.
Goblok. Kenapa lu
In this
masukin
game, right?
autograph?
Hopefully.
Nggak penting, Cok.
And obviously, when we did an interview
Yang
before,
penting top 12,
earlier in the
betul.
week,
Yang
you
penting
were
top
talking about
12.
how much you wanted to get to TI again, right? How important this is to you. Well, this is the game you can do it. Are you feeling extra pressure now?
I'm just reminding myself not to pick gyro and make sure I keep track of the bans and picks. And yeah, I think
Not to pick gyro. What the
That's it.
fuck?
And what do you make of Boom? Do you think it is a 50-50 matchup like Skem was just saying, or do you feel more confident than he does?
I mean, I think when you're at a major, every team is really good. So most matchups are very close to 50-50. I think maybe some teams are slightly better, slightly worse, but if you don't play to your best ability, you're going to lose. So.
Well, let's see if you do play to your best ability. Thank you very much, guys. We'll get
Bohong,
ourselves
bohong.
into this game. We'll see how this
Insania
one's
barusan
gonna go
bilang
down.
katanya
We'll get ourselves
nggak
back to the
apa
desk.
kurang lebih semuanya 50-50. Nggak ada, Cok.
Thank you so much, Banks. You know, there's one thing
Liquid
I enjoy
kalau
more than good
Liquid kalau ketemu LGD itu 90% 99 banding 1, Cok. Nggak 50-50, Cok. Ya. Bohong Insania, kamu bohong.
It's not about picking the gyro, it's about randoming it. Thank you.
It was definitely a questionable thing that happened, but speaking of drafts, heroes, whatnot, did you guys really like Boom's drafts, the new things that they...
Menang wes. Iki wedok sopo sih, Cok? Kan kita udah bet $5 guys. Kita bet $5 lagi kemana guys? Ke 10 kill. Karena gue orangnya judi banget. Lu milih siapa? Gue milih Boom. Karena gue ingin Boom kalah. Keren gak lu? Kapan lagi lu ngeliat orang judi tapi lu orang judinya milih tim yang ingin kalah. Karena gue percaya NGX harus menang, bro. NGX harus masuk TI. Kalau lu menang, lu gue kasih Chest of Endless Day, oke?
BKB, like you don't want to go BKB and Veno. Like, what do you do with the BKB and Veno?
You know what the worst thing is? On paper, that was a really good Venomancer game. So if we couldn't do anything in that kind of a game,
kali gue
it
dukung
was
tim,
probably not
dua-duanya
that
kalah.
great. I just hope they don't resort to these last-ditch niche picks that counter the enemy carry or something like that, which they did do yesterday. That Venom was against the Faceless Void. The lane should be much better than it should have went much better than it went. Plus, it's against the Shaker, so you get that nasty snake. You get those nasty snakes everywhere, canceling his blink. On paper, it should have been all right, but you just can't find the right playstyle around that Venomancer on the offlane.
Yeah, we talk about heroes and that we don't really like. I do know that there is a hero that is very highly contested, very hotly sought after, Sheep, and it is that puck that we saw for the first time.
Let's go, Nigma!
What felt like forever yesterday.
Let's go,
Nigma! So obviously we've seen the most picked and banned heroes of this tournament, and puck is right up there throughout top 3 as well. But Yokosh has not been picking it. The last time he played it pre this tournament was during Stockholm Major. He played it once. Before that, it was 5 months ago. Before that, it was 8 months ago. Like, for some reason, despite it being his 4th most played hero in competitive matches, he has not been spamming it. I think these.
I was going to say, by the way, I think this graphic is swapped. So Yopaj is the 1 and Mick A is actually the 3 with the 66.6% win rate.
Yeah. And
lagi
so
gini yang menang Boom, aduh sedih gue, Cok,
obviously they
gue
brought out
seneng
against
dan sedih.
LGD.
Seneng kenapa betting gue dapat.
Honestly, I mean,
sedihnya
like
kenapa?
I said,
Nikma susah ntar qualifiernya.
Super comfortable on it. I'd love to see it come out again in this matchup because
itu
it
Jerax.
looks good. He's played
ada
well
Jerax,
on it.
Cok.
It matches his
Gak usah
playstyle,
dua,
matches
ngentot.
Boom's
Jerax sama
playstyle,
Blitz
and
kurang,
very
Cok.
strong.
I even feel it's kind of bad that Boom doesn't play bad for Liquid. That Boom doesn't play a
Lu
lot
bet
of
match
puck
atau game
because
match?
that's probably the
Gue bet
team with
match.
the
Kenapa gue bet
most
match?
in their
Karena
arsenal
gue
to
ingin
counter the puck. And that's what they've
Liquid
been
yang menang
showing
kalau gue bet
throughout
game ntar
the group stages, like the
segame doang menang
mid
habis
lane
itu
and
nggak
whatnot.
ini,
Like
Cok, nggak ada
they
buktinya
have a
anjing
ton of
segame doang.
heroes and ton of ways of dealing with the hero. But yeah, Boom. I don't think that they will be picking it. It didn't look that great. Let's put it that way.
Bro, ini demi
What? You look good.
demi
It was fine. Okay, whatever. I think what's more important though for Boom is that they look like they struggle against puck a lot. When they played versus Aster, they had their full. Remember, they had their full lineup. The FBZ Mars, Yopaj, Ember, like everyone was on like their best heroes.
Aku udah bilang tadi,
and
gue
they
seneng dan
still
gue
lost
sedih.
that game. And the puck
Gue
is
seneng
probably
karena
the
gue
biggest
profit.
problem for them on the enemy team.
Tapi gue juga
I don't
sedih.
know if they've spoken more
Karena
about
Nikma
how
ntar
to deal with
susah
this hero, but
qualifiernya.
obviously when it
Harus
comes
ngelawan
to pick and
Zai,
bans and like
harus
drafting,
ngelawan
if you
Matumbaman,
are
harus
not
melawan
so good against
Gerax.
the hero and can play it, it's, you know, being able to just take it is
Mending
an option
yang
to deal with it in the
gampang-gampang kan?
draft rather than just
Apa?
bans.
Yeah,
Tofu,
and I guess
tofu.
like now it's
Gaming
one of those
gladiator
things
siapa
that
sih?
probably
Pemainnya?
aren't really going to roll that dice and play it again. Probably going to use one of their
Tofu,
first phase
celery
bans for
itu.
it.
Es
But
tuh,
speaking of
siapa
other
juga?
heroes that they,
kan?
what other heroes
Gak ada yang
might
tahu gitu.
they have
Dilema,
hotly
iya,
contested
dilema.
between the two teams? Things that complement
Satu,
both
gue
their
dapet duit,
playstyles
ya
that
kalau misalnya gue
might
bener,
look
gue
to
dapet
be
duit.
taken away
Kalau
from
misalnya
each
gue
other
salah,
or in
duit gue hilang tapi harga diri gue masih ada. Itu dah.
I think both teams like some of these
Judi
pretty
harga diri
active
juga ini, Cok.
positions. I think Tiny being the big one that overlaps both teams. I mean, everyone's kind of first phase picking, banning Tiny. It's not like this standout hero in terms of game impact, but it's the kind of hero
Sama-sama
that you
pengen
can just
qualify TI
pick
soalnya
at the
tai.
first phase, flex it around. To me, that's the kind of hero. I think, if anything, they actually have a slightly different hero pool with the way they, you know, Liquid love their bristles, their lone druid, some of these juggernauts. Like,
Islah FBC,
I feel like
dapat
it's
Mars
kind
gitu.
of a fun draft because they are going to have different hero targets that
Salah,
they want to go
kenapa
for.
FBC dapat Mars? Salah,
Jackie does like the jug, but
FBC
overall,
dapat
like, I don't think they've been
Venom
touching
Mental.
Bristle, like you said, in Lone Druid, so those are going to be big issues.
Yang
for
menang masuk
them.
TI. Iya.
For
Iya.
me, the biggest
Berarti
similarity
harga diri
between
lu
these
bertaruh
two
dengan
teams
5 item
is they
panda.
have Giga
Betul.
Brains on
Gua
position 5.
bertaruh
So
harga diri
on one
dengan
side you
5
have
item
Scam, on the
panda.
other Insania, and they kind of play the similar style of heroes too.
Oke lah.
Your Wyverns can come in handy. You can see some.
Ini
combos
kalau
even
Liquid
on
menang
fire. Probably
1.300
not
dia
in this
poinnya.
patch, but,
No, they like it, for sure.
It's still doable, right?
1.200-an.
They're your classic
Kalau Boom menang,
captains as well.
udah 1.400.
Scam, for me,
Makanya.
in Boom,
Salah satu yang menang
this
lolos,
team, if
yang
it
kalah nggak
didn't have
lolos.
Scam, they wouldn't make it this far. Like put in any stand in there, and I see them faltering much sooner, much faster.
I love Scam as a player. I agree with you. I think he's fantastic. And what I like a lot about him too is other teams, like Chinese teams, come in. Their fives are playing pretty much like exclusively healing supports. Scam is willing to take on that more of playmaking. He'll take a Snapfire, he'll take a Rubik, and he'll look really good on it.
Yeah, because he doesn't enjoy playing 5. This man has played every single position.
I mean, end of the day though, let's be real. They're most like
Dukung
Insania
mana?
and
Gua
Scam,
betting
most
di
played
Boom.
hero this tournament so
Gua
far.
dukung Boom.
Dazzle.
Untuk kalah.
I know you're a big fan of it. I just want to give a quick update, though, that the game coordinator right now is having some issues, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay on this first series, but it's fine. It means that we get a little bit more time to talk about these teams. We had a chat about Boom, where you guys thought some of their strengths were. We didn't actually get...
Karena, Cok, kita relax dulu nonton TikTok.
Wih, katanya 3. Makanan Jepang yang bikin kejang-kejang. Sabu-sabu.
Ara, astagfirullah.
3. Makanan
Orang-orang.
boleh gua packing nggak? Hah? Boleh gua packing nggak? Nggak, gua kayak nggak tahu gitu. Boleh gua packing nggak? Hah?
Wow.
Ini udah gede mas.
Kemakan gimmick.
Kalau ciuman megang goceng dapat rokok surya 2 sama tijus apel asam sembada nggak kak?
Kenapa mukanya kayak gitu anjing? Temen kayak kon. Pon, kamu suka cookies nggak? Aku suka cookies Azizi, bukan cookies kamu, Rahman.
Kita remaja yang sedang dimabuk kemiskinan. Kita
dimabuk kemiskinan begitu, Cok.
Remaja yang sedang.
Oh iya, ngomongin cookie red ya, gue pengen lihat yang replay kemarin dan Nanda kontol ya. Nanda ya. Kenapa kamu bisa wah, fuck Sibal. Ada nggak? Mana, Cok? Mana? Gue harus nyari muka gue. Makin tot. Mana nih komennya nih?
Uhuy.
Nicholas.
Sumpah ya, Jo, lu kenapa harus request Arif Aliansa, Jo? Sumpah ya. Makasih sih, Jo. Sumpah. Kaijo. Thank you, Jo. Tapi lu Arif Aliansa. Pusing nih pala gue nih. Ya Allah, Rocket Rockers anjing. Kenapa ada teteretan muslim, Cok? Yaudah, sebelum kita menonton Cookie Red, ngeliat TikTok gue ya. Ini kita nontonin dulu. Siapa Arif lihat anjing? Arif Alfiansyah.
Menghilanglah dari kehidupanku, enyahlah dari hati yang telah hancur. Kehadiran sosokmu kan menyiksaku. Biarkan di sini ku menyendiri. Pergilah bersamanya di sana, dengan dia yang ada segalanya. Bersenang-senanglah sepuasnya. Biarkan di sini ku menyendiri. Terlintas keinginanku dapat hilang ingatan agar semua terlupakan, dan ku berlari sekencang-kencangnya untuk melupakanmu yang telah berpaling. Di sini kembali kau hadirkan ingatan yang seharusnya ku lupakan, dan ku hancurkan adanya. Di sini kembali kau hadirkan ingatan yang seharusnya ku lupakan, dan ku hancurkan adanya.
Letih di sini, ku ingin hilang ingatan. Letih di sini, ku ingin hilang ingatan.
Kemarin gue juga pengen hilangin ingatan jujur aja nih.
Di sini, ku ingin hilang ingatan. Letih di sini, ku ingin hilang ingatan.
Di sini kembali kau hadirkan ingatan yang seharusnya ku lupakan.
Main Dota nggak Pon? Kalau enggak aku ingin menghilang. Mau nonton Dota gue kagak main.
Di sini kembali kau hadirkan ingatan yang seharusnya ku lupakan, dan ku hancurkan adanya.
Dipukul sama Pras.
Pergilah bersamanya di sana, dengan dia yang
Tabok pakai buku.
segala rank.
Apa sih, Cok? Udah habis kan? Ya Allah. Yuk, Cookie Red.
Jevon.
Oh, si Jancok. Ijo, Cok, cenderungnya, Cok. Hei, apa ini, Cok? Kenapa hijau namanya Nanda? Wah, Jancok.
Coba dong. Apa nih?
Oke, kalau PayPal gimana nih? Gue baca komen dari tadi banyak yang bilang duit gue berapa ratus dolar,
ini kamu?
$30 stuck di PayPal.
Ini kamu. Mbak ya.
Buat kemarin sore.
Tapi aku tidak ngerti maksudmu apa.
Dari jam 6 nih PayPal bisa nambah Google ya.
Ada hiu, ada paus, hiu. Kalian suka hius. Yo.
Banyak yang ngomong tuh, mending pakai
Kenapa Pol? DNS ya.
Mantra haters juga aku haters.
Atau hiu banget itu. Hiu. Ada hiu. Kevin expert.
Nggak react apa-apa dia, bro. Karena banyak yang donate. Bagus, bagus. Jangan react ya. Udah kan gitu dong kan?
Pakai kostum hiu. Nggak pernah. Besar. Ya apa? Lihat cuman muka aku doang tuh, Febri.
Oke, bagus. Dah. Dia ngomong itu di DC. Mana dia ngomong itu? Nggak ngomong apa-apa dia tadi, anjing ya. Nggak usah hoax lu. Nggak pakai hiu doang tadi.
Suka hiu. Ngomongnya gitu ya. Ya, hiu.
Kan ya kalau buat
Balas Jevon ya?
katanya speednya takut turun. Terus
Oh, ini yang DNS ya.
kalau internet. Udah.
Lihat Jevon.
Oh, Cok. Iya, Cok, pernah lihat, Cok.
Atau kan aku pernah lihat Jevon.
Gak apa.
Shop.
Mantra haters.
Main Hungry Shark Evolution nanti biar
Iya, pernah lihat. Ya pernah lihat lah, ngentot gue duduk sebelah lu, anjing. Anyways. Gue gak ngerti dia ngomong apa tadi, udah lah. Emang gak ada yang perlu disesali lah. Si berkreasi mati aja.
Raffi Ahmad, Indraken, senggol.
Itu tuh HP lu semua, termasuk cincin sama anting-anting lu kumpulin, lu jual, tetap kurang tuh buat makan di Mara Beach Club.
Salah.
Kurang.
Yang suruh ngamen di sini siapa ya? Terus kenapa ngamen di sini? Ini daerah gua. Gua juga Pondok Pinang. Kalau lu ngomong Pondok Pinang, gua juga Pondok Pinang.
Enggak ada misalnya.
Tahu manusia silver Citayam nggak tahu. Nggak mau tahu. Ah, wes janco wes TikTok wes lek wes ngene wes males. Dulu TikTok sih sakjane.
Lo tahu gue berteman. Diam seperti pemalu. Taking off a skirt, let her wear my shirt. You've never been to heaven.
Ini adalah alasan
short, pendek short.
Tunjukin gelarmu lalu kerjamu sekarang. S1
Udah susah.
Short, YouTube short. Mursid bosen banget mursid. Cok, kaget gue, Cok. Coba short.
A to B, Jackie, Grealish. Now first you gotta get a load of hairspray and spray it all over.
What question go?
Alright, so if you could do...
Any good parent will know,
Ed
any
Sheeran.
parent in here, if a kid wants a Lego set, you get them small.
For the past few months,
Who's the best one?
For the past few months, KSI has had his Discord profile.
Who's the best one on there?
Firmino.
Why?
Because
Mohamed Salah.
a lot of people say that Salah took over this.
So I bet I can make you say no in 30 seconds. But
Are you poor in Roblox? Let's change that. Like.
Apakah bahasa Inggrisnya?
If you look at
Nggak jelas anjing short gue bangsat. Ada Roblox anjing. Di sini.
Pacaran beneran nggak boleh?
Nggak boleh.
Nggak boleh ketahuan.
Wah, betul lah, nggak boleh ketahuan. Daily Krepes hari ini nggak ada, Cok. Capek gue nonton musik. Pas ini. Aku juga menjawab aja kalau Unity memang jarang konser tapi setiap perform nggak pernah lip sync. Maaf beda kualitas. Konser yang dihadiri oleh 30 fans. 30. Enggak. Lu malu gak sih kalau datang cuma 30? Kayak pentas seni aja. Kayak pentas seni bangsat. Aduh, udah.
Wong lanang kok gak iso weda lanang.
Kalau bener gak ngerti kalau gituan. Sumpah, Anet nih produk ini ya, bibit unggul yang memang beneran unggul ya. What the fuck is this?
Banyak loh.
Bahas apa dia? Gue udah dead apa tuh?
Entah siapa yang salah, ku tak tahu.
Entah siapa yang
We need to free the Chinese people from the government and from TikTok. We need.
Wih, Mas, uangnya jatuh. Oh iya, saya lagi dengerin lagu tapi nggak tahu judulnya apa.
Lu nawar apa sih?
Lihat Major emang udah mulai. Belum ngedraft, Cok. Kalau udah lihat foto bareng cosplayer tapi kayak adegan risam belum? Mana? Bagi dong. Oh, amat tiket tuh. Jatuh. Oh, amat tiket tuh. Goblok.
Pak, beli. Enggak. Jangan dibeli anjir, itu gak penting banget. Mending uangnya disimpan, jangan buat beli-beli yang gak penting. Maaf, terlanjur.
Dapat anin lo 30 juta. Bohong sekali Anda. Oh, amat tiket tuh. Oh, amat tiket.
Gimana? What the fuck?
Emang bisa ya?
Gimana?
Gua gak pernah nyoba, emang bisa? Gak bisa, Cok, malah buka story, Cok. Nggak ada story, nggak ada gue, malas carinya.
Kita coba langsung tanya orang.
Tapi
daftar VTuber Hode nih. Para VTerror.
Oke, jadi ini beberapa VTuber yang memang dia Hode ya. Mungkin ada salah satu yang udah kalian tahu nih. Yang pertama itu adalah
Mas Wahyu.
Julia Chan CH Westpar, di mana dia udah ngungkapin sendiri kalau dia itu pakai voice changer ya adik-adik ya. Pasti kalian juga udah nggak asing lah sama Kojia. Nah, yang kedua itu ada jadi ini beberapa
kontol. Goblok. Tadi gue lihat mbak-mbak nasi bakar streamingnya nggak di tempat nasi bakar biasanya.
Ayam ikan.
Dia pindah tempat. Dia pindah tempat.
Udah ada nih.
Kenapa sekarang kayak?
Thank God.
Dia coba nasi bakar habis konser pindah tempat, coy.
Itu yang minuman. Bocing. Ini dong, Ati satu lagi.
Habis konser pindah tempat, legit, cok.
Sama ini kan
Bang GG mbak nasi bakar.
tulisannya kan tadi ini. Double XL. Ya aku pegang dia SS-nya biasa itu cakep banget, dia tuh cuttingannya oversize. Secakep itu langsung aja di check out.
Kita harus mengenal pribadi Yesus. Makanya penting banget teman-teman sehari-hari come to Jesus Christ. Datanglah kepada Yesus. Karena kita nggak bisa apa-apa tanpa Tuhan Yesus. Aku juga tadi ya teman-teman anggapannya aku kan udah kerja seharian. Dan habis itu malamnya ada semacam pelayanan juga di gereja. Dan aku tahu ada jeda waktu 20 menit.
Amin,
yang aku lakukan,
Yesus.
aku mobil.
Amin.
Nyalain mobil, aku nyalain handphone aku, nyalain Spotify dan aku dengerin lagu worship.
Terima
Bukan
kasih,
dengerin doang,
Yesus.
melainkan aku ikut penyembahan.
Terima kasih.
Karena aku tahu aku nggak bisa menjalani hari ini tanpa Tuhan Yesus. Ketika nggak ada Tuhan Yesus, wah aku nggak bisa melayani dan maksimal.
Betul.
Pasti gampang emosi, nggak sabaran.
Betul sekali.
Mikirinnya diri sendiri, pasti kayak gitu.
Betul.
Beda sama orang-orang yang sebelum dia pelayanan, sebelum dia kerja, sebelum dia melakukan aktivitas,
boom first and kill.
dia
Boom first and kill asli.
dulu. Waduh.
Boom first and kill asli, boom first and kill.
Beda banget. Makanya teman-teman, ayo luangin waktu ya untuk mendekat kepada Tuhan Yesus yang sungguhnya nggak pernah jauh dari kamu.
Nah.
Ada amin teman-teman? Yang terberkati bisa tulis dalam kolom chat ya. Amin, amin, amin. Dan thank you so much buat teman-teman semua yang udah kasih gift ya. Aku berdoa supaya Tuhan yang tambah-tambahkan kalian senantiasa. Dan buat teman-teman yang tertarik dengan buku aku, silahkan cek aja ya ke TikTok Shop. Aku berdoa agar buku-buku yang ditulis bisa.
Ngapa lu promosi buku?
Kita lanjut lagi. Dikatakan seperti ini teman-teman. Ayat selanjutnya. Pada ayat yang ke-11 dikatakan, kata perempuan itu padanya, Tuhan, engkau tidak punya timba dan sumur ini.
Lagu background ini, Cok.
Dari manakah engkau memperoleh air hidup itu? Adakah engkau lebih besar daripada bapa kami Yakub yang memberikan sumur ini kepada kami dan yang telah minum sendiri dari dalamnya, ia serta anak-anak dan ternak? Lalu jawab Yesus kepadanya, barang siapa minum air ini, ia akan haus lagi. Tapi barang siapa minum air yang kuberikan ini, dia tidak akan haus untuk selama-lamanya. Bahkan lebih dari itu, air yang kuberikan akan menjadi mata air dalam dirinya yang terus-menerus mengalir sampai kepada kehidupan kekal. Kata lain, Tuhan Yesus lagi ngajarin wanita ini sebuah prinsip yang penting untuk kita mengerti. Yaitu kita harus mencari kepuasan bukan dari dunia, bukan dari uang, bukan dari manusia, bukan dari apapun juga, bukan dari...
Seneng masih cok asu. Ini apa anjing? Kenapa ngeplay mulu? Ini apa coba foto? Ini apa anjing? Ya Allah. Apa ini, Cok? Kenapa kayak gini, Cok? Ini kenapa sih? Gue gak peduli, gue anjing, lucu aja ngeliatnya udah. Ada dramanya gak peduli, gue gak udah lucu aja.
Him as
Halo
well.
Lele.
And sometimes that prophet,
Firman aja lo.
that's all she
Baru
needs,
muncul
right?
lagi, baru hidup lo.
She needs just a little bit of that save so that she can pop her Yules, BKB and ulti.
Gila, ini ada.
Do you think there is a really good hero that can be paired with Earthshaker when we get to the later game when it comes to
Lama sih tapi dibacain, mau gue bacain dulu ler, dramanya ler, baca dulu dramanya lah.
Earthshaker doesn't necessarily need like a load of damage dumped on the Echo Slam because the
Kuliah mulu. Oke, kita baca dulu, Cok. Oh ya, lagu drama. Lagu drama pada hari ini adalah karena ini masalah cosplay dan wibu-wibu ya. Berarti yang cocok lagu drama hari ini itu baru gue mikir. Gue pulang kampus jam 11 malam. Anjing. Cok, 11 malam, Cok. Demi Allah, jika ada white knight pihak manapun yang ingin mengkonfront saya tawarkan satu-satunya jalan. 1, match MMA. Wow. Diajak gelut lu sama dia. Selain itu, saya anggap ancaman kalian hanya omong kosong, seorang pecundang yang hanya berani bergerak di belakang layar dan tidak menjadi pria seutuhnya. Oke. Tolonglah goblok kalau mau asusila jangan di event. Kalau di tempat orang event bodo amat, urusan lu pada. Kromosomnya naik, sindromnya turun. Ratrimo, Renekon, titik aktif drama. Ada yang mau titik 2. Kayak gitu ya. Ada pelakunya nge-DM dan dia cukup kooperatif untuk jadikan bawa awareness. Makasih bro udah ngerti. Yang jadi Baal gak tahu apa-apa, yang salah yang Shenhe. Apa ini maksudnya? Cosplayernya yang nawarin, bro. What? Udah pakai pewaris, sudah anti cowboy dibikin meninggal tinggal revive. Klarifikasi, gue laki dan gue punya nafsu syahwat. Cuma ada yang nyinyir di DM bilang, lu cowok sok cuci paling dikasih begituan juga mau. Gue selalu ingat omongan seseorang, lihat cewek seksi gak akan gue gimana-gimanain karena ini titik udah terdidik. Bahkan kalau ada perempuan telanjang nggak akan gua apa-apain karena gila pasti. Ngapain ada perempuan telanjang di sini? Oke, bener. Jadi ini jangan gila, manusia itu harus. Ini itu nama carnya. Oh, nama carnya. Oke. Terima kasih. Dari masalah kemarin, terima kasih Bang Aziz, perwakilan cosplayer Sensei udah memaafkan. Jadi dengan ini drama kita nyatakan clear. Kalau tidak berusaha, oke. Apa sih? Mana dramanya, Cok? Ini 18. Mati gua. Banyak banget. Yap, ya, nggak tahu, nggak jelas, cosplayer nggak jelas. Oke, udah dramanya begitu doang, udah sip. Ah, bener gua, Cok. Gua bisa selebrasi sekarang, Cok. First 10 kill boom, bener. Tahu kenapa? Chen, Viper, Tiny. Ah, drama nggak jelas, Cok, drama.
Tanky, you lack something, right? And usually you lack damage if you do go for those full tanky boys.
Yeah. Farming.
It can work. They ban the Kunkka themselves.
Farming,
actually.
yeah.
Farming,
yeah. Farming juga dagger, ya.
Perhaps would be a little better.
I have seen
aneh
your
aja cosplayer drama
a few times this tournament, and I kind of like the idea of like a Clawswax vessel invoker running around just trying to.
Kita setel lagu ini dulu, Cok, sebelum mulai matchnya. Kok gue skip anjing? Salah, Cok. Kita menonton game ini. Tiny 4, Tiny 3. Kita menang bumi ya. Sedih gue. Fuck. Sekarang. Tiny mid. Viper 3. Tiny mid. Yang paling gue ingat, cosplayer mau nikah malah bikin video adult sama orang Bandung. Bagi dong video bokepnya, so. Ini lagu kok stereo di headset gue, gak tau. Suaranya di kiri. Anu di kanan. Lagunya di kanan. Burik jelek. Cosplayernya nggak usah lah kalau jelek. Indo cosplay. Jangan salah ya, cosplay Indo yang bagus loh, sumpah. Gue nge-follow satu cosplayer Indo yang gue demen anjing, kayak cakep anjing, nggak jelek-jelek amat. Hah? Apa? Lele. Le, ada yang cakep, Le. Cuman susah nyarinya. Gak jelek, Cok. Jangan salah lo, cosplay Indo juga ada yang bagus, Cok. Betting siapa aja? Betting Boom hari ini. Olah Prodit, TTE gede nih. Cosplayer Killjoy, itu mah cosplayer Killjoy favoritnya kumpul. Boleh juga. Biasa aja tapi gue kurang demen. Target 3, gue gak follow, Cok. Boleh lah, boleh. Banyak kok yang udah bagus sekarang kok. Udah gak kayak dulu kan suram-suram aja. Udah mending kita nonton dulu, Cok. $50-50 anjir.
On their own merits, have a couple more spots right now. It's Fnatic and Boom, the only ones. If they're both out, then there's no TI teams that are coming from C through the direct qualification of points. But let's get into this game number 1 as Liquid head out across the map, picking this last pick, Timbersaw, and a little bit of a switch up, but a pretty devastating one against all these strength melee cores.
Yeah, Boom had their options. Obviously, you can only go so far in the drafting phase when you don't have that final pick. And they started out with the Tiny, and in the end, they did decide to give that to Yopaj. And essentially what that says is that they really believed that the Tim's hero was going to be super important here, and they weren't very concerned about getting counterpicked in the mid lane on this Tiny. It was kind of apparent at that point that that was very likely to be the mid hero. And so they just put a lot of value into Tim's Tusk here, and of course Tusk Chen has been an extremely powerful combination over the past couple of years, and that is something that can help you snowball your way to a victory before someone like this Alchemist can come online.
If they can keep that momentum going, like Lizard said, win those lanes, and that's the recipe for Boom's success. And on the other side, Liquid trying to hold out, get the Alchemist big and strong, and Boom, after standing up on that high ground, none of Liquid are going to rotate in. They are going to head on over and pick up the bounty runes instead. There might still be a bit of a battle here. We'll see. Just outside of vision. Actually, they're going to run down bottom instead, so this could end up being 3. Although also Zai's heading over. Skem going to see if he can outclick there. Liquid managed to find 2. Boom on the other side, only getting the 1, and they'll pick up 2 as well.
Yeah, and Zai, of course, unfortunately unaware that he could have just gone up there and grabbed that one himself there too. But Skem will come around, happily see that it's still there.
Gua mendukung Boom sampai 10 kill. Habis itu gua tidak
so there
mendukung
was
Boom.
some questions about if there are going to be any lane swap-ups going on, but it looks like they're just going to try and play this one straight on Boom, and they're going to have to deal with the Timbersaw in the lane. Could be a bit tough for Yopaj, though.
We've been seeing what's been happening with these Timbersaws. It's just in a side lane. You get a solo situation where they're able to pull the lanes apart, farm the lane, pull the wave into a jungle camp, and then farm through that as well. And they get off this accelerated start, which really increases their pressure across the entire map. And so that's something that Nick's also going to be able to do here from the mid lane.
He can get some space open. And then obviously the big thing is this Whirling Death, taking away all that HP from Yopaj, and also continuing to mitigate his last hitting potential, but starting with a lot of base damage on that Tiny. Other lanes that we should watch for, up on the top side actually, they managed to find a quick little courier snipe. So Boxy moves on in, takes that down, and Skem and Jackie gonna have to make do with a little bit less regen there. As Zai, couple punches, forced out of the lane. Boxy goes on in to secure the range creep.
Yeah, that was nice. No panic fissure there, just to like prevent any damage on the Zai. Instead, securing the range creep, and now you've gained some damage onto Skem.
And likewise, down bottom, Insania takes some punches. Tim's going to be fine through it. Skem also backs away, but FBZ, boss man indeed. Couple more punches. Matumba man draws first blood.
Why are you so dumb, man?
Well, you heard the panel saying, you know, there have been situations where, of course, this Viper able to pressure early, but catches him at just level 1. So not enough options to slow down Matu. They don't get the combination as well from the Tusk, of course, as you don't have the tag team yet, so you're not able to punch back and really threaten with this damage there. Doesn't mean the lane's over by any means, but certainly a great start there for Liquid.
Yeah, one of the benefits of spamming out that wave and getting that level 2. Really, really nice. As Yopaj heads on over, will
Immortal doang
pick up a
large cam nggak bisa,
little water room refill and head on back to lane. Mickey does not have a bottle, just going in for the bracer and trying to pick up a soul ring next. But you can see that really just that bottom lane that's a little bit of a rough one, losing the Viper.
Yeah, meanwhile, you just got like the sports up top just pulling waves apart while you tornado alley down bottom.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Boxy very happy with the situation though.
Yeah, gets the pull through, and actually Zai gonna pull the wave behind the tower to connect up with the rest of it. They will lose that range creep. Skem comes in, so this is all behind the tower. This is great right now.
I mean, Boxy's got more last hits than Zai at this point.
Mungkin dia belum nonton BDSM anjing apaan.
That's the classic.
Gue kagak ngajarin
That's what
lasip,
we've
Cok.
seen. And yeah, indeed, they're going to keep pulling that around. Need to find a way to control that wave on Boom. It's just so hard when you can get those like fast-moving heroes messing with the equilibrium.
1-2, main 1-2.
Again, Mickey
Dagger
in
1-2,
the mid
enak
lane,
banget,
12 and
gitu.
5 versus the 15 and 7. So it hasn't really been a super hard counter pick yet. Yopaj still doing very well in the mid lane.
Yeah, we'll have to watch though as level 2 Whirling Death. He's going to keep pushing, harassing with that, and then when the 4-minute runes come up, you imagine that's when there could be a situation of rotations. So see if any supports decide to come mid for that. Yopaj still has a boundary rune inside his jungle. I don't know if Boxy's going to make a play over for that anytime soon, because obviously his Timber hasn't had the urgency to get there due to the no bottle build.
Right. And again, they're pressuring up top to try and grab another wave, it looks like. At least they're able to zone him back. Skem was doing a good job sending those creeps over that direction. Jackie gets away finally underneath this tower here. But again, a very passive start to this one. Both teams just trying to sort of maneuver the other ones in terms of getting the more macro around the map. As Boxy runs into Skem, picks up that bounty rune, and Tim's also interrupted.
Yopaj forced to throw out the avalanche here just to get to the water rune first as well inside the river too, but looks like Skem should be all right on the runaway here. And in the bottom lane, what's been happening is they haven't been able to apply this pressure that you want from a top squad Viper because Insania had the pole opened up from the small camp. And so he's been managing that, he's been sending the creeps in, and you're kind of getting everything that you want in this lane as an inch, right? Typically, we've run these situations where you're not getting any creeps, it's always being blocked out. But Insania just having a bit of freedom here. Part of that coming from the ability to just like push out the wave because of the Alchemist, but also just that initial creep control of the camps is so important for this hero. And they're the ones who are actually bullying and pressuring and just like constant unstable concoctions being tossed in from Moxie, making it a bit wary for them to dive in here from Boom. Despite having such an aggressive duo.
I mean, you can tell it's one of those matches where neither side wants to like give up anything easy. They're both playing very conservatively and 0 deaths to make sure that they are, keeping it even in this pivotal matchup for them. Jackie very low. Needs to get some lifesteal off some of those creeps or something.
I feel like being 0-0-0 at 5.5 minutes is probably not good for a 9th pick Tusk.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It puts a lot of pressure on your mid game,
Yopaj, I mean, this is going to be an interesting point to see what happens when Mickey hits 6. He just gets it now, and it's hard to imagine him staying in this lane with Chakram available. Even though he doesn't have the Timber Chain, it's still really dangerous, and you can see Tiny already heading back to base.
Yeah, Tim's, he tries to go with the chase down the tag team. They went so long, and then Insania just captures the creep of the jungle.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Oh, there's the ensnare coming in.
They got level 6
body blocks here.
But they won't go for it. Interesting.
I really thought with the Fissure they would just, is it just too much wasted time, I guess, basically? Like, I feel like, I guess there's always a chance he just gets a snowball up, right? Like, FPZ gives him vision of the camp, he snowballs to the neutrals or something, and so could just be a bad chase.
Yopaj eats a Chakram.
Better to pressure the Tiny.
Right. Whirling Death, they're actually glyphing for the catapult and find him here. Yopaj doesn't have a target to toss to, not going to connect with that Chakram, but still, Catapult being alive means there's some good damage onto this mid-tier 1. And they try and kill it off. Almost dead. Move on in, and Yopaj takes out the Catapult. So Liquid is slowly winning these like laning stage engagements. They're getting more out of the lanes, it looks like, according to those last hits denies. But you can see that it's not a huge differential. Still less than 1,000 gold separated him. It's an Alchemist.
Mainnya pasif, hero agresif, mainnya pasif aneh,
Yopaj just means that there's going to be more support attention coming mid, particularly from Tim's, and then even just like Skem too, you can see he's kind of floating around this area. So this is where the side lanes are going to suffer, and even if they're not suffering, they're definitely not progressing in an offensive manner. So someone like Matsu, he's just been kind of free farming.
Yeah.
he's having excellent start considering he's in a lane versus a Tuscan of
Timingnya nunggu dagger duluan baru mau nge-go.
I feel like Insania did a very good job of actually showing off the strength of the Enchantress when everything goes right. Like, you can see why he has put so much effort into blocking off these creeps and everything, because he's just given so much space for Matu here.
Right. Al could gain everything that he wants. And Zai playing much more for the laning stages. Insania runs into Tim's, and this might finally be a bit too far for him. The tag team, a couple punches, but Matumba Man moves in. Snowball to dodge the stun, and still FBZ taking a lot of damage with all that minus armor and having the extra crit. Good shorts block off. Oh, that was a pretty bait. Stun is there. It's not enough to kill the Viper. Well played by Boom.
Yang ditunggu itu, Cok.
Needing that desperately, right? Because he doesn't really have that many safe places to go right now. He's not the fastest neutral farmer at this point, and he's got maxed out Avalanche, so he really needs to find a situation where he can find a hero because of this Timbersaw's threat in the mid lane. Ideal situation there, just absolutely huge. That puts him second on net worth. Huge bonus for Yopaj.
Very, very big. And Mikke, of course, wants to make a lot happen at this point in the game. The 3 points up in reactive armor, has the arcane boots about to come out now, trying to pressure the tower. A lot of the damage comes via the creeps. Another fissure block off. We've seen this before. Yopaj tries to get away. The Hurricane, Avalanche thrown out. Viper Strike now onto Mikke. FBZ trying to survive through this, and in fact, they're going to be able to. Mikke goes down. Boom, they bring numbers mid and punish that heavy pressure into the mid lane.
Okay, not supposed to be going down at this point. I mean, obviously you are forcing these rotations, so that's still good here for Zai, who's able to pressure under the tower. Does pop the Exorcism as the stun comes out from Jackie.
But a nice fissure block off from Jackie in trouble. I don't think there's any way out of this one. As Zai takes the kill and is going to move to try and secure the tower. There is a glyph available. And in fact, with Yopaj in the area, we'll find Boxy, Avatos, couple more punches, they get the kill, glyph the tower. Boom, still protecting objectives.
I feel like there's such small moments for Yopaj that he's been jangan boost, He's so reliant on getting these heroes that it's actually kind of ridiculous. He's finding two perfect moments there.
Heads up play by Zai just to back out with Tim's nearby and having a lot of lockdown. They even got the Ogre Bruiser, I think. They are not wanting to tempt fate.
It sends Jackie's mid lane now. Going to try and hold this down. It does provide a bit of a threat in terms of rotation. The stun into potential moves from Tim's. Tim's in behind the tier 1. Yeah, it's a great ward to spot these TPs, and he catches Boxy a little bit here for some harass. But
ada musik menang judi, sabar, belum menang judinya bangsat, ya sabar. Baru 24, kalau udah 2-10 baru gue menang judi.
Unfortunately, just a regen though.
Right.
Not what you're hoping for. You're kind of hoping to make a smoke play, I'd imagine, with Yopaj right there.
Well, you talked about the need that they had to get active, as just leaving some trash behind it. We'll pick up the shovel. The sort of pressure that was on this Tusk to make a lot of mid-game movements, keep himself active, get kills. So far, he's been able to do that, kind of mirroring a couple of those movements that we've seen from the Earthshaker. But likewise, I'm looking at this Liquid draft. You've got Timbersaw, you've got Enchantress, you've got Death Prophet, and at 10 minutes, all the tier 1 towers relatively healthy. It's a little bit scary. I mean, I guess they've got the Alk in their back pocket, but...
Yeah, you might have a little bit more pressure in it. It seems like Boom just able to put these sort of like stalwart lane holders in place, right? They're just throwing down someone like this CK into the lane whenever necessary.
Sania, have it, toss. Couple more punches, very survivable, but in the end, they'll bring down Baby, and Boom look to take that bottom tier 1. FBZ makes the movement to mid, sets up to defend. So Liquid, while they have a lot of sustain, they have not been able to latch onto those objectives yet. Waiting for Matumba Man's Radiance, which is just about completed on the Relic.
Yeah, we kind of have like 5 wall heroes, I guess, in this game, or 6 even, the sense of just like holding the tower and sort of requiring a lot of effort if you want to actually overtake in these situations. Pretty much like the Tricore on Boom can provide that role where they just kind of like sit there, camp a little bit, and once the numbers are too big, they manage to find their way out, of course, as Jackie just hitting a stack. Not the best hero for this, obviously. Takes a bit of time.
Oh, yeah. Matumba Man pulling the creep wave over to his camp, and mid lane they're pressuring, while also in the jungle, Liquid is kind of chasing this CK out of there,
he's
them back.
Like, he does not care, you know, he's like, yeah, this is not great for me, but my whole team is rotating mid, they're grabbing that tower, this is Chen coming online right now, farming in towards that mech.
And again, if you do wait and get the Radiance timing, Liquid feel like they're going to be very strong at that point, but how much damage is going to be done around that moment?
As well as who is Yopaj going to catch at the start of these fights, right? Like, has that Blink Dagger. Every fight wants to open with an Ava toss into a follow-up there as well from Tim, so you can kill pretty much anyone at the start if you're in sync there.
Boxy spots Yopaj. Can't stop it, though. Tim's available, the punch, the shards, nothing done. But Zai goes in, Exorcism, Silence, wants to make a big move. Is it going to be a little bit of a dangerous one? Get some separation. Zai gets off by the stomp, but Yopaj turns with the Viper Strike. Zai is done. Scam backs away from Mickey, but the Timbersaw will clean up. Creeps need to back out at this point. It's a trade of 2 for 2.
Heavy commit there from Zai, but not able to get the shard block. I feel like they wanted to get the wall in, but weren't able to do it. So Zai, although he was isolated and does end up dying for it, still to get the kill on Yopaj is really going to help slow down this pacing from Boom. But much like the Radiance being built up and this backup from Matu, there is a similar situation here from Jackie, who's just trying to farm into that secondary item of the Echo Saber and provide a little bit more threat in these team fights when he finally decides to join up.
Well, and the big differential is, of course, like supports on Boom, getting a lot of farm, about 1,000 gold ahead of the Ancient, the Earthshaker, but it's also that Alchemist, which now completed the Radiance pretty much top of the net worth and looking to get into the BKB next, but he's still very vulnerable with no BKB. If they can connect, Matumba Man, does he scout out that they're there? Nice. No, they have the toss back. Do they have enough damage though? They definitely will. As he's broken, they get the finish. Skem shows up with the mech for the save. Tim's trying to walk away. They have the snowball. FBZ still trying to chase onto Zai. Chakram just a little bit off the mark, and another round of the avalanche, the toss back.
Nice.
They pull him in for the reality rift. You lose the tusk, but you take out and Death Prophet.
Yeah, Zai getting the duels delivered, getting engagement there, but not getting a chance to use it.
Menang harusnya dari draft udah jelas, Cok. Yang bakal
nge-kill
terus siapa, Cok?
Tiny maybe not able to blow up some of these tankier heroes, but that's one thing that Tusk can provide for you. So even if they felt like maybe Yopaj would have a bit of a rougher time mid and wouldn't get that like super fast experience acceleration where you get the more damage by leveling up all your skills, getting the ulti, by having that extra bit of oomph on the Tusk, they can still get a big target like Matu.
Kalau 10-9 gimana? Gue salto, Ler.
It has been a really fabulous showing so far from Boom. They've recognized when Liquid is strong, dodged away from those fights, keeping that mid-tower alive for so long, and I mean, Yopaj, right before he stepped into the acid spray, gets the blink off, finds Matumba Man.
Yeah, and I mean, you need that toss back, right? Like, you needed that bonus damage there from Tims. There can't be any delay for that regen to kick in there, and Skem's mech really helping to solidify Liquid committing a bit too hard for this fight.
Very, very clutch stuff.
Another toss back. What a hero.
Yeah.
You know, those low cooldowns.
Apparently Tiny's good. Tiny is very good. Well, Matumba Man not too concerned, gets a little dance on. Still feeling like they're in a decent position.
Tuh lihat Kentok bawa sama atas
anjing. Just doing Alcton. And yeah, you can see there's a little wall of wards here. That one behind the tier 1 still surviving all the way through there. We got another one in the jungle right there too. So Yopaj, he's hunting.
But
Ntar tiba-tiba Boom kena team wipe ya kan, terus gak ada yang mati dari Liquid, malu, Cok.
As everybody on the bottom side of the map, they've given up that Roche area to Boom. Although I don't think that they want to go in and take it anytime soon.
Oh, look at that ward. They just popped on that smoke over the Dire Observer ward too. So
Liquid, iya makanya takutnya gitu kan.
He's just running low.
Ini kalau 5, Cok.
I'm curious if Boxy opts for the shard or if he wants to try and hang all the way for the Blink Dagger.
Right.
It's a bit of a tough call this game because I do think the shard's really valuable when you're playing with the Death Prophet as well as the Timber and the Alk, right? These should be long delayed fights. There's a lot of sustain and regen on his team, and so you do get the one-shot jump with the Echo Slam Blink, sure, but the shard, like the multiple spells, the constant stuns, I actually feel like it's worth it if you're not going to be able to farm to that Blink Dagger, and I do think he's going to struggle to get there.
Gak nice. Jangan menang beneran, Cok. Menang awalnya doang, habis itu kalah. Goblok ya.
You said. Could be a bit of a problem, particularly if Boom can take this Aegis and start translating that into more objectives around the map, shutting down the areas where Liquid can farm. They do manage to take that bottom tier 1 tower on Liquid, so opening up the map a little bit. All the tier 1s now dead in this game. But
I mean, Box is just going to pray for a Philly, honestly. I feel like,
it's so
this next round of neutrals comes in. I don't know where he's going to get a wave to farm this Blink Dagger. He's just going to need a good engagement, some sort of fight where he can hang in there, get these fissures, and hope that he doesn't get caught farming under towers like this, because it's certainly a precarious position for him. with a tiny hunting across the map, but instead they're smoking. They're trying to find a bigger target.
Yeah, that would have been a good kill on Boxy,
kill
but
it,
instead
kill
this
it.
could be a bigger
Can kill.
one. Finds Zai for the tossback, but a little bit away.
Chain's
Doesn't
done.
matter. He's dead.
He has a Yules.
Yeah,
He can't use it.
It's not available. Not ready.
Well, space. Exactly. You know, he had about 600 gold to go. He's getting there.
Yep.
Easy bro.
Got that wave up
Kalau
top.
ini mah easy.
Mickey,
Ya ini mah easy
in the
cok.
meantime, taking the other wave. And we'll see. For now, Boom, they're free to do whatever they want on the map.
Check that.
Wherever they want to go, it feels like Liquid can't fight them.
Yeah, and slowly it becomes this vacuum situation where all the gold gets kind of sucked up by Matu. And you see if you can get him into that next item past this BKB.
Menang
I
4
can
gold
see
gue lah.
a good start to the fight if they manage to get the Blink Dagger done for Boxy. He gets a decent initiation. Matu's in there with the big burn damage BKB, and there will be some issues of control, of course, as they don't have that much to deal with the BKB at this point. You know, Tim's isn't really that scary. He can just sort of like, stun you down a bit, but
Easy win, bro.
Yopaj still heavily relying on the magic burst.
Baca sih tapi dari draft emang. Tapi enaknya
There's a
first
lot
time
of
kill
heroes
tuh ya.
over there. I
Pas
don't know if
udah
they would
ngedraft
have been able
masih
to take
bisa
down
dilihat cok.
Yopaj anyways, to be honest.
Ayo Dota,
200
sabar.
gold away for Boxy.
Boleh
It's
sih
an
Dota.
outpost now for Boom. Big control 18 minutes into a game.
And they
Sudah
have
menang
vision.
10 killnya, udah yang lainnya nggak peduli gue. Ini ngapain nih bocah? Lo betul dapat 4 dolar. 4 dolar, 4 gold nih. 4 gold. Gue cuma betting 5, cok.
Gotta love those birds. They're awesome. And Blink's done. Okay, BKB
Gue
for
dapat
the out.
40,5
Completed.
anjing, lu bettingnya 100, cok. Itu beneran emang?
Enggak. Ini lip sync. Banyak cok yang enggak lip sync ya. Dulu gue pernah nonton konser.
Oh 50 dolar. Oh iya 50 ya betnya.
Suara musik
Oh iya 50 bener. Gue bet 5 soalnya. Gue bet 5 bener. Dota lagi cok dia cok. Masa main Dota sekarang? Enggak, gue pengen nonton ini sampai kelar.
You could look at is the BKBs
Tanggung,
for
Cok. Kalau nonton nggak kelar.
Boom, right? Just completing that now on the CK. Also have it done on the Viper. And Mickey, he just walks into him. Fissure is there, but he's got the BKB if they need it. Tim's ready with the snowball save. FBZ jumped upon. FBZ just gets blown up and dead. Okay. Now turn, look for Yopaj. Mickey right on him. And Yopaj also likely to fall. They just walked in and died.
Yeah, Tim's was like 20 gold away from a blink.
Oh, man.
So not having that save option, and they just kind of slow rolled them a bit, right? They kind of whittle them down. We know how Boom want to play these fights. They want that big burst of damage at the very beginning. And so when you catch the Viper first, and they're able to just kind of slowly crawl their way into that fight, having some vision up on the high ground there too.
Yeah, that was perfect. I mean, again, you had the BKB on the Viper, just didn't want to pop it. And
Hebat ya.
maybe a
Gue
bit of
betting
greed
ke
there,
Boom
ends
tapi
up
gue
paying
seneng aja
off
kalau
for
Boom kalah.
Liquid. Suddenly, they find their feet in this match. Still, you can see Dota Plus win probability heavily favoring Boom, but that could have been one of those inflection points. We'll see if it ends up mattering as the game goes on here. Zai trying to get towards the BKB.
Yeah, there's certainly a chance we look back at this and say, oh, they lost their map control, you know, and then they had a really hard time getting it back or maybe lose more heroes in the situation because finally Liquid are just out there. You know, they're back. Boom had just kind of sheltered them back in, forced them to the worst parts of the map for farming, but they're able to get back out here now. But yeah, as I said, you know, Mage Slayer, full timing BKB still there for Jackie, so even when he does lose this Aegis, it's not like he's going to be frail by any means.
No, and there's other things that are coming out soon for Boom. They got that BKB. Not sure if that smoke was scouted or not.
Don't think
Boom,
so.
heading across the map. As the Aegis expires, they're running in towards Insania, but if they keep heading north, they might find some juicier targets.
Ooh, they might find Matu's Hyperstone here if he buys it.
Courier.
Tim's punch, yep.
All right, you got the Hyperstone. Ooh! That would have been nice. Can't catch Mickey, though.
Kan idea tukul juga, tapi kan gue
He
bikin
also
kalah,
is
gue
trying to
nggak mau
get
kalau
towards
bikin orang
his
kalah.
next item. Lotus Orb. Going to be done in just a trip to the secret shop. Alk still maintaining that pretty substantial lead over the CK, which you would anticipate. And with the BKB done now, no Hyperstone yet. The question is, how do they start these fights? Who catches who? Are BKBs going to get off, or are people going to get bursted?
I think Boom are reaching a point now where these fights are hard to initiate.
Yeah.
Like, they can start going into towers and maybe force a bad initiation from Liquid, but if they're at this point where they're trying to catch these heroes, you know, we're going to have a 4-staff save from
Udah kalah nih
Insania.
Boom, Cok. Kalah, udah BKB semua udah kalah
When you're
nih,
well
Cok.
coordinated, they can still make a humongous deal, especially when you're being pushed towards the end. She's got the Nature's Attendance going, and again, we're talking about this idea of the regen. Every save is just amplified when you have a lineup like Liquid, because they have their natural ability to try and regenerate. After that, you just need to find and buy them a little bit of space, and that's what this Enchantress and this Earthshaker are going to try and do.
Jackie, Mickey goes into all of them. Oh, he's broken. Reactive armor stack's not where they need to be. He is gone. Snowball afterwards to Insania, and just timber chained into the wrong spot. Zai up on the high ground, gonna pop the BKB Exorcism. Still thinks that this is a decent fight for them as, well, Matamba Man pulled back in. He pops his BKB, tries to run away from Jackie. Yopaj throws out the Avalanche and gets a little bit of distance, and that might be enough to get him away. So the fights break down after the initial volley, but that's Exorcism down.
Yeah, and this is a situation where like it just can't happen like that. I'm talking about the difficulties of the initiation, where they really self-define that big toss back. Mickey tossed himself into Boom.
Yeah.
You know, he did Tiny's job for him.
That's right.
Oh, they stuck around though. They waited and they lurked, and he got punished for being greedy.
That was very well done. Liquid needed that.
It feels like Yopaj was like trying to bait something because he had Tim's coming over, and he's like, ah, yeah, I'll find something.
No Yopaj in this fight.
Liquid tolol yang ada
If they want to take it. And Roche, 35 seconds until it's capable of respawning. This game, again, it straddled that line of, 1,000, 2,000 gold lead the entire time, with pretty big stratifications across the different layers of cores. But we're getting to the point now where it really comes down to how that initiation starts.
Yeah, I mean, we just have so much blink potential, right? We have the Tusk, the CK, and the Tiny looking for that big hop where they just get in there and blow you up. So if there's an Aegis on Liquid, that nullifies a lot of this net worth that they then spent. So America's favorite game in 24 seconds.
30.
Okay, not even close.
Oh my god. 3 minutes.
All right, so it's a big timer for the Roche. And who is that going to benefit in this situation? Well, I suppose it's probably Liquid, because time seems to be on their side.
That's true. AC now done on the Alchemist. But it also comes down a lot to who has that vision. Liquid with a really good ward up on that high ground, scouting all of Boom's movement across the map there. Not lower pillar, but Boom also getting down to ward themselves.
Kagak, gue win di Boom. Bukan win ini, tapi bukan win game. Apa win semuanya, BO 3-nya winnya Liquid.
We'll keep it for the moment.
Soalnya kalau gue ngebet di Boom,
and Liquid,
Boom kalah harusnya.
Yeah, they scan. They know what's happening. Immediately head out of that triangle. Gonna leave it.
Gue pengen Liquid menang, Cok, biar NGX gampang.
That Inch Creep just running around as well,
Biar
trying to find his vision on them.
Apa qualify.
Give an idea what's up as it gets toss Avid. Yopaj, so.
Mega dead. Have that sentry ward up there. And it's that weird moment where you this would normally be where you'd want to take that fight and go immediately into the Roche pit. Neither team has gone and checked it yet.
Boxy, yeah. I mean, he has the shard he's holding here. It's a great spot to fight from Boxy.
Walks into everybody, gets silenced, and just gonna die. Another one of those very bizarre moments where you think you could take the fight and just very wrong.
Ya, tidak ada Rosan, tidak ada Rosan.
That was interesting.
That's a bold move. That's what that is. I mean, number one, maybe not expecting them to necessarily all be there, or he's thinking like, I can snowball fast enough, right? That I feel like that was his play. I'm going to snowball, I'll provide the vision. You guys have this sweet jump that you can punish on this, but that's still risky into an Earthshaker, because if you don't have a stun or at least some sort of damage on the box, and he can just reposition with the blink, with the shard, with the echo, it's not that easy. Then again, maybe they just preemptively pop their BKBs and they do it in a very aggressive manner when they go.
That's true too.
Just scam onto that D-ward so bad, he threw the sentry down, huh? Yeah, I'll double sentry that clip, I don't care.
So in spite of that nice pickoff, it doesn't end up mattering that much at all. I mean, you didn't have to use a buyback. Everybody's together again. And the only thing that's really changed is the swap out of position and vision on the map, where now it's Liquid that hold this high ground, and Boom hanging on to the pillar above.
Yeah, we both got creeps in. It's a creep battle in the Roche pit here.
One of them's not putting up too much of a fight. Oh, God. Poor guy. Didn't stand a chance.
He was busy. He was shopping.
Oh, Cok, game ini farming doang
Get
anjing
some of
27
Vlad,
menit
he was towards
9-12.
that Wraith Pact.
Basher being done would be pretty good too. Has there been that much more progression, I feel like, out of Yopaj? Doesn't look like it. We did see the AC completed for the Auk, and for now it's still just that BKB and the Echo Saber. CK, Mage Slayer done, trying to get into the heart. Stun, kill off the Enchcrete. That next round of neutrals. Be down here in a second. That was a good one.
Yeah, you got him.
Oh.
Roche respawns, neither team confident to go on in. I mean, these matches, going up 1 game in a 3-game series to determine who goes to TI, you can see just how careful, calculated, and like nobody wants to be the person that like, goes in and loses everything.
Yeah, it's just every one little bit too, right? You know, like Alex and like Boxy's level 11, almost 12. It's like, look, I can really use a couple more points in my skills right now.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps on Shaker, be it the ulti points or be it the points in Aftershock. I mean, with the shard, I'm sure you can make a case for the Aftershock.
Smoke, they don't get Mike in it. But Liquid, thinking this is their moment to head in. Insania, waiting for the smoke to break. He gets a ward up on the high ground.
That Tim's left his courier there for so long intentionally for this exact situation, so he could spot when the smoke comes in. That courier's been there forever. That's a great play by Tim's. So he knows that they spent their smoke. They know they're in the pit right now.
But do they know that Roche is being taken? Need to send in some creeps, get some vision there. Yopaj.
He blinks for the D ward, Tim's. Oh, he tries to force stab him down. Insania's getting crazy.
But they do have a snowball over to some creeps. And a little bit of a misplay. They thought that he was going over that direction. Yopaj, BKB runs through. Things get a little bit wild. TP's out, realizing that was not the fight they thought it was going to be.
Well, he gets a free exit, but the question is, can he get back in for a good spot in this fight now?
The illusion bait was interesting.
All right, we got the mech, we got the hand of God.
They see this. The acid spray down, breaking any blink daggers that could come out. Boom, they need to find another way to get in. The Chakram, it's blocking their path. Dude, the Chakram is right there, ready to go. Jackie, BKB walks in for the stun. A bash now on a Matuma Man. The shorts keeping him inside. They need to finish this off. Do they have a way in? Yopaj with the Yopaj in trouble. He goes down. Liquid, they managed to win that fight, getting the Aegis on the Auk. What a stop from Boxy.
And that was the cost of spending that BKB early. Didn't have it when he really needed it, jumping in to try and grab that Aegis. Yes, you're going to kill the Roche, but obviously look at the higher prize there on Team Liquid. All of that coming back to the way they played around this pillar, that vision. Even just that initial play by Insania to attempt the cheeky force staff offensively to push him to the low ground. All of that coming back. Breaking apart this idea of boom, the block on the staircase from the chakra, just beautiful stuff.
And imagine if that Nether Toxin was just placed a little bit to the left inside the pit or something, then that stun's not there. Maybe you find a way. Oh, Boxy, he was right ready for it. When they needed him most, came in for it. But 11, or rather 10 to 13. The thing that's interesting is that because that fight was still kind of a wash, the main victory is that you've got this Auk Aegis now, but I don't know if that's going to make him feel confident pushing across the map.
Tadinya masuk tadi, cuma nggak ada yang lainnya masuk. Nggak ada BKB juga dia. Tadi yang pertama tuh lo lawak, Cok.
Do they feel like
dia
they
lompat
can actually
pertama
approach
lawak.
more
Kalau
of
dia
these
lompat
tier
pertama
2s,
nggak
or
lawak
even tier
bisa.
3 at that point, now that they're up to this Wraith Pact?
Sebelum itu yang pas
comes
dia
down to
BKB TP
Yopaj
itu
having to
tolol.
put himself in this role of the support. Like in this situation, this is where you want the Fortnite because you want to be a bit riskier. Much like he had to like BKB TP out. That's the cost of doing these tossbacks.
Berani bersuara.
Hati-hati. Really hard to make those fights be perfect.
And if you don't preemptively BKB, you get Yules. Like look at this vision on the high ground. You're going to get a pre-Yules from Zai if you go in on here. So great D ward there, very important right now. And Tim's like, that's his courier, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is why a lot of support players love playing these heroes that can actually get that vision with their skills on the high ground, but sometimes
gak guna juga dia lompat yang pertama buang BKB doang, sia-sia gitu BKB-nya.
I feel like there's like a Pavlovian response where people just have to
kalau dia nggak lompat tuh nggak usah BKB bisa tuh. Maksudnya ditahan aja pakai tadi tuh.
that out at some point. But AC done on FBZ. They've got triple BKB for Liquid as Timbersaw picked one up.
Gue kagak ngebet gamenya, Cok. Gue kagak ngebet gamenya, gue ngebet
you mentioned like
BO3-nya.
Yopaj kind of falling back almost into a supporting type role, and we're seeing for FBZ he feels that pressure to be that other right clicker, that other hero that can you know, make the difference with Jackie.
It's certainly the best thing he could do in a game like this versus a DP, a Timber, and an Alchemist like the Scotties. We know what their heroes do, right? You're trying to beat out this regen. Meanwhile, Jackie's like, what if I just regen? You know, what if I buy a heart? How about that? Is that going to work out for us?
He's a strong boy.
All right, well, Yopaj not as risky potentially by using the Shadow Blade here. Radiant Vision, they actually don't have any sentries here.
This is a big reveal.
But
Finds one. Mike toss back onto FBZ. The BKB response. Don't know if he spotted that when they tossed him back. FBZ will have the Viper Strike. Jackie blows up Insania. Did not stand a chance. Turns for another 2-second stun. Can they bring down Mickey? Instead, they focus down onto Zai. Has to back out. FBZ in some trouble. The bash is there, but Matumbaman not trying to go for the full commit. Trying to run away is Scam. He gets stunned. He gets controlled. Chen getting a lot of regen in, but does not have the help of his team. Matumbaman, BKB wearing out. Tim's thinking about turning to him. With the tier 2 tower already dead, I don't know if Boom can take this fight anymore.
Oh, they want to chase. They got Blink on CK. They got Blink on Tusk. Viper has these range damage. They want to go in.
5-second stun. Avatos from Yopaj. Couple more punches is gone. No Aegis. Turns on his Zai now. Snowball. Jackie beating into him, but Foxy moves on in. Is it not enough though? They turn. FBZ still surviving. So much survivability on this Viper. Gets his ulti off. And Tims runs on in silence. FBZ down low, and he's in trouble as they bring him down for the finish. Tims now turns. Dies. Jackie in this long extended fight. The heart regen doing so much more. He's got a couple more punches. Tims wants to walk back through this.
He's out of mana.
2v3. But Insania is far away and not really going to provide that much help.
Low,
the Chakram, it's out. He's trying to regen off of creeps.
There's
the
still
rest
Blink
of the team
Snowball.
is ready to come in. They do have the Chen nearby. Scam gets there for the mech.
What?
Both of the creep heroes are back. They have the Vlad Sword. The Insania just dies again.
Insania baru datang hilang, cocok.
Tim's there with the BKB cancel. Mickey falls. In the extended fight, CK Chen, they still win.
The tree line throughout all of this, that vision, helping them out through so much of this engagement, allowing him to play nice and safe. He started out the fight by also kiting Matu up at the top near the tier 2 tower while the rest of his allies were focusing down some of these other important targets. And
Fight-nya lama banget anjing, bisa patasem 2 kali itu apa maksudnya?
Insania, I think, played about 2 seconds of that fight between 2 lives.
It was rough. Help is the call from him, and he needs it.
Insania, lo cok, Insania ya baru mulai fight hilang. Habis itu nge-spawn, datang lagi, hilang lagi. Gak asik banget cok.
Pickoffs. Down bottom, Boxy goes down, Yopaj connects. Timbersaw's dead for 40.
That is a pricey death here, and yeah, part of that replay. I mean, you can just see, honestly, the story of this fight is just total chaos, right? It's so broken out there in the bottom lane. That's where you're up in the bottom picture. That's where you saw that Tim's like, he secured so much of Matu's time, and he spent so much of that fight in 20% HP or less, and he did so much for the team because of that.
Gotta potentially get back into the real game
here.
They do have buybacks on 2 heroes, but you don't want to have to use it. Waduh, BKB-nya ke force. BKB backs away.
Kalah ini, kalah. Game 1 boom.
Rax
Gak ada game 1 boom udah. Jelas ini udah jelas.
Gold, but I mean, they're not willing to buy back for this one yet. It's so close. How much damage can Boom get while they're waiting? They've already taken 1 melee. Do they stick around for another, or do they back out? Gotta watch out for that big Echo Slam. He's got it ready. Boxy TPing in. Wants to find his target, but will he be able to? They already have the breakdown. He won't have a stun if he goes in. FBZ turned upon. They have the BKB there waiting for the breakdown. Boxy's still hunting, waiting in the backside. Zai tries to burn down a little bit more on these heroes, but they can't find a target. FBZ low. Fissure connects onto 2. Pretty good. And they're going to find at least those 2.
And they're backing out of there. TP out from the Tiny. Jackie just trying to run, and they couldn't get the sync there. They're trying to get like the Penitence plus the tag team and just blow up somebody if they could at this point, but the BKBs are all up there from Liquid. They do defend their high ground.
This game, very back and forth. But Boom strike the first big economic damage, the big creep wave damage, getting that mid melee Rax down. They still have a ward up on that high ground because the tower was taken, which is inside the base, but it seems unlikely to just go for another, like, run down another lane with all of Liquid alive.
Yeah, much like losing Boxy last time with a couple heroes dead. We'll see if they lose some.
Stun.
Oh, but the Yules gets away. Zai was wondering if they're going to go for the full chain stun, but doesn't get it.
And where was I?
Right.
Back to taking this outpost here. Okay, thank you very much. Neutral's about to come up again as well here. Look at that next round, but heroes respawning with Tusk in the big range of initiation. They could engage now if they wanted to. Overwhelming Blink complete now for Matu. They are struggling with the damage, obviously. That's one issue that we saw from Jack with the heart. They're trying to like chew through this guy, so maybe that extra bit of burst at the beginning can help out on some of these side heroes. You know, maybe it's not going to do that much versus the CK necessarily, but trying to catch Scam at the beginning.
Ooh, Timeless Relic is nice. That's some extra damage for him.
And look at this wrap here. Hand of God not there, so missing a pretty key part of their fight. They're gonna find Zai again.
Runs right into him. Stun, BKB. Zai, Yule Scepter. Tries to get out. Can he escape? Matumba Man shows up. Good stun onto the Tusk. Boxy jumping together with the rest of the team. A good burst down as Zai will fall. Mickey, BKB, his is wearing down lower.
Boxy
FBZ
buyback.
right on top of him. Where do they go next? Couple more bits of control. The break is there. This Viper is doing so much work. Standing tall in front of all of them.
He's left alone,
The
though.
wrap through, yeah, he's eventually going to fall. FBZ goes down, but they got the buyback out of Zai.
It was almost an instant rush, too. It's back up.
That is huge. Liquid, do they check? Oh, they might not check. They don't realize that it's up. Ah, this would have been the moment. Could have been.
No, Zai gets in there.
Zai's going for it.
He's got the brain.
He checks. The pings are there. A self-stun going to come onto Matumba. And boom. Are they going to recognize? It was such a quick Roche respawn. This is such a gift for Liquid. Zai heading on into the pit to check it, and boom, they're just going to have no idea.
If you're not sure, you can't really afford these buybacks, especially on FBZ.
Oh, what a big win that is.
That's an Aghanim Scepter as well here.
Oh my god. What a turn of fate. Liquid get gifted by Gaben. Just a huge win. Off the back of that kill on FBZ and a second Chakram. Suddenly they have significantly less damage issues. Mickey is huge.
They must have given him the shard too, huh?
I think so.
Unless it was Jack who got the other one. I'm not even sure at this point, but it's a bit chaotic on that first Roche. So not many shards this game. A little unusual. Only 3 across the board.
True. Yeah, only a couple of them there. And how much does this change things? I mean, boom. Okay, they have this ward. They want to take advantage of it. They find Boxy right at the start. Stun, interrupted. Matumba Man ready for the punish. The bash is there. They got him controlled. Skep trying to keep him alive. And Hand have got everything for Jackie, but eventually Snowball save keeps him alive. Oh, the regen is going to come out, but will it be enough to make him survive through the second salvo? It won't. They went for it all, and it did not work. FBZ also in trouble as they find another pick, and boom, they felt their moment. They thought they could do it, but man, I'll say Blastrig is really freaking good against CK.
Yeah, I definitely understand the idea though. Like he feels the need to go for these plays because of the itemization that they have here with this Bloodthorn. Like he's gone. They have to find the solitary confinement to just kill any of these heroes on Liquid. You know, there's just too much assistance.
I think he dies if he doesn't have Blastrig.
Yeah,
like it was so close.
Yeah.
Unreal. 5,000 gold lead already after that fight, and now even further ahead. And boom, it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, they took the mid racks at least, right? So they've gotten that.
That's true.
But not able to get any further pressure after that. And now coming down to the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Might get a racks of their own if they're not careful. Still 30 seconds without CK. The Tumba Man walks high ground. They got Greaves on Chen. Buyback status, he is 1,400 gold away on the CK. They will use the glyph, Liquid glyph themselves. Oh no, they still hold theirs.
Yeah, Tim's is slowly approaching from the back here. Of course, these fights, they've been picking him off at the start. It's made the fights a little bit more difficult to execute from Boom, but Tim's going to have me in a good spot this time.
Yopaj, Abba, pops the BKB. Matumba Man wants to get away. Boom, still going to try and chase this. Tim's has the control. Where's the snowball? BKB is there. Brought down low, but Tim's has his own BKB. Going to survive through at least the first salvo of this. Jackie pulls him back in, but surviving not long enough. They take down Matumba Man. They don't have nearly enough damage. Liquid, they're in pretty deep. Tim's walking away. Zai gets the finish. Chases. They buy back. Mickey, hoping to escape. And Zai will TP away.
Oh, the buyback from Tim's.
He was ready for it. They knew. Yopaj still trying to chase Boxy, keeping him under control. Mickey hoping to get out of here, but do they have the avalanche? The tree toss? The chakram? To break it.
How can you blink versus 2 chakrams?
It's impossible. But they'll have him here. Oh, Yopaj not quite in range. Throws out the avalanche. Mickey is TPing behind the tower. Tim spots him, but no. They don't quite actually see him.
Snowball's not quite fast enough. And boom, they find their moment. They find the way they need to play these fights with that Tusk. So important that save is going to be there to try and delay things. And just the BKB piercing control as well. Just
But this is where it really matters. That earlier buyback from Zai, he doesn't have it.
That's why they gave him the Aegis.
Another 3 minutes, and that is a heavy punish. They only have 4 heroes here.
4 lawan 5, Brody.
How much can Boom get? They know that this is their time. Although, Kenji Tim's over to the side. Yopaj tries to toss him away. That keeps him alive. Pretty big commitment. Jackie, BKB turn, he's dead. Mickey didn't stand a chance, and he has to buy back. This is Danger Town. Liquid could lose the game right here if they're not careful, and Boom want to get as much objectives as they can.
FPZ's right up front, still has the BKB. Nice stalwart tower here as Yopaj is hunting as well, looking, has Silver Edge, has Blink. One more toss back.
That's all they need. Matumba Man goes down, this game is over.
There's still BKBs though.
This game's over. And Liquid, they're not going to tempt fate.
Matu.
Okay. Whoa. Tumbaman, BKB, they might have to give up racks here. Still 19 seconds. They turn, they find Mickey. If he's Doxy tries to interrupt this, and Mickey, he gets out. He survives, but Tumbaman low, broken.
No!
Punches down low and going to fall. 2 minutes dead.
Boom.
They survive through the madness. Gonna set their sights now on the tier 4 towers. They actually don't have a creep wave. Wait, the buyback from Edge, gotta get this back in here. It's still 2 minutes without Matumba Man, but Zai is back up with Mickey. No Boxy either.
It feels like they could just guide this creep wave in here though, right?
It's true.
I mean, the couriers are flying out.
They toss. Insania gets the 4 staff out. Boom. Bouncing between, do we go for tier 4s or do we go for the racks? They're going to set their sights now onto the tier 4s, try and finish this off here. Mickey slowing down what they can. The silence is out. The chakram already thrown. Zai pops the exorcism, trying to delay. This would be a miraculous hold if Liquid could manage it. Zai, BKB runs in. Tim's right on top of him. They're throwing out the impetus shots. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. Zai down low and eventually falls. 90 seconds gone. I think Boom have locked this one away as everybody's dead. GG. Boom, strike first blood.
Oh, Liquid holding on for so long there, and even taking the lead at a certain point there. When that Aegis comes up, they managed to grab that to get the Agnums. It felt like maybe this was their chance to finally be in full control of this game, but Boom answered back with an excellent base defense. Again.
Yeah, next.
Om Tukul Wota.
Kenapa ada? Siapa anjing?
Aku penasaran anjing. Bisa nggak orang FYP dengan pakai video gue? Lumayan sih 16.000. Lumayan sih dia 16.000.
Dari Reva.
Ada deh YouTube Robi S Putra. Respect.
Weh, abang.
Daripada gua tag Dedel, mending tag abangnya ya. @Robi Panjoro. Komen anjing abangnya Robi Panjoro. What the fuck? Berarti abangnya Adel ngeliatin dong gua react adeknya. Ih.
Robi alay anjing. Robi Panjoro. Robi versus Robi.
Robi Panjoro anjing udah abangnya udah
Sibal. Menang berapa sih gua? 4 doang tadi. Oh iya menang 4 doang. Gua cuma predik itu doang. Yuk kita predik 10 kill map 2 ya, let's go.
Ada deh 24.000. Lumayan juga.
Next. Ntar dah. Tunggu draft.
Bisa lah orang ternyata FYP pakai video gua, guys.
Mungkin karena produk fate bangsat juga.
Banyak.
Belum tentu anjing 10 kill Boom anjing.
Ini gua sendiri, dagu channel. Apa view-nya?
Apa cok capcainya Kristi?
11.000. Bisa lah. Anjay. Boleh juga. Boleh juga, guys.
Lama banget anjing nungguin gituan, cok, males.
Tapi respect gue, guys, orang-orang ini. Ya, Ada juga ternyata Clipper JKT anjing, bukan ternyata jalan gue bukan Clipper VTuber ternyata guys ya. Malah
Sibal.
Tuh banyak anjing kalau cari hashtag Robi S Putra yang keluar JKT semua, Cok. Aduh. Gak tahan lagi guys. Berapa guys? Siapa yang fansnya ini? Kalau tadi Cikanya versi berdua dan sekarang ini versi
Mati gua anjing. Bangsat.
No! Tadi juga deh.
Cing, 35.000 like.
Banyak deh. Wah, 564k anjing streaming gua.
Jenggot aku.
Chill dulu guys, chill dulu.
Mira, dia Mira, aku mau lompat ke sana, Mira. Mira lompat.
Bunyinya keras banget.
Itu kenapa? Itu ada itu tadi, lihat nih. Lihat nih. Nih. Ya tuh, harusnya gitu. Ini ada satu orang lagi, siapa di sini?
Iker buatin klipnya Jepon. Apaan anjing?
Kuki, kamu sembunyi ya, Kuki ya? Kuki di mana, Kuki? Sumpah aku
Yeah!
Bro, ini aku
YouTube-nya apa kalian yang jawab anjing? Om Robi adalah omong para VTuber termuk. Virtunix anjing.
Gak, gue tau, enggak ya. Ligar bikin klip apa? Klip gua marah-marah ke Bos Lutfi anjing. Lu nge-share mulu tai klip gua marah-marah ke Bos Lutfi, babi ya.
Di video gua.
Oh, amat dekat tuh.
Kepiting gua makan. Cuman ada bagian dekat kepala kepiting tuh males gua makan kayak rasa tai anjing, apa memang tai ya?
Bukan kepala kepiting kali lu.
Ini misalnya
kali.
Apa?
Lu makan dari tengahnya kan?
Ya pokoknya ya dekat-dekat sini lah nih, bagian-bagian ya dekat tengahnya lah mungkin. Yang hitam-hitam gitu loh.
Iya enggak. Iya itu tainya anjing.
Wah, babi.
Oh, amat dekat.
Dia juga yang ngeklip bagian kayak gitu ya.
Itu yang di tag Valen. Bukan Ren emang. Gue yang ngomong, dia yang nge-tag ini anjing Valen.
Banyak NJKT sih.
Bukan gitu. Cara kerjanya nggak gitu, Ligar. Cara kerjanya nggak gitu, Ligar tolol anjing.
Anin be like, wait, what? Crispy? What?
Tai. Literally klipnya langsung ngeklik gini, celak oke, langsung gitu bangsat. Nggak gitu cara mainnya anjing. Apa, Cok?
Oke, bukan gua.
Tolol. Gue pengen ngeklip apa sih kemarin, ngeklip ini anjing God of War 2 yang kedua bangsanya kemarin yang kalah mulu ngentot.
Robi Saputra anjing.
Tolol sih, Cok. Gue berapa lama sih di sini? Setengah jam ada ya? Setengah jam lebih, Cok, gue di sini, Cok. Gila.
Lihat dong. Iya, makanya anjir. Parah banget anjir, capeknya ditaruh ini. Itu namanya ini, Bi. Nah, ini yang paling kecil, yang paling disayang dong. Makanya gue dipeluk, guys.
Di Persalimawan kalau udah nggak update lagi tanya ke orangnya dong. Iya, boleh nanti.
Nah, kalau yang ini nggak ada, ini bukan guys. Ini nggak ada, guys. Makanya ini cewek masa cuma satu curiga kan. Ini buat gue nge-gym. Baju mahal ya? Kagak. Tapi buat gue nge-gym dong lu.
Sobek anjing.
Ini buat gue nge-jam.
Wah, lama banget, Cok, pakai acara ini, Cok. Yang di kamar aja, apa yang di kamar? Oh, lu mau gua ngeklip yang itu, yang scene awal-awal. Bangsat juga lu. Apa, Cok, itu, Cok?
Emang aku cantik, benar-benar cantik.
Gue nggak tahu itu kenapa ada di tag Robi Putra ya.
Namanya Robi Saputra anjing. Robi
Malam
S
Biro,
Putra tuh
malam
jadi
Mel.
Robi Saputra.
Kalau Robi
Ih.
Putra,
Hari ini udah pada mulai showroom lagi apa gimana, Cok?
masih yang tadi juga cuy. Masih yang tadi juga ternyata. Tapi kayak gini ternyata ada juga guys. Ini kan yang by tag ya. Yang ini
Emang ada ya nonton ini ya?
Udah 50
Gagas
ribuan
Blood ya?
view-nya, Cok. GG.
Yurika milik kita.
Tapi tetap aja, clip of the day. Fajri Marisko Putra, welcome to Kiki, man. Clip of the day.
Penonton anjing.
Makanya gue dengar kalau kamu bakal bubar terus jadi klub bulu tangkis. Oh, kalau MU. Zaki, kamu akan
Pak. Saya mah cuma yang terculik doang di mari.
Saya
Dan
bukan
mau
orang nih.
dan mau bikin lagi weapon design saya.
Ya udah deh, nggak jadi lucu nih jokes aku. Ketiban mulu.
Wah, profesional RP, Cok, susah. Man, lu kenapa nggak main lagi, Man? Sampah. Apa ada main Valo dah? Ada apa dengan hari ini dan Valo? Masih replay. Orang nonton TikTok sekarang.
Kalian suka
Dimas.
cookies nggak?
Dimas. Toto saha, Cok.
Ada mulai ikutan.
Aku nggak mau cookies, aku mau sukanya Dimas, dimasukin kontol.
Kalian suka
Sudah mulai mengikuti tren kuka cookies.
Gak enak banget anjing, gak seru banget anjing, gak suka banget. Ih, pengen pulang anjing. Gak enak banget anjing.
Pergi ke event tapi nggak ada yang minta foto bilang
pengen pulang anjing. Gak enak banget anjing, gak seru banget anjing, gak suka banget. Ih, pengen pulang anjing. Gak enak banget anjing, gak seru banget anjing, gak suka banget. Ih, pengen pulang anjing. Gak enak banget anjing, gak seru banget anjing, gak suka banget. Ih, pengen pulang anjing. Gak enak banget anjing, gak seru banget anjing, gak suka banget. Ih, pengen pulang anjing. Gak enak banget anjing.
Yurika milik kita.
Pengen pulang anjing.
Kita balik Indonesia. What?
Panci. Nah,
Panci.
ajan gemar. Karena di bioskop Anda nggak akan
wow,
bisa.
yang kiri aura wibu ya kerasa banget, Cok. Sumpah definisi wibu ini, guys. Terus guys, definisi wibu ini, guys, tanpa perlu kalian kita jelasin. Auranya sangat terpancarkan ya.
Aduh,
jadi
ya
kalau
Allah.
tanya, Bang, wibu itu yang bagaimana sih, Bang? Nah, inilah dia contohnya, guys. Sumpah.
Saweria Taras
Kerasa
bisa
banget
betul
kan?
Bang ya?
Kerasa banget kan anjing?
Aku cengok gitu, hah? Yakin lu? Terus aku
Yang apa ya?
Iya kayaknya. Tapi lama
Pakai
banget ini, Cok,
masker.
notifnya.
Kadang nggak juga Pak, apa ya guys ya, nggak cuma pakai masker, pakai hoodie, nggak kayak gitu juga. Emang kelihatan aja gayanya gitu, badannya mungkin
Iya, anjing.
agak
Ngantri nih, Cok, donatnya, Cok.
mungkin.
GG.
Yang begini kalau yang agak Chinese ya. Terus celananya begini, coy. Apa sih? Ya gimana ya? Kayak celana standar aja. Fashion sense-nya 0. Nggak 0 lah, tapi di bawah standar lah.
Iya cok anjing, ngantri cok GG
Selamat
juga.
malam, Marsha.
Ya gimana nggak mau? Ya keren sih.
Oh bos. Nih, kelihatan banget anjing. Caranya pasti ya sendiri. Dari cara gerak juga kelihatan. Iya.
Anjing, wibu banget anjing. Wah gila sih ini cok. Orang apa sih ini? Iya bau bawang gue tiba-tiba cok, kenapa ya?
Nah, biasanya tipe-tipe orang begini, ini orang-orang yang wibu-wibu yang tidak malu mengakui diri mereka itu wibu gitu guys. Contoh-contoh yang begini nih gitu.
Nah, ini jika Anda memakai produk vape, betul. Betul itu.
Nah, beda guys. Kalau misalnya makanya ya guys ya, adanya Fate Industries tuh di sini. Dengan adanya produk Fate Industries ya, yang memang berbasiskan anime dan manga, lu kalau pakai ya, lu ibu begini, wah style lu bisa beda habis. Gua jamin ya. Gua jamin.
Kelas
lu
emang.
ibu, tapi kalau lu pakai produk dari
Kelas.
Fate,
Kelas.
Beda jauh. Kelas.
Kelas.
Beda jauh. Jadi kalau misalnya nih kayak lu ya misalnya. Lihat nih di IG Fate Industries ya.
Kelas.
Lu wibu gitu loh, tapi kalau lu pakai apa varsity begini gitu. Nggak kelihatan wibu, Cok. Nih, tuh.
Ibal.
Nggak kelihatan wibu anjir.
Kelas cok, kelas. Jembatannya kelas cok.
Jadi makanya gue selalu bilang
lama banget anjing.
Wibu tuh banyak. Yang keren-keren tuh banyak. Tapi orang-orang kayak gini nih sebenarnya paham-paham juga dengan dunia anime dan manga. Bahkan kemungkinan besar juga wota gitu ya kan guys.
Wota?
Ini nggak alay gitu.
Wibu.
Karena ngerti
Kok wota?
fashion sense-nya. Jadi mereka tuh nggak kerasa aura-aura wibunya tuh nggak kerasa gitu cuy. Nah, nih.
Tapi lu tau gak sih?
Kurang wibu
Kayaknya apa?
Sedangkan kalau yang lu lihat begini,
apa sih?
Ini kan aura wibunya kerasa banget, Cok.
Jembatannya Tukul tuh gitu, Cok. Jembatannya Tukul tuh apa-apa masuk.
Anjing, ras terkuat di bumi kata Evos Esport.
Ngomongin Evos. Nah. Ya, masukkan.
Aneh aja gitu. Kalau
Evos.
Wibu-wibu nih fashion sense-nya.
Apalagi si skipper. Kenapa skipper, Cok? Kalau collab sama Evos lagi sih lanjut ngomong. Iya, nggak tahu.
Bedanya apa ya?
Dia nggak ini, Cok.
Bedanya apa ya?
Dia nggak dijembatanin lagi anjing, kurang. Malah dia ini, Cok. Part 2, Bro.
Bangkul, aku kebingungan sekali. Aku sedang mencari kaos yang halus untuk kulus-elus, sedangkan pas aku ngelus-ngelus silit temanku, aku malah dipukul. Kira-kira kaos apa ya bang yang bagus untuk dielus, bro? Sudah jelas, bro.
Tai skipper sih. Skipper tai sih.
Gak usah bingung, gak usah ragu, gak usah galau. Link ada di deskripsi, Tokopedia, Shopee, Instagram, logo semua ada di deskripsi guys, oke?
Skipper tai, bang.
Bang, lu pakai skala kelihatan perubahannya di minggu berapa, Bang? Kagak berminggu-minggu, gue kayak langsung pakai langsung berubah deh. Kerasa cuy, lu percaya dah. Kalau yang produk face care mungkin agak kelihatan udah mingguan pakai lah. Kayak muka lu jadi lebih halus gitu. Sumpah, ada yang selalu membandingkan IC dengan Casey ya. Orang selalu bilang ya.
IC.
Bang, gue demennya Casey, Bang.
Ini banget Casey, anjing.
Ya, sana, Bang. Mantap, Jepon. Bocor buat tanggal 17, Bang. Ada nggak kira-kira? Wah, nggak ada gue kalau bocor-bocoran, Cuk. Nih. Orang selalu, Bang, gue Casey, Bang. Lihat anjir kakaknya. Gue sih lebih demen IC ya.
Itu adanya bibirnya tebel banget kayak ikan lohan.
Gue pengen beli yang brightening, Bang, buat ngilangin bekas jerawat. Kalau lu bekas lawan Akne, jangan yang brightening. Brightening dari namanya aja udah jelas untuk mencerahkan. Kalau lu buat ngilangin bekas jerawat, gue salangin Akne. Sebenarnya fungsinya rada
Kakaknya yang mana kacamata? Iya, kacamata.
Yang selalu berhubungan dengan jerawat, mending Akne deh.
Lu lihat bibirnya, cok, kayak ikan lohan. Kayak kan gurame.
Wajah gua nggak berjerawat, tapi gua pakai yang Akne, cuy. Gua pakai yang Akne. Entah kenapa kalau sama gue sih lebih cocok yang Akne ya.
I love you.
Anjing.
Daripada Brightly gue udah pernah.
Nih, ini kakaknya.
When you gonna did.
Ini kakaknya. Mana adanya ya? Inilah kakaknya. Ini adanya.
Yeah.
Lu bandingin aja dah.
Nih.
Lu bandingin aja dah nih. Ini kakaknya, ini adanya. Hah? Sumpah kakaknya, Cok. Masih mempertanyakan anjing. Jelas, Cok.
Smart of Liquid not to just feel like, oh, we're first pick, we got to take Razor. This is, you know, what the hero everyone's first picking.
Bro,
Yeah,
judi
Marcy is
bro.
actually the most played hero here at the major, has a 50% win rate at the moment, so you can see why they would favor that one a little bit more.
They could also do like a dazzle.
Dia kelihatan better kalau sama adiknya. Makanya. Terus lu kenapa masih milih adiknya anjing?
I much prefer the Viper. The Tiny works for me as well. I just didn't want to see Razor from them.
Is it more likely to be a Yopaj Tiny, or we do have that potential for it to be flexed to 4, right? Because that's what we saw in game 1.
Totally flex. It's, I think coming into this series, it was Tim's most played hero, so it's very much, that's a lot of the strength of Tiny being picked in first phase, is that you can wait and see what your opponents pick and then decide where Tiny is going to go best.
For me, these 4 picks go a little bit deeper as well, as they do show us that neither one of these teams truly wants a puck.
Yeah.
Hero, if you have an opportunity to pick Tiny and puck in the first phase, most of the teams would jump on that, right? Like they would instantly get it. But not Boom and not Team Liquid, it seems like.
Yeah, last game it was the very final ban of the last ban phase. It was finally Liquid was like, I guess they need a mid. We should ban
for Nigma.
The other thing is the
kalau Boom ngalahin Liquid, berarti Nigma bisa ngalahin Liquid.
Now it's DP Marcy. How does that differ from that Earthshaker? How is it a better opener, do you feel? A little bit stronger, a little bit more comfort for Liquid?
It's definitely not as greedy. You can rotate on mid with a lot more speed than Shaker. Shaker has to do a lot of positioning where he wraps around, gets that Fisher block. Marcy, she can just be hiding in the trees behind mid and then rebound off them. It's much easier to execute, and she's not relying on... I mean, her Blink Dagger timing obviously is good, but it's not like... It doesn't limit her ability to have impact without it.
Yeah, she can always use the rebound to initiate for the disposers.
Gue masih nggak yakin Cok dari draft ini dua. Sumpah, ini opernya imbang anjing.
8 lens at least, right? Yeah. Like she needs the lens and the Blink Dagger, but one of those needs to be quite fast. It needs to come quite soon in the game.
Another hero from last game, potentially Chen. Did you guys feel that it was that impact?
It gave them a lot of early. It was just the tower taking. Like they, as she mentioned, they took that mid tier 1 tower for free. They got a lot of map control out of it. I don't think they played again because of the dazzle pick. Tim's is not a Chen player. It's almost always. I feel like it's only Schem. At least almost always Schem.
Alright. Some of these bans coming out, the Alk is actually going to be banned by Boom, which means Liquid aren't going to be able to pick it up.
We see a lot of bans from that game 1. The Alchemist, the Ench on one side, the Viper and the Chaos Knight on the other. Team Liquid is like, okay, we just lost you guys with a very specific draft. If we just get rid of most of those heroes.
Udah, menang ini. Musi udah nyengir, udah. Musi udah nyengir, udah. Kelar.
It can go both ways, right? Like it can be at first.
Selesai udah, nggak usah dilihat draftnya, udah. Musi udah nyengir, udah bubar ini.
Ibu dengan senyum karamelku, halo semuanya, aku Freya. Kak Freya.
Malam padi lagi.
Gak apa-apa, Romi Putra, kamu pasti habis ngocok. Wow.
Iya, soalnya aku sekarang.
Liatin aja nih. Boom menang, Cok. Udah jelas, Cok. 2-0 anjing. Misa Pinaga terbang. Apa, Cok?
Bang, yang membership Helsinki gue doang kan. Iya, Fidelis.
Masih bisa bermain di ESL. Iya, betul. Coba kita lihat
Super
ya.
hyped to see what Boom come with.
Apakah betul predik saya kalau Boom akan menang game 2?
Last band, but it is gonna be bad. If Boom wanted the Ember, do you snag it up now, even with the potential to be? Doesn't matter. It's gonna be. Can't get my thought out fast enough.
I've seen this
Let's
just see the next pick. They get with the Chen, right? Like we've seen the Prophet Chen so many times, and the TB, which makes sense as Zeus has been banned out, right? Like they were gonna get one of the illusion heroes, most likely. Not the greatest fan of Razor versus that Prophet. I've seen actually a DP as a response to him in the Chinese region. Like you get it very early on, he can't just link you up and follow you around as the spirits are destroying, and he can't link up anyone that's next to you as the ghosts will eat him alive. So.
Oh, they
get the timber.
Like swapping heroes, like Liquid's like, we'll take the Chen, and Boom's like, okay, well, we'll take the Timber this time around.
It's actually the first time we're seeing Liquid picking up Chen this major as well, so we're going to see what they've learned from it being played so much by other teams.
Yeah, this is hype though. We talked about how we didn't want to see FBZ on the Razor. It's going to be Jackie. This will be an FBZ Timber Saw. Last time they played it didn't go too hot, but it's still a hero that he's incredibly comfortable on, and I really like it into the Terrorblade and the Chen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason it was picked last game too by Liquid. Like I don't think Timber was a bad pick. They're playing into the Chen CK, similar idea to the Chen TB. It's like this illusion tower that wants to, take objectives. Chen, same thing, lots of summons. You got to defend these towers.
Yeah, and Timber poses this problem where he's going to take the top tower and take the map space of Liquid, force TB into that triangle area. And I've seen teams struggle with this where they've had a DP and she's had to have a lot on her shoulders, where she's the one that solely has to deal with the Timber. So not only does she want to sit in her off lane and take that tower there, but she also wants to go top and rotate and make sure Timber's not getting too much. So teams can feel a bit spread out.
Yeah, so that Prophet, you'd rather be taking on that tier 1 tower on your off lane than slowly transitioning towards the mid or the tier 2 down bottom, farming up, right? You don't necessarily want to always be on the defense. And right now, they don't really have a lot against the Timbersaw, right? Like out of all these 4 heroes, it feels like a pretty decent Timbersaw game.
Yeah, before Timber was picked, I was thinking maybe if they were going to pick Ember, that may be where they consider it because it gets banned now. The other option is, I think Puck still looks pretty good for Boom if they want to do 4-position Tiny. I guess the big question is, where's Tiny go?
That's literally what I was leading up to. Now that we have, you stole my point. No, but it is, now that we see Ember being banned, do you like the Tiny being 4, or are Liquid going to have to split their bans here, ban a good mid and also ban a good 4?
Well, they can ban whatever they feel like is just a threat to their draft, but the Tiny, I think, looks good as a support and a core. Like, if Yopaj gets it again, we saw he instantly goes back inside making moves on the map. You want to threaten TP before he hits any timings. Like, Scotty poses a massive problem for Boom. If they do a tri-core of Tiny, Razor, Timber, it's like super hard to deal with post-Scotty TB, So, getting that blink early, you can just burst down TB super easily. Yeah. They can't just invade the map with the Timber.
Boom's going to have overall last pick, right? So Liquid are going to have to try and assume here, see where that Tiny is going to go, what's going to complete their draft that can sort of cover a lot of bases no matter where they end up flexing this Tiny.
Feels like they need a team fighting mid. Like they have almost no team fight, they have the Marcy to initiate with, but that's kind of item dependent, at least later on in the game. So I think getting a mid laner that brings a bit of team fight, like that's why I think Pengo's getting banned by Boom. Puck looks okay on Liquid, although I think if you pick Puck, it's Boom will probably just do mid Tiny against you, which is playable.
Right, that's the problem for Liquid, because there's 3 heroes that you might face against on that mid lane. It could be the Tiny, it could be the Razor, it could even be the Timber, right?
And it could be the last pick.
Be the last pick.
There's
exactly.
3 and a mystery.
So you need a playmaker, you need something that will help you against the Timbersaw, something that can take him down in that mid game, but at the same time you have to worry about, if I'm melee, Razor might just completely dominate me. Same goes for Timber. If I'm something like a Puck, perhaps Tiny will have too much of a good time on that mid lane.
Yeah, but that's where, because of that problem, Puck's the hero that stands to me, because maybe the Tiny matchup is slightly disadvantageous. It's not honestly that bad. Puck just is, as proven by this tournament, like good almost any game.
Yeah.
Like any other mid
not
pick can maybe be counted more.
Between these 2 teams, though, right?
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
for Boom.
Yep.
Maybe the Conquer alludes to a Puck. Other than that, it seems like they could just go the standard voice.
I mean, for Liquid?
Sorry, for Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, They pick it up. It wasn't banned at all, and they get it last phase. It feels like Boom at least thought that was like in their pool, like you guys said, with that Tiny there. So now Boom gets to answer it.
Yeah, I think they can do Tiny mid and then pick a 4 with some added disables, like Tim's likes to play Shadow Shaman type heroes, for example. That's an option. Otherwise, I just don't think there's like any obvious mid that like the DK is a playable mid, but it's not really what you want Yopaj on in such a big series, even though it can maybe work.
Yeah, there's maybe like a Rubik. You get a lot of magic burst from him. You get that instant lift disable. Could be nice. It is a bit of a greedy 4, but it does give them some like lane push.
Game 1 menang sih jadinya. Kalau game 2 bakal
You
menang
two
apa
are mainly focusing on countering and catching out this puck, right? Like as that's something that they are lacking a little bit on the side of Boom. They go with the Void Spirit instead.
That ain't it. This hero has been suffering so hard this tournament against Puck. I don't
Tapi
like this matchup.
Tiny-nya
So apart
goblok.
from that mid matchup though, having all of the draft completed, seeing both sides 100% now, do you think Liquid are going to be able to have the chance to bring it back?
I'm swaying Liquid's way, actually. I completely agree with Sheep. I don't think that Void Spirit without any combination like Void plus Sky is that amazing against Puck. And I also like that Matu is on the ultimate win condition this time around. They should be able to hold on long enough for him to get the Skadi +1 item and dominate the game.
Alright, so you feel like Liquid have timings that they can hit a little bit more accurately in game 2?
Pretty much.
Gods?
I like Liquid's draft. I just think Boom's play in game 1.
Kenapa Void anjing?
I think they're at least a slightly better team, and I'm
Tiny-nya
going to
kasihan
lean towards them
kalau
because
Voidnya
I think
core
they set
banget.
up FBZ's Timbersaw have a good game, and Jackie
Orang kenapa
excels on some of these slightly
Tadi
less
saya
greedy
megang
characters.
bungkusan Nato, saya pakai outfit yang murah banget tapi keren. Paketan ada kaos yang keren banget, adem banget. Ada celana chinos dan tas, harganya cuma 45.000. Sendal yang keren banget, harganya cuma 15.000, guys. Dan tak ketinggalan celana tartan kolor yang real banget, 50.000 dapat 5 pieces. Kalau yang mau order langsung aja guys, klik ranjang kuning di sini. Lanjut ke makan Nato. Bumbu digunting-gunting lalu dikucrut-kucrut ke Nato. Lanjut diaduk-aduk sampai merata. Nato yang super bau dan super lendir ini siap disantap.
5 biji.
Itu bener-bener bau nih guys. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, dicoba guys ya.
Selek tai. 5 bukan 4.
Itu tuh bener-bener rasanya kayak sempak buntilanak banget guys. Ya ampun. Itu berasa kayak makan makanan basi tahun kapan gitu guys. Ini baunya guys, ya Allah guys, gue nggak kuat guys. Guys cukup ya, gue tuh tersiksa banget makan ginian. Mendingan gue tuh makan bekicot guys ya. Banyak yang request saya suruh makan Nato.
Mari ini gue lihat Mursid kalah, Cok. Kalah, Cok, akhirnya Mursid. Kalah akhirnya dia. Tidak ada akhirnya. Enak banget. Nggak ada, Coy. Nggak ada. Baru ini dia kalah, Cok.
Shit, kodok.
It's so frustrating. It's very annoying. You can't catch it. It pushes waves. It
Ah,
seems
timing
unkillable.
jelek.
And then they pick Void Spirit, who has been struggling versus Puck. Sure, the lane might go okay, but you just get coiled once and coiled twice. It's like you're a little rattlesnake with coils all over, and then you die.
Yeah, that's right. Rattlesnakes do die a lot.
It's Texas.
Kalah, Cok, nggak ada stunnya ke.
It all comes back around to that. It truly does.
Nggak tahu ya kalau
No,
Boom
it's true
tiba-tiba
though. I
outplayed
think
somehow
that
menang,
you know
nggak ngerti gue.
the Puck
Tapi harusnya susah
has
game ini,
proven
Cok,
to be
kalau
the
mau
better
menang.
hero throughout a lot of this. But for me, I'm wondering if this Yopaj Void Spirit might just be enough. You know, if that's enough to
Gak ada
get them
stun
over
lu
the
lihat,
hump.
anjing.
They now have this tiny, so they
Point
can sort
agak
of play
plus
the
25.
dual forms of initiations
Nyampe apa
with
ke situ?
Prospex
Nyampe
or
apa enggak ke
Yopaj
situ?
going
Perang
in,
gue itu dah.
and then you've got those other big heroes to
Sementara
sort of
Voidnya
bring the sauce at
ke-
the end. You got the
counter
Razor, you got
coil
the
ini.
Timbersaw, and Matumba Man.
Dari
It's going to
level
be a
6
tough
udah
game
ada
for
coil.
him. This
Udah,
has
mau ngapain
traditionally
anjing?
been the counter. Timbersaw facing off against
Susah, Cok,
Terrorblade for
sumpah.
a really long time, and you've got one of the best Timber players in the world playing it on FBZ. This is the original hero that he became known for.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to go into that second phase, like the hardest
Susah,
part of the draft
stunnya
for me for
dikit,
the
lawan
first pick
Poke,
team,
punya free
and they
game.
go Terrorblade Chen, and they just get instantly timbered, and it's like, oof.
Yeah.
I feel like that's, as either of those heroes, it's kind of the last hero you want to see.
Well, this is a good start. Liquid managed to find the 3 bounty runes. The other thing that we should mention about the Liquid side, though, is you talked about how good that puck is against the Void Spirit. Also, you mentioned this during the draft, a way to hunt the Dazzle, something that we've seen be imperative. Dazzle has looked so good. Maposhka's plays on it the other day were really good.
And Maposhka and Picho both really showing off yesterday, right? It kind of felt like the last couple series yesterday got decided by Dazzle. It was just so insane with the Grave. And in this game, combined up again here with a little bit of regen there on the Timber Saw, where even if you get down to that low HP, you get that little boost from the Grave that gets you back up there.
Dazzle.
Just like that.
Voice.
Yep.
I wish I knew more of his voice lines. That's the only one that I know. It's like a Pokemon.
All right, well, you have homework when you get back. Just some more Dazzle games.
Exactly. Dazzle. All right, I'm done. Matumba Man gonna chase down Tim's a little bit, and that was a Penitence, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Penitence with the Terrorblade meta. Kind of scary.
Get some good deeps in. And now you need to get a lot of value out of this. The early lane is the part of this matchup where it feels like you have the most potential for the Terrorblade, and FBZ already starting with that armor has to get it built up, hides away before Matumba Man heads on back to last hitting here. So some interesting things to watch for is Tim's trading hits with Insania, but Matumba Man moves in. A couple more punches. The Metamorphosis wears out.
Good timing.
Let's get away.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that duration being left there. That gave a lot of space to FBZ. Like, you see how he plays the lane, right? Because like he only has tree, so they know that they're not going to get tossed over or something like that, but instead he's splitting their attention like that, and that lets FBZ get up to the wave before he's level 3, because typically you have to wait for 2 points reactive.
Skem turns onto Zai, who's going to go down first. Boxy draws first blood. Zai will fall, and maybe Boxy. Nah, can't quite catch up to Jackie and find the touch there. So 1 for 1, but first blood going over to Liquid.
Yeah, Boxy, that's a great start for a Mercy, though.
Susah, Cok. Sumpah susah ini. Boom menang. Susah.
Still getting clipped by Jackies. They play the wave in the jungle right now, though, as he hits him with
that
that big
lagi ya
plasma
kalau
field.
emang Razornya dominating sama midnya nggak kalah-kalah amat bisa.
Tim still trying to play intercept on the Matumba Man, and Insania will keep throwing those penances out as Yopaj makes the rotation over, finds the bottle, refill, and Mickey gives him punches along the way.
This is where we're going to start to looking towards particularly the next bounty runes, and then the 4-minute water runes is like, what kind of assistance are you going to get in these situations? Because FBZ is almost level 3, so he can get a little bit more isolation time up here. You can kind of like leave him alone as Tims. You can make these rotations because there's not that much a Chen and a Terrorblade should be able to do, right? You should be able to Timber Chain away from most situations once he's level 4, and even then with just the regen, you can kind of walk a lot of this off. So I'm expecting some plays towards that mid lane because we know how much both these heroes rely on these bottles.
Right. Yeah, if you can stop one of those bottle refills, it makes all the difference in the world. And you can, of course, set up for the level 6s to come out earlier. And if you get level 6 before on either Puck or Void Spirit, it makes a pretty big difference. Tims holds on to that one. Skem makes the move over. So both bounty runes this time going to Boom.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about right now. Mickey left out. Nothing to refill that bottle.
And they're trying to secure this 4-minute one, too. Yeah, like you said, FBZ, he's comfortable being left alone up top there.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Insania will get something out of this. He's being a bit greedy in the jungle right now. So he's just farming up a little bit, keeping an eye on things. And eventually, yeah, Tims does come in.
Yeah, good play there to catch onto Boxy. So that stops the jump onto Tims. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, the toss back.
Good play. Still Tims jaunting forward, and with Mickey nearby, it's going to be enough.
Unfortunately, he's not a wolf.
No.
He does need armor, so it's a bit rough when it's the early levels on Tiny.
Makes the move, Yopaj. 4-minute bottle refill. Mickey makes the run over across. Insania is there to help him out. And won't have to worry about any extra chase or a second remnant coming from the Void Spirit. So they do manage to get that refill. That was much needed, though.
Gue ngerti kenapa dia diving barusan, Cok.
It's a lot of time, just like running around.
Gak penting itu divingnya, Cok,
for Mickey as well, right? But gets back for
dia
the
nggak punya
next
skill
range
1
creep,
tapi dia
so gets it
diving,
with the
Cok.
orb, gets the level, and meanwhile up top here, you can see that even during the meta time here, like Tim's only level 2 does get the pull off, so very important to try and help out this lane for FBZ. Draw it away from the tower, prevent some of the safety for Matu, but at the same time, like meta's still up, so he can rotate a little bit over there. Jackie getting low down bottom.
Yeah, has to be careful. Zai's putting some punish on him with Boxy as soon as they come back to the lane.
Yeah, and this next rebound dispose could be a play here if he's still low HP.
Toss on to Matumba Man, level 4, and will be forced to TP away.
back
I think
here too.
That was kind of scary because you'd think there might have been close to level 3 on Tim's, but yeah, as expected. When the cooldowns came back for Boxy, they just go right again. And even Jackie doesn't have any more regen down there. So only has the wands to rely on. Has to be very careful because of that range of initiation from the Marcy. And so he actually hasn't gotten a spot on her yet with any vision either. I don't believe as he wasn't in range of that warping with that
Gak tau ya kalau Boom tiba-tiba jago jadi dewa banget.
Yeah, and they're
10.000 MMR semua tuh baru bisa, Cok.
Jackie kind of in no man's land for a little bit. But this is, again, the sort of price you pay as they're bringing 3 heroes top. Jumps onto Mickey, not going to be able to connect on the Remnant. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, that's the level 6 play, right? Getting that first here from Yopaj, not able to get a finish.
But top lane, they're going to pressure this. Boom. Take a good amount of damage onto the tower as FBZ 3 points in the reactive armor. When he gets level 6, I mean, even when he's close to it, you can see that Matumba Man's just out. Does not want to be here at all. Off to farm the jungle.
Kind of interesting that Skem's up here too. What is Skem doing up here? He's coming to get some pressure in here alongside Tim's. They want to really like, hunt through this jungle, you know? I mean, you can just say like, you know, Jackie obviously can be on his own, but it feels like maybe Skem's almost like, what do I do? You know, my Timber's fine. He was matched versus the Terrorblade. I can't really help that much mid in a lot of situations. Kind of just hanging out.
Yopaj there gets a little bit unlucky. It's an arcane rune for Puck. So some coil plays could come in the next few minutes here, and that top tower does go down. So it frees up Boom's supports to make moves. And in fact, Yopaj is going to continue his movement all the way bottom, hoping to spot Zai down here. But Zai, does he actually show himself on the lane? It's coming a little bit late, and yeah, Yopaj, he's already TPing back home. So as soon as he shows theirs, I should feel comfortable coming out from the tree line. Some good plays. Easy peasy.
Mati Jackie.
At least at this early going, you can see that very little separating the two teams, but it is the Timbersaw that's sitting top of the net worth right now, as the Terrorblade had to head out and go off to the jungle.
Yeah, tower taken out. The classic play of Timbersaw versus Terrorblade, always zoning right back to the jungle. Again, Terrorblade not the most concerned with the situation. Will start accelerating and farm, given that little bit of space. And now, full commitment in the bottom lane. They're going to pop that Exorcism. Zai reprising his role here on the Death Prophet. Didn't have a great game last match, I would say.
They're bringing in heroes to defend against this. They bring FBZ all the way bottom. Mickey's there with Boxy, but boom, they've got numbers. 4 on 4 as Tim's runs into all of them. Boxy goes for the jump. Yopaj ready to go round 2. The Grave is already out, trying to keep him alive. Tiny in trouble, does fall. The leash onto Yopaj, though, this is dangerous, and Mickey can't quite get him with the silence, but FBZ still in trouble. Heal comes out, lots of regen. Dodging, trying to survive, but it won't be enough. Liquid, they had the stronger fight right now.
And Mickey, too, the patience on that coil, right? Where they're constantly harassing and zoning him these shows. He's waiting for Yopaj to show before he goes for it. Like, the silence gets burned, and that's kind of what baits in Yopaj. He's like, okay, no silence. I'm finally going to go at this point. Because he tried to wait even longer, hoping Mickey would coil. Then he gets coiled right away. Not able to really exert that much damage. Not able to help his teammates. And so, despite this attempt to try and hold it, he is TPing back to the mid lane.
Yeah, goes out of there.
Oh, he's getting the regen bottom, at least.
Jackie.
Oh, I say that. Mickey TP too.
A couple punches, and Jackie down low. Matumba Man almost getting him on the low ground. Salva barely surviving. Hides off into the pit. Does he get out of there in time? No. Matumba Man.
Ini bad first time kill enggak? Gue bad game winner. Tapi salah juga gue game winner bilang ke Boom anjing. Jelas banget salah, Cok. Tadi nggak kelihatan drop, tadi cuma kelihatan Dazzle Tiny.
But the Observer Ward that's near the Dire Agents spotted the regen rune, so Mickey actually TP'd mid at the same time and orbed to the rune first. I mean, I guess it didn't matter that much. It's not like a DD, a haste or something like that, but Yopaj needs that, right? Like, he's trying to get back into this game. He's the lowest of the cores right now, and he also has this pressure to try and enable his teammates.
This is why this hero has so often been sort of thought of as a bit of a tough one to pull off. And teams were playing with it a lot recently and have kind of started to veer away from it, but
you know,
I mean, it still has its moments. Yeah, the Magnum Scepter's solid.
The Yules as well, right? Versus the Puck, you want to get the Yules on them, you want to get the Aether Remnant down, try and get this guy as much as you can, see if you can try and slow down Mickey's plan. But Puck, it's a tough hero to catch.
True enough.
We've learned that, it turns out, during this major. I don't know if you guys have watched any of it.
It's fair enough. 2-6. And Matumba Man getting this free time. The fact that he hasn't just been completely shut down by the Timber, it's what needs to happen. But it's still going to be a ways. You got to get into some survivability items. Needs to dodge when FBZ goes in for the kills.
And the other thing that they've got on their side eventually is going to be this Dazzle Shard that we've seen be really effective against Terrorblade time and again.
Yeah, I think Skem had a bit of a weak early game on the Dazzle. Didn't really get much opportunity to actually pressure with the poison like he'd like to on this hero. And then he's in a situation as well where there's two supports that struggle to make good smoke ganks and plays right now. He's playing the Dazzle, and they have Tim's on the on the Tiny rather, but he needs a little bit of time. Like, he was very low leveled. He just got to level 5, hoping to get the Tome out there.
Kalau prediksi gue sih 1-1 sih ini.
See a Blink Dagger.
A very different type of initiation hero and things that you can get done on the Tusk compared to this Tiny.
Well, it's funny because you imagine Tiny is like all these toss-back plays, like how can it be bad? But if you just don't have the mobility and you're against these slippery and very speedy heroes, you might not get those tosses.
That coil, they pull him in. Oh, but he doesn't get to dispose. Good Remnant laid down by Yopaj for the save. 4 heroes get caught by that avalanche. Dispose afterwards, connects for the double stun. Yopaj pops that illusion rune, and that keeps him alive. Mickey backs out, thinks about going back in again. Skem. Oh, that was a big courier kill.
Zai had just killed Tim's courier as well. But luckily for Tim's, he got his Tome delivered first, so Zai going to be hurting a bit there.
So they don't manage to take the mid tower off that.
That was a sick 8th round, as you said right at the start there, to ensure the dispose wasn't there, because he went for the immediate coil snap, which I think was the right play from FBZ. Because like you're going to get that distance afterward. They don't have that much chain stun if you can prevent that dispose from being there. So very solid play then. Of course, with the Hood, can still tank up quite a bit of this current damage here from Liquid, as in the earlier parts of this game, it's almost all magical. Unless you get caught in Exorcism or something.
Exactly. That's going to be the main differential, but likewise, it's going to be a while before Matumba Man really comes online. Trying to build into the Yasha next. Already has the Bassi, that mana regen, treads, all the good stuff.
I'd say last game was kind of similar for Liquid, where things started fairly good. Like, game was kind of even. They had a gold lead more so because there was an Alchemist on their team, but there was a similar state where Jackie was very on his own, and he was just spending a lot of time farming up, getting these first couple items. And in this game, it's going to be that BKB on the Razor. And if you look over on the side of Liquid, there's not a whole lot that threatens him there.
No.
The downside will be, of course, that like it's hard to pressure fully into a TB because they might not be able to stop him from getting off the meta until they get into something like the Blink Dagger on the Tiny or the Aghanim Scepter onto Yopaj. So that's probably going to be a while. And so it can be difficult when you have this sort of sustained and consistent damage to the fight that Razor provides versus someone like the TB who's going to have that save button of just sundering. Plus in combination with the Hand of God and a mech that's done.
They need to have that like full lockdown type of scenario, and that requires you finding those remnants on these, you know, not the illusions, not the rest of them. There's not that like Hex yet or something else to get the full burst. And seeing Jackie there, they know they could go, but it'd be a hard fight to take. And instead, Liquid gets set up to push this mid tower and finally claim it. Send in the little creeps. Send in the illusions, and with no glyph, this will be the tier 1 tower dead.
And Mickey with a DD and a Witchblade. Puck's best item these days.
Yeah, it's really good.
No hope ini asli, no hope, boom, no hope.
He took the Stormcrafter,
Game ini
so
sih
none
no
of
hope
the little flying harpies yet.
Nggak tahu kalau tim tiba-tiba punya dagger.
Just zapping for now. And, well, Zai's courier did revive. Will now deliver out to the remains of the Spirit Vessel. So no charges currently, but something we were missing last game.
Tidur, kenapa tidur? Masih jam 12.
Didn't see almost any of them. Bottom lane.
13
more pressure.
13 menit tier 2 di pressure.
13 minute tier 2.
If they could get the
Exorcism into meta.
FBZ, they're right on top of an illusion. They see him immediately.
Well, he pops meta. They're committing.
This is a big commitment, but a tier 2 tower, this
Jackie!
is huge.
Jackie, you want to come play some Dota? Or no, you're just going to farm BKB?
All right, sounds
then
good.
we're taking this.
See you later.
Now, this is a Chen game right
This is
here.
a good one. Coil afterwards. They find themselves a quick little jump now onto Yopaj. Oh, gets away, though. Barely able to escape. The Dazzle not so
13
lucky.
menit tier 2, cok.
Liquid,
Gak masuk akal, anjing.
But they got what they came for. Tier 2 tower down. Costs Exo and Metamorphosis, but you'll take that.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it's well worth it at this point. You just want to go back and return to farming for
14
Matu, trying to
menit
hold the rest of this
loh.
map. And they're struggling to get that same pressure here from Boom. But again, I mean, they're waiting on this BKB from Jackie. That will present its own list of issues here for Liquid, as well as that Yule Scepter for Yopaj. So still a bit away, but 500 gold he needs to farm right now before he's going to get there. So Mickey continues to be safe. Will hopefully be into a Blink Dagger at that point, I imagine, is his goal.
Gak ada anjing Boom game 2 winner, Cok. Game 3 winnernya Boom.
If he was paying attention, his creep did just run
Nggak
through
tahu
that
deh
smoke,
game 3
but
terusnya
obviously you have to be,
gimana.
like, looking at the creep at
Nggak
the same
bakal
time.
anjing ini.
Looks like he might not have been.
And Sania in some trouble as they get the quick jump. And having used everything...
Coil in a couple seconds here.
Wait a minute. Maybe a chance. Dazzle.
Oh, look at that orb. Beautiful orb. What an
and
angle.
Chase
How does he get two?
continues. The coil can they kill him? Yes, they do. They find him. There's no exo, but the damage might be enough.
Yo, Mickey?
Dude, he keeps running. Apparently, Puck is a good hero. I don't know if we knew about this. They're all falling just one by one. Jackie tries to get away, tries to escape, but the BKB isn't there. You know, Chakram slow. Ooh,
He bought the
20
recipe.
HP. Now he's done.
Sometimes you wait 15 minutes for a BKB and you fight about 3 seconds too soon. And that's just Dota, you know? What happened? I mean, it looked like a good chase. They see themselves going for the Chen. Insania, I think he might have actually known by the way he was standing. Or like, at the very least, he suspected a smoke, because like the way he was positioned, he had the ward on the high ground. And being able to delay, like not even needing to hit the god there too, to be able to offer up this great situation for the coil. Just the timings were the worst possible scenario for Boom. Everything was coming right back up at this moment, right? You can see the coil's not there at the moment, but eventually comes up. He gets the mech to delay, forces so many spells used, and even though you get Aether Remnant there from Mickey, he just this orb is so sick.
It's really
so it's like,
good.
oh, what an angle. Like, come on. Catches on Yopaj too with that additional damage. The Witchblade helping out so much, then into silence,
Just di ban.
Man. They're really good.
Tadi satu-satunya yang lu harusnya bagus lu timingnya dipindah ke mid, jangan dijadiin support. Udah satu-satunya salah tuh, Cok. Kalau pengen menang, ini nggak pengen menang ini. Draft tolol nih, Cok.
Game 2.
It's the death gaze coming from Mickey there.
Yeah, he was just like, I have killed them.
Job done.
Mendingan nyari support yang ada stun gitu, kayak Shaman bisa, Rion bisa.
Blow up in this lead, a 4k gold advantage.
Milih Void Spirit, ngentot, goblok
They'll send
banget.
out the illusions bottom, catch the next wave, and up top, Liquid set to try and pressure the top tier 1 tower, or if they want, maybe take a little walk into Roche. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, it's a Chen lineup. They have Exorcism and Meta. There's certainly no reason they couldn't do it. I'm sure they'd like to go for a play first. You can also see that they're sending the Chen creeps around with Boxy, right? And so... in my genius, I attempted Helm Mercy. It wasn't as good. But if you have a Chen, you can just jump off the Chen creeps, and that's a lot better.
It's so strong.
But the best part is that when you buy the Helm, right, then you get the Shard on Mercy, which I know everyone loves. It might be the best Shard in the entire game, and then you can send in the Centaur and stomp with it, guys.
Toss in those creeps. So strong. So strong.
Maybe a new Shard. I mean, it's probably this one's actually a little bit too broken, I think. So we should probably get a new Shard for Mercy.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That's my thought right now.
I'm with that. Man, this pack leader.
Gue belum pernah lihat orang pakai shardnya Marcy sih.
Even Mickey, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, it's just so much damage, and I mean, this is all known. Boom, see that Roche is being taken underneath a ward. They actually are gonna go for a fight here. Can they get there in time though? Tim's the one that's up front.
All right, there is the BKB.
Roche
They're just a
dropping
bit
lower.
too late.
They're not going to get there, but they do find one.
Oh, the silence.
Okay, under control. Oh, the disposed Boxy. Keeping his buddy alive, and they get the Aegis on the Terrorblade.
And they force the BKB.
Yeah, Jackie's done. That BKB, all for this.
All just because of the silence that was there to save Mickey. The chase down.
And they got another.
Oh, it's not the Dazzle of yesterday.
Pull him in. Knock him down.
Something tells me this won't be the last one of his graves that we see.
This is Mickey's game. He is completely taken it over. The early rotations, 6-0-3.
Their
just
own,
rocking it.
Their own hubris of like in the Nighbot puck.
Right?
Surely they won't be that good.
I mean, there's a problem. He's not here as they go high ground though. Yopaj looks for a jump, but doesn't connect the Remnant onto Matumba Man. And we see sort of the problem that you get with this hero. If you can't find those connections in those pivotal moments,
Mana si
it
Bus,
just
Bus
does
lu
not manage
draftnya
to
nggak
do
kelihatan
quite
apa
as
dulu,
much.
Bus. Kalau gue sih udah kelihat ya.
Well, Boom will look with envy as they see the Philosopher's Stone, and oh, don't worry, they're going
jelas,
themselves.
Cok.
Okay, we're
Nggak bisa
both
ngapa-ngapain,
teams
Cok.
Philosopher's Stone. It's fine. And that'll be on Scam, so he's going to try and get to that shard. Try and get that key item.
I mean, that's the thing.
Speaking of jealousy, I'm sure Tim's is like, you know I need a blink, right?
It's true. I gotta get there, buddy. And it is the sort of thing that they're waiting for on the side of Boom. If you can get that shard, if you can get that blink, the game starts to feel better. A lot of the moment here has sort of depended upon Yopaj finding these huge plays. And for Boom to win this, they need a little bit more out of these other heroes.
Yeah, he needs help. Like, I feel like Tims and Scam have not been able to play this game. I feel like they have not really had a chance to contribute very much at all.
It's just tough with the heroes they got. And they've got to find a way to do that for too long if they want to keep
I mean,
the easy
yeah,
2-0.
they have Tiny and Dazzle, which have been just such bad heroes this tournament,
true.
And not top tier #1 at all. No, it's just it just comes down to like the map movements that Liquid have had and the ideas that Boom need to execute. The way that they're playing with like, oh, we're gonna wait for our raids, we're not gonna play with them, and then your Dazzle's kind of like, well, if my Temper's farming, my Razor's farming, and I can't keep with a Void Spirit, what do I do?
Well, what are you doing to knock it on your high grounds? Still, what is that? 700 gold away from finishing the shard.
Yeah, there's the blink for Tims. That's a big item. And he's smoked, no reveal.
This is the moment. Tims looks for a toss back. Who's he going to find? Zai is the easy one. Matumba Man a little bit tougher.
They're trying to stand in the 8th remnant for the toss back.
Moves in. The toss is there, and they get him. Well played. Just blows up Zai. That was executed perfectly. Boxy runs in. Matumba Man still far forward. Tims gets punished for his jump, and Jackie, God, he just can't do anything against that Scotty. Matumba Man controlled. They have the leash, bringing him low. Sunder is ready if things get dicey. And they hand it on over. Dispose after. Boxy still chasing for FBZ. As a couple more punches from Matumba Man, but Dire looking good in this series so far as Liquid take the first racks of the game. 21 minutes.
Yeah, Zai, I feel like 2 games in a row seems to have the same role, but this time it's working out a little bit better, being that front line and being tossed to death and not really caring too much as he takes his second fall of the game. Responsible for 50% of Boom's kills. Definitely feeding right now. Relieving the burden of Insania and Boxy of all being tied at 1 death each.
That's true. It's the way. They got a blink done on Marcy now, too.
Couple fluffy hats and a blink dagger. Now that's a Marcy player right there.
You love to see it.
Yeah, that feels a lot better, I think, than being on the Shaker last game.
6-0-4 for the Puck, 5-0-3 on the Terrorblade. The heroes that have mattered have not died, as Liquid have gotten everything that they wanted in this game. Dispose, the reaction. That might stop Boxy from dropping. No, they'll toss him back. Avalanche.
Yeah, there's a coil in 1 second here. This is tempting.
Oh, coil. Tempting fate. Zai runs in with the silence. They find and kill Tims. Yopaj hoping to get out of there as FBZ. He doesn't really have anywhere left to go. They've got the Yule Scepter lift up. FBZ tries to turn to fight to TP to get away. Will it happen? No.
Kalau misal bubar sebelum total kill 10 gimana? Gak ada yang dapat dibalikin.
In this game, it is completely gone off the rails for Boom. If I'm honest with you, I want to see this go to Game 3. This is going to be an exciting one. We'll see if it ends up happening, or if Boom can pull it back.
Well, it's definitely looking that way at this point. You can't give much of a chance to Boom right now to try and get back to this one as they start marching up the high ground. 20 seconds away from a meta. About the same timing that this Aegis will be expiring on Matu.
Tier 3 tower already down. They need FBZ back up, but do not want to buy back. With only 15 seconds remaining, but your entire buildings, everything's going to be gone. And I mean, Liquid might be gone too. They could just walk away.
Yeah, do they want to try and set up another play with a Remnant here with the toss back? Not going to be given an opportunity. It's Liquid head on back and yeah, they'll start grabbing stuff. So I mean, we got the shard on Insania as well here. So
gue tadi udah hampir pencet ini anjing first time kill Liquid, cok, tapi gue gak jadi, cok.
I love his
gue kira bakal bagus draftnya. Boom.
Great set of units.
The shard is done. The blink is done. Boom, they've got all those items that they were kind of hoping for the first big fight. Unfortunately, they've taken a couple other ones, and it is really fallen apart. A smoke now from Boom. They've got to connect here on something.
Yeah, and Matu, at this point, he doesn't have
intro udah bagus, Dazzle Tiny boleh lah.
But unfortunately for them, he is a Scotty, a Dragon
Udah,
Lance.
gak yakin mulai dari Timber nih.
He's a very tanky hero.
All right, there it is. It's tier 1 tower.
Trying to kill Matu. It might be ambitious. They might have to try someone else. Insania is a pretty good target if you can get in there. Try and blow him up before you can pop the mech, as well as the Hand of God. But then at that point, it feels like they're limited on burst right now.
It's true. They need to sort of cycle through those abilities a couple of times while the Razor's just draining mana. And it's so hard for him to stand.
Good ward here from Boom, though. They have a general idea of where they're moving.
Tims. It's found. Zai.
Space.
Hanging onto that Yule Scepter. tries to get out.
A lot of space.
There is nowhere to go.
Whole expanding universe that surrounds us.
Tims, the space is made. Tims, the blink. Blink, Tims. Oh, Tims.
He has won.
Dude, that is, all right. That's the emotional boost they needed. Boom, it's time to pull it all back
Gak ada
now.
judi itu Pak, judi
No,
Tims
I
barusan
didn't.
selamat apa enggak?
I was sure he was dead. Nicely done, though. Tims makes it happen. Now,
everyone got like one more neutral camp. Yeah, all right, thanks, Tims. Let's go. And they'll lose in tier 2, of course, but will Liquid push or will they wait? It could respawn in a minute, but of course that could be a full 4 minutes from right now until Roche is actually there. So, calm Liquid, I'm going fairly confident at this point. All right, we got the setup again, though. The 8th Remnant's there. Tibbs is looking for the blink.
Yeah, ini game 2.
Who wants to come stand there?
there is a question. How many times have we seen teams throw a lead like this?
All right, here it comes. There's the toss into the
Remnant.
Remnant.
They got him. Controlled. Can they burst? But dispose. The answer came out. Matumbo Man, BKB, turns to fight. Control onto Yopaj. Will he get away? They have the Grave already there. Controlling Boxy. Tries to assimilate out. Skem dead. Does not have buyback. And Mickey, he hunts, he finds, he kills Yopaj. No buyback on any of these heroes. And with the tier 3 tower glyph wearing off, it is going to be mega creeps at least, if not more. They tick into the gold right now for Yopaj, and it looks like Liquid might have enough in this series to even this one up. As they pull him back in, Tiny buys back. They buy back on Yopaj, hoping to make something happen, but everybody is dying. Everybody buys back, and Liquid will actually smoke and run away now. Insania the only one in vision. Tims looks for the toss back.
Another dispose, nice.
Boxy there for the save. They're out of meta. Maybe chasing a bit too far here. We will see. But boom, they're making him work for it. Mickey gets the silence now onto FBZ. Matumbo Man right on top of the Terrorblade, or rather the Timber Saw, and gets the kill. GG is called. That one was all Liquid.
Duit hilang, $5 hilang, $5 hilang.
Why is that?
Because it's stained with the blood of Dazzle and Void Spirit.
Okay.
Nah, nunggu game 3 ler.
Cowok.
Ih, dia bukan cowok, gimana sih?
Adikku cewek, adikku cowok.
Kok aku setuju banget tuh, pada setuju kamu ada beda setahun.
Gak bisa, Kak. Aku sukanya lebih muda.
Yaudah, main 2007.
Gak bisa lah, Kak. Yang paling kecil berapa?
Gue gak tahu nama akunnya, guys.
Amat tiket. Apa sih?
Gue gak tahu nama akunnya. Ya.
Akun apa sih?
Tuh kan Hansen yang keluar anjing.
Kenapa ada Cornell Twin? Ah! Judi next judi apa next judi?
Ya ilah promosi lagi.
Aduh.
Ada guys, tapi gue tahu atau nasi goreng. Atau nasi goreng ada nggak ya? Wih ada, Cok. Ini dia, Cok.
Belum.
Sumpah seru banget guys. Entah kenapa enak aja ngeliatnya. Enak aja cuy ngeliatnya cuy.
Lu ngeliatin mas-mas aja tuh.
Mau yang mana guys? Yang ini bener guys, ini beneran nih. Nasi goreng biasa coba. Tapi seru aja.
Atau nasi goreng biasa ada tak? Ada sayang, jom kita buat. Let's go. Panaskan kuali, masukkan minyak goreng, masukkan lauk USA, udang sotong ayam, kemudian kacau-kacau, ketuk bawang titip prak, cincang, kocong-kocong bawang kolen, kemudian masukkan kacau-kacau, tambahkan telur, kacau-kacau, masukkan 1 pinggang nasi, kacau-kacau, masukkan sayur sawi dan kunyit, cili pocong, kemudian masukkan perasa dia 1 sudu kicap sontong, 1 sudu saus tiram, 1 sudu saus cili, setengah sudu kecil gayang, 1 sudu gula dan sedikit aji naik moto. Kemudian Kacau-kacau, nasi goreng biasa hitam legam geng seperti buntut kuali. Supaya hitam tambahkan kicap cerot-cerot, serbu dada putih. Kacau-kacau, kacau mas, kacau-kacau, goyang, yang digoyang bang, goyang terus. Siap, lempar di atas pinggang geng, biar maknyos tambahkan telur dadar. Ayo kita buat. Pecahkan sebiji telur, tambahkan bawang, kemudian tambahkan sedikit kicap sontong, tepung jagung geng biar crispy dan garing, tambahkan cili kisar, kemudian goyang. Minyak kena banyak sikit geng supaya telur garing dan crispy, dan minyak betul-betul panas supaya tak menyerap minyak. Terbalikkan setelah garing, terbalikkan lagi sekali, kemudian angkat. Siap.
Gila telur goreng mamang banget
biasa. Siap, selamat mencoba.
Seru anjing. Satu sudu saus tiram, satu sudu gula, satu sudu aji naik motor. Mana Yola? Hilangnya Yola. Bang bisa tembak langit dah. Bisa kalau ada pistol. Nasi goreng janda lapo ini apa?
Atau nasi goreng janda lapo ada tak? Ada saya.
Who the fuck is this guy, bro?
Yang komen ni jando. Mari kita buat. Let's go. Panaskan minyak goreng, masukkan 2 jenis daging hewan yang hidup di air. Kacau-kacau, masukkan 2 jenis binatang yang hidup di darat. Kacau-kacau. Ketuk bawang titip prak, cincang, kemudian tumis. Kacau-kacau, masukkan bawang merah biar maknyos.
Iya cowok, TI gacha soalnya gue mas gacha-gacha mulu hari-hari.
Kacau-kacau, masukkan 2 biji
Blackpinknya lebih
telur
pasti.
sebab jando suka yang bertelur. Kemudian kacau-kacau, masukkan 1 sendok nasi. Kacau-kacau, kemudian masukkan sayur bunga kubi dan keret, sayur campur. Masukkan sos tiram yang jando sangat suka melodinya. Cerot. Masukkan sos cili. Cerot, cerot, cerot. Kicap vinegar. Cerot. Kicap ABC. Cerot, cerot. Kicap sontong. Cerot, cerot, cerot. Kemudian masukkan 3 perasa pamungkas gula, gayang, ajina mantra. Masukkan cili padi yang sudah dipocong-pocong, serbu dada hitam, kemudian kacau-kacau, tarik semangkok, goyang mas.
Bakal kayak Justin, tapi murah. Blackpink lebih murah dari Justin. Justin tuh paling depan 8,5 juta. Blackpink cuma 2,5 juta tahun 2019. Jauh cok harganya cok.
Jadi dari info yang gua kumpulkan guys ya. Dari info yang gua kumpulkan ini sebenarnya orang Indonesia guys, cuman kerja di Malaysia.
Nasi goreng Nasi goreng jando lapok siap, kemudian letak di atas pinggang geng. Letak biar mantap, tambahkan telur mata kerbau siap, selamat mencoba.
Seru juga nih akun serius. Nasi goreng pateres.
Maksud gua calo-calo yang pakai bot. Oh, iya sih kalau itu iya sih.
Nasi goreng ASB ayam batu.
Gua nggak tahu ya, semoga ya dapat.
Goreng sultan.
Buat nasi goreng sultan. Oke, mari kita buat. Let's go. Panaskan kuali, masukkan butter biar nasi gorengnya lezat. Masukkan semua makhluk yang ada di muka bumi. Masukkan udang, sontong, ayam, daging, ikan, burung. Yang belum masuk sekarang sebelum dijual TikToker cedok-cedok. Hey TikToker cedok-cedok, ada tak yang jual rumah guna cedok? Kalau ada nak beli nih, rumah saya hilang ditiup angin puting beliung. Kemudian ketuk bawang titip prak, cincang, pocong-pocong bawang Holland, kemudian masukkan kacau-kacau. Kemudian masukkan telur. Kacau-kacau, masukkan cili kisar. Kacau-kacau.
Kacau-kacau.
Kemudian masukkan 1 pinggang nasi.
Tapi gak bakal segila Justin resellnya. Oh iya,
Masukkan
resellnya gak bakal segila
kailan
Justin.
keret dan cengkawang. Kemudian masukkan saus tiram cerot, saus cili cerot.
Soalnya base price-nya dia juga murah
Masukkan
gitu.
serbuk perasa, gula sikit.
Standar calo lah,
jangan banyak,
satu
takut jadi
setengah atau
kopi.
sampai 2 kali lipat lah.
Kemudian masukkan kicap sontong cerot-cerot biar pedas meninggal. Tambahkan cili hujung langit. Kemudian tambahkan saus Inggris biar maknyos. Tambahkan serbuk dada hitam. Kemudian kacau-kacau. Kacau-kacau. Goyang, yang digoyang bang. Goyang terus. Tambahkan masking, keju mozzarella, geng. Tambah-tambah. Kemudian kacau-kacau. Kacau-kacau. Ciao. Biar kejunya meleleh, tutup. Kemudian, are you ready? Mari kita unboxing nasinya. Ciao. Atau buat nasi goreng sultan.
Ya, tidak ada coy.
Mari kita buat.
Gue nemu ini, aku ini lewat anjing di timeline gue, cuman enak aja.
Atau coba masak mie goyang tanpa air. Hah? Tanpa air. Habis nak guna pasir. Kalau tak pandai atau lemah, ya pandailah. Jom kita buat. Let's go. Siapkan mie goyang. Saya guna mie sedap, geng. Biar rasanya maknyos. Siapkan peti mayat. Kemudian pecahkan 2 biji telurmu. Pecah-pecah. Masukkan semua bumbu mie sedap. Kemudian masukkan bawang goreng. Kacau-kacau. Lempar mie sedap ke dalam kocokan telur. Guling-guling. Kemudian siapkan tepung kentusti, geng. Gelundungkan mie ke tepung kentusti, geng. Gelundung-gelundung. Kemudian nyalakan api, panaskan minyak goreng. Lempar mie ke dalam neraka jahanam. Ciao, panas, panas. Setelah garing, angkat. Tambahkan saus cili, cerot. Ini dia mie goyang tanpa air. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rasanya sangat-sangat lezat dan bergizi.
Alah, udah satu spesies cok sama Mursid ternyata.
Lezat dan bergizi.
Ternyata sama Mursid cok. Lezat dan bergizi guys.
Lama banget anjing.
Dan rasanya enak banget guys. Udah sama ternyata. Enak sih. Kalau masakannya sih enak ya.
Ini Mursid bisa masak, Cok.
Halo Bang Robi, siapa aku? Ya, Bang Brando. Nasi susu.
Cuma semoga dapat aja lah Blackpink anjing. Nggak usah calo-caloan memek, calo-calo babi.
Buat nasi cucu boleh, boleh. Apalah tak boleh. Jom kita buat. Let's go.
Let's go.
Siapkan keju mozzarella. Siapkan 2 cawan beras Prabu Siliwangi. Kemudian cuci besi-besi. Siapkan batu kuburan yang berlubang. Masukkan bawang titik dan halia. Kemudian tumbuk sampai hancur. Nyalakan api. Panaskan butter. Masukkan 4 sekawan. Kacau-kacau. Masukkan bawang titik dan halia yang sudah ditumbuk. Kacau-kacau. Masukkan bawang merah yang sudah dipocong-pocong. Kacau-kacau. Masukkan serai. Daun limau puyut. Kacau-kacau. Masukkan sosis biar maknyos. Kacau-kacau. Masukkan beras yang sudah dicuci. Kacau-kacau. Siapkan cucu keladi full cream.
Terlalu gacha TI itu
Masukkan
finalnya kalau jelek
setengah cawan
rugi juga beli 5 juta
cucu
final
keladi
nonton
full
TI
cream.
Cina.
Biar gurih tambahkan 1 sudu kerisi. Tambahkan mamaco, geng. Kemudian kacau-kacau. Biar wangi tambahkan daun pondan. Kemudian tutup.
Kalau misalnya gue dapet 1 dolar setiap denger kacau, tajir lu sekarang.
Api, geng. Sambil nunggu nasinya masak apa kita goyang takoyaki premium dari Chef Taco. Takoyaki ini antara yang paling lezat yang pernah saya coba, berbentuk bola-bola dengan campuran sontong yang masih fresh dengan dilengkapi bonito, mayonis Jepun dan saus takoyaki yang markijal. Mari kita jajal. Goyang takoyaki di minyak hangat. Kacau-kacau, setelah gaying, angkat, kemudian siram dengan sos takoyaki, taburi dengan bonito, tambahkan mayonis Jepun, cerot, siram lagi sekali dengan saus takoyaki, dan siap untuk dimakan bersama nasi cucu. Lanjut. Buat nasi cucu boleh, boleh.
Ngapa jadi back ke sini anjing?
Ah, lu gak mau coba experience-nya main worth it? Enggak, mending nungguin Indonesia.
Namanya aja udah why anjing. Why? Why?
Why?
Arif, why?
Sumpah ini lama banget, Cok. Ini nunggu sampai gue punya anak 2 biji. Enggak, Cok. Sumpah, bentar lagi ini di Indo. Kalau Singapura full sold out di Indo pasti, gue yakin. Kayak 2-3 tahun lagi lah Indo. Kalau Singapura sold out. Major bisa tahun ini, tahun depan bisa Major. Kalau misalnya nih ya, planningnya ya, Singapura sold out, ya, Singapura sold out. Terus ada Valve mau nyoba di Jakarta gitu, ESL One Jakarta or something, I don't know. Sold out juga. TI-nya bisa di Jakarta, Cok. Mending nungguin itu, Cok. Daripada gue nungguin Blackpink datang lagi ke Indonesia, bubar duluan Blackpink anjing. Jadi Mursid beliin aku, what the fuck?
Wah, dia terpesona cuy dengan Mursid guys.
Gila.
That's for me guys. Berapa pitches ini kakak ini real tidak? Gila. Mursid semua.
Jakarta dulu minor. Oh itu apa? GESC itu minor. GESC bukan event Valve juga itu. Kayak ISL Malaysia sekarang tuh. Kelas itulah. Tapi dulu kan star player pada datang juga ya, yang diundang Iji bangsat, Iji Navi.
Celebrity crush kamu siapa deh, cewek? Kamu? Eugene.
Saya pakai 3 bangsat. Why so long lah? My god. Kentot udah mau tutup anjing ini. Belum ngedraft.
Ada cewek pendiam tau di situ. Itu.
Shit. Gimana, Cok? Ini udah mau tutup, Cok. Belum ngedraft tapi. Caco udah mau ditutup tapi belum ngedraft tai.
Jantung gue serasa kena banget dapat pelukan ah. Dapat pelukan bukan.
Sempet nggak? Nggak usah lah. Boom 10K, yakin lo? Yakin lu Han? Yakin gak lu, Han?
Kak, masih buka, masih ada ayam, ikan sama cumi.
Gas. Boom 10k.
Wow. Jawabannya begitu cuy. Ya belilah orang.
Halo Kak,
Dah
masih
tuh.
ada ayam, ikan teri sama cumi.
Udah mau habis soalnya.
Habis Kak, jadi
Judi
ayam,
aja dah.
ikan sama
Real judi.
cumi aja.
Apa sih?
Halo Kak, masih buka Kak, ada ayam, ikan sama cumi.
Nih.
Patokannya
Diundur lagi
adalah
anjing.
Cafe Paradox. Kalian searching aja Paradox. Nah, itu
Diundur, aman. Belum mulai soalnya diundur. Diundur.
Tapi banyak banget coy, pindah mulu coy.
Tenang, 10 kill bisa dipindah.
Kak, ada ayam, oh belum. Halo Kak, iya kenapa Kak Nurul? Nurul?
Nggak lihat draft. Nggak ada draftnya
Gini
belum.
banget sekarang jualan melati guys.
Ini baru mulai. Diundur. Bisa gue ganti, tenang.
Game when it comes to
Yang deket aja bisa bohong, apalagi yang jauh bisa bohong.
Jangan gitu ya lain kali. Countries what we
Di.
Biasanya memang dilatihnya begitu sih. Ya, artinya saya senang juga ada tempat seperti ini bisa menunjukkan
Fix ini mah.
laki-laki ya.
Bang Bebe mau konser di Indo. Iya, Jul.
Ya perempuan juga ya.
Maret. Fix ini mah. Kali main tuskar pasif, ya kan? Siapa sih main tuskar pasif? Nggak ada, Cok. Itu 3 menit anjing. Oh, bisa ngeliat draftnya full kayaknya. Pik-pikan sini lah.
Apa ini anjing? Apa sih?
Main Viper itu pasif ya juga sih. Tapi ini Cok, lane-nya pasif ya. Lane atas pasif udah fix ini. Liquid apa save lane-nya pasif. Pas 20 detik, 2 menit.
Ini orang kenapa filter
Jauhnya di banned.
anjing?
Bang, ini dulu Bang, diminum di depan.
Ya, aman, Bo.
1 menit. Ntar, lihat dulu, Cok.
Terus ya.
Set FBZ up to have a better game. DP is very comfort for him, and also it's just taken away from out of Liquid's hands because they played it 2 games in a row. They've shown it's the go-to for Zai if they can get it. It pairs very well with the Chen. It gives you, this very fast early game push, objective taking, and that's something that Liquid used to overwhelming success in game 2.
Ember does get
Kayak yang bagus buat TB apa?
Team Liquid, they don't want to play against that as they do have the TB. Meanwhile, boom, they banned out 2 of the Zoo ones that you just mentioned.
Jagger bisa.
Marcy is still in the pool.
Apa aja sih sebenarnya kalau carry sama carry match up tuh adu-aduan item, bukan adu-aduan ini, adu-aduan keluarin skill, bukan adu-aduan hero biasanya kalau carry sama carry.
As Chen, and then Marcy can rebound off of those, initiate.
Jarang gue ngeliat carry yang kayak counter banget itu jarang. CK bagus sebenarnya. Enggak juga sih CK sih. Lumayan lah.
Does the scam Rubik at all feel possible for Boom? Not like I guess in this lineup, but just in this game in general, without seeing many more.
In the game of Dota, it's
TA nggak bagus, TA.
He's got me with that one. You know what? I fell into it.
It's magic damage, but I still don't love it against the Chen. It just feels like you still get overrun a bit.
Yeah.
But it's
Draw sebenarnya bagus loh. Draw tuh hard counternya TB, cuman susah Draw lagi nggak meta sekarang.
Yeah, that's
17
the only
detik.
thing they lack with this snap is
Tik lah, gue pengen liat Boom. Ayo Boom.
AoE control that they usually pair it with, like the FBZ Mars. I could see. Oh no, Puck's gone. Puck's actually gone. I'm so happy.
Snapfire Void?
Yeah, Snapfire. I know. No.
Gak apa dah, gue percaya Boom first time kill. Boom, let's go.
Looking better.
I fucking believe in Boom, let's go.
He also plays the Mars sometimes.
No, I mean
too.
like Void.
Oh, Void. Oh, Faceless Void.
Void.
Not Void Spirit, just Void.
There's too many voids in the game.
Nice!
For me.
Oh,
Nice!
Or
Nice!
Sky.
First time kill tuh legit, Cok. First time kill legit.
Magic damage early on
Udah
versus
kunci belum?
TB. I do like it overall.
Udah kunci.
Versus Chan as well. So
Yes.
I would love to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems
Yes,
like
yes,
they're
yes,
matching
yes.
Timber. Like,
Yes,
last
yes,
game they
yes,
responded
yes,
to that.
yes.
This game they've likely
Yes.
picked their offlaner, so I
Let's go, let's go.
Cardle just makes sense here, and it's something Yopaj has played. And while it's not like his quintessential play style where he's flashy playmaking, he does play Cardle well.
Agresif nih Cok mainnya,
You
Cok.
say that it was his first ever professional Coddle game the last time it was played in this group stage.
Ya Allah, apa itu, Cok?
It was.
Kalau kita lihat track recordnya Abramovich, dia berhasil hanya.
Gue tanya satu pertanyaan nih, lu pernah angkot? Hey, the new Kanye.
Wow, komodo. Komodo. Kalau kata orang nggak tahu komodo.
Kalau GDP nggak punya uang,
Tolong sebutkan siapa namanya biar dicatat oleh Kak Marcel.
He doesn't even get the chance to use his Sunder. But I'm wondering, which one of these two do you think is the core? Is it the Tiny?
I thought it'd be Tiny.
Yeah.
Just if this is like a core
Jagger.
Coddle, your blink timing
Lu
on
tadi ngomong
Tiny
apa?
is what's gonna
Jagger.
give you that gap close. And it also means that if Snap were to
You
come
never
in,
been
it's very
to
easy to just like
heaven. Menang ini, bro.
avalanche into a
Menang ini, bro.
cookie and like have that little bit of kill threat there on the Coddle.
The Jug on the side of Boom. We see them pick up their carry as well. And how do you feel like it goes, well, not only with their lineup, but as it goes into the later game, that scaling against the TB, how are the timings and comparisons in the matchup?
It's definitely not a TB counter. If anything, in the past, TB was like considered the counter pick to Jug because, Omni Slash versus all these illusions. Jug builds have kind of evolved and like there's a lot more damage output coming from Blade Fury with the talents plus the Mjolnir build that you often see. But I think more than anything, it fits Boom and their kind of tempo that they want to play at. It gives them like this ability to play around the Death Prophet ultimate, take a lot of early objectives, secure Roshan, and try and beat the TB's item timings. And I think Jug's gotten better.
Kalau belum menang lu dapat berapa? Ada balik modal doang.
The function is kind of a curve, like
Balik
both
modal
of
doang.
them have different power spikes according to what items they get at what times. Like Jug can definitely be pretty good against the TB, but so can TB.
Yeah.
I also really love Jug's playstyle, like the way Boom, I've seen them play it. You have this like Maelstrom, you get your Shard, and you're just kind of face tanking like the fog, because you can just spin into it and you have like a blink and you're able to be really mobile and doing loads of damage. And like Boom would do a lot of like pokes and prods with their blink spin.
One thing that I thought Team Liquid might do, and something that Boom Esports is also kinda expecting, is to have Tiny plus Snap on the offlane. The two of them, and then you last pick a mid laner that can actually jump on top of Kotal easier, and you can see Puck and Storm Spirit both banned out by Boom Esports. For me, Tiny, like you guys mentioned this blink against the Kotal that you get on Tiny, it's good, but for me, Kotal moves like 600 movement speed, like it travels, windlays, you can blink, but that doesn't even mean that you will be on top of him. By the time, if he just catches a glance of you, he's already gone.
I mean, there's a lot of catch though in the pool as well. Like a Kunkka with long range X marks could be a really big issue for Coddle.
I
don't know if they can ban every single thing out.
Yeah. The conundrum is like which one of these heroes is good against Kotal in that catching way, but also doesn't get destroyed by him on the mid lane with constant spams.
Yeah. And I guess I think the good news for Boom is even if they feel like Coddle's being addressed, they can put it back on the support. If you look at Liquid's bans, they don't know where some of these heroes are going. Death Prophet can go mid or offlane, Coddle can go mid or support.
Very good point, yeah.
And because Boom have this final pick of the draft, they get to kind of, get a full read of Liquid's draft, then decide how they want to play Coddle and Death Prophet.
Ini gue nggak tahu posisinya
Anything
DP,
standing out
gue nggak tahu
for
posisinya
Liquid as
Kotal sih di
well?
mana.
This final pick now that all the bans are done. You don't have to wait.
Visage is my favorite, yeah.
There you go.
100.
Yeah, you guys predicted that one. Woo!
Ha ha ha, yeah. I mean, that's really good because it's going to get a Wraith Pact. It's going to really like help nullify a lot of the magic damage coming out from Boom and team fights.
I want to think about how Boom are going to do their lane matchups now. Do you think that Coddle is going to have to go back to support? Could they keep it as a core? What is this last pick going to be?
Looks like a good core game to me, in my opinion.
It's still pretty solid. One Illuminate Blast isn't that great versus Visage, but overall you amplify the magic damage on him and you spam him constantly, so it's all right.
You could pop the Vessel to maybe break his cloak.
Exactly. You could decide to go full mad mode with something like a Viper into the Visage as well, but I don't think it's that necessary.
Yeah. It does feel weird, like last picking a support here, but at least that's what looks like could fit their draft. Like just get some kind of AoE magic damage, like Jakiro type hero.
What?
Okay. All right. They're looking to win the lane. I think, or at least contest the lane, because Visage is a very strong laner, level 1 soul assumption, hard to play into. So Scam going for the comfort pick.
Yeah, he's both, right? Like he can nuke you down, and it's really hard to deal with because. Yeah, Jug's like spin is on way too long of a cooldown, but what he is weak at laning is he has no disengage, he has no way to get out. It's so scary.
They're, I was going to say, they're taking their time with where this snap and this tiny are going to go, but Mickey picks it up. So now we know where that tiny is. It's the tiny up against Coddle. Are you liking this mid matchup a little bit more? How's it going to play out into the late game?
It's pretty solid. The mid lane, like many mid laners have said, it's not that difficult for either one of these two to find enough farm. There's a ton of region. Where this game is made or broken for Team Liquid is on the offense. Zai needs to have a really good game, but not only him, his teammates need to go and help him as soon as the laning stage is kind of about to be over. Because Visage is that type of a hero. You need to buff him up as soon as possible.
Dia tinggal muter balik lane, balik ke posisi awalnya, terus bisa di-heal sama Scam, bisa di-heal sama healing ward juga.
Alrighty, well, let's just jump straight into game 3. Liquid up against Boom. We are going to be saying goodbye to one
I say Boom, I don't know. Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't fucking know. I say Boom.
Hello, how's it going, everybody? Game.
Dan gue belum salah ya.
Like
Game 1 gue bilang Boom menang. Game 2 gue bilang Liquid menang.
I'm not very
good. Boom, bro.
Yeah.
Look like Boom.
All right, we're just going to step away from that. In game number 3, Liquid facing off against Boom. I feel like there's been the change that's really made a big impact in that, and that's Matumba Man's hero. Game number 1, the Alk, Terrorblade presented this like really unique set of problems. They didn't have the answer.
Let's go,
even
Boom.
With the Timber Saw, do you think they've addressed it
tapi
here
Boom
on the side of
menang. Gak ada, Cok.
I think Boom, they've seen it, obviously, and then they've kind of looked at their own lineup, and I do think they have an option to win this game. I think they got their nice little plan here, and I like the confidence of coming to that last pick. There's so much flexibility we talk about in the drafting stage now. Like, this hero can go forward, this can go mid, this can be off lane. And in the end, they just say, wait, our heroes are good. Everything looks good. Like, even in their more casual, more normal roles at the moment.
Gue gak peduli anjing dah. Posisi sekarang ini gue gak peduli dah anjing.
And our strategy,
udah gak peduli sama nikma Galaxy kontol.
It will be a high-flying, high-octane game for them. Whereas Liquid, they definitely have some of the earlier times that you're going to be
cara mainnya Liquid ya kan.
The tiny, so he's a very kill-hungry mid hero, and then Zai on this Visage looking to get into that level 6, and then probably headed towards that Wraith Pact.
Ini mah lawan Nikma Galaxy Liquid ya, 20 menit kelar 2 game anjing.
The whole rest of the map, that ward.
Sejam udah BO3 sejam doang ya. Kalau Liquid, kalau Nikma mah bangsat.
By Boom. Curious what that's going to be towards. Maybe they want to try and find the Chen if he's hanging out up on that side, or just see if any camps are blocked or what have you. But regardless, the thing that we can also watch for in this is a Juggernaut. I feel like I haven't seen too many of these heroes recently, although they're all over the place in pubs. Pro matches.
Tadinya mid. Oh iya, offlane-nya ini ya. Nggak masalah sih. Tinggal muter dong Jugger nih.
Still pretty decent win rate, and one of the heroes with 71% win rate on Dire. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like near the end of the DPC, there was sort of this idea of like, oh, Jug, he's kind of losing some games, doesn't feel that good. But then the group stage, I feel like I saw a lot of good Jug games. Now coming into it when it all matters, and they have their own fate in their own hands. This is what Jaggy wants.
And they do it. Shards block Mickey.
He didn't even think about the stairs.
No, he's like, I'm not getting up there. If you hold that a second longer, maybe he heads off to the right. You can maybe get a nice little wrap around there, but does not happen. And again, if Liquid win, they are qualified to TI directly off the points. Boom still have an avenue to go, even if they manage to lose this one. And on the other side, if Boom win, then they're qualified, and Liquid are just out of contention.
And off to the qualifiers. So not where you want to be is down bottom here. They're trying to get a little bit of early wrap around here, potential. Conjure Image, but into the lane we go, and of course, first point Divine Favor, first point Conjure Image, not a very scary lane. And again here, we're going to have Tims on the Tusk. So the confidence here in that hero was obviously pretty amazing in game number 1, had some great saves, but the lane with the Viper didn't go that well. They weren't able to really shut down.
My God!
So this time, the another ranged hero combination that you tend to do very well with. They're going to be hoping to send him to the jungle nice and early here once more.
If they can make that work, and that's going to be the big thing. They're already pulling the wave back behind the tower. Tims will connect this up with the creep wave, and nobody over to, as of yet, interrupt that, as they did do a nice little job connecting the wave and messing around with it there. Zai already forced Skem to use 1 round of the Nature's Attendants, while Boxy is contesting for this 1 range creep, or just a regular melee creep actually. Jackie pulling the wave back too.
I feel like Boxing Zai always managed to split up these waves, right? We've seen the share of the earlier last hits as well. It's both of them close to hitting level 2. Definitely some damage potential once they get there, right? You're going to have Cookie as well as the Scatter Blast, Soul Assumption, Grave Chill. Whatever they want to do for that big nuke potential. Something that Skem does to be at least a little bit concerned about. But currently Skem has 1 mission, and that is to get this camp unblocked.
Ini
Look
dua
at
tim
Jackie
ini,
in combination
kalau
there, ensuring that there won't be a
yang
body
kalah
block
bisa
there.
nggak lolos
So
TI.
they're definitely going to get the
Kalau
spawn
Liquid kalah
on
udah
the
pasti
small
nggak lolos
camp.
TI. Kalau
And
Boom kalah
even a
juga
stack
nggak
as
lolos
well.
TI.
Yes, indeed. Lots of creeps
tergantung
to
sih,
work
tergantung
with here
tim
for
satunya yang
Boom.
lain.
Yeah, you like to see
Kalau
that.
Boom.
And the double
Kalau
healing
Liquid kalah udah
spells
pasti
that
nggak
are
masuk
being
TI.
used in this lane.
Harus
Two
qualifier.
Nature's Attendants, the healing ward drop down. A lot of sustain. The wave gonna push into Liquid, and then have an opportunity there to get a pull-off. We'll see if that actually works out for them or not. In the mid lane, very much a farm fest. So far, though, more denies going the way of Tiny, as you might expect with all that high base damage. Able to sidestep the blast there. But Yopaj very much going to be all about the farm in this one, and maybe heading off to the jungle to get some stacks up.
Yeah, interesting, because I feel like this is one of the matches we don't see that often for the Coddle. I haven't seen much of the Tiny, but I mean, it's just, you know, Coddle's going to blast the waves, do his thing. Will probably be a nuisance as well for Mickey trying to get these runes, because Coddle's just so fast, and then especially at like level 6 or something, if they're still hanging around blasting waves, he's going to be bouncing you around too. See, now he's double stacking the jungle
Kalau
up top.
Boom menang, TI langsung, TI langsung. Boom menang pasti, yang menang pasti TI.
Chasing around with that.
Yang menang,
chain
yang kalah
lightning
belum, yang kalah ya kayak tadi yang gue
very
bilang.
frustrating to deal
Yang menang
with.
pasti pokoknya.
But can see the head over to the jungle, picks up the bounty rune. Boxy gets what he needs. And a toss back in the mid lane, only to the creep wave. Yopaj takes a nice little chunk of damage there, but won't amount to that much more. Actually glyphs the wave a second late to get the range creep, but the other one still full HP. But yeah, Farm Fest mid. Yopaj just needs to stay away from the avalanche combos.
Yeah, he's got to wait out for this 4-minute rune. Ooh, got a little bit greedy there.
Oh, Mickey needs a couple hits, but won't get it. Instead, it's somehow in the toss play, Mickey that ends up being under the tower. Falls down. Boxy just in the neighborhood to play interrupt, and maybe finds a kill.
Nice!
It's actually Tims that gets first blood. Yopaj lives. Boxy tries to TP out. That could not have gone that much worse for Liquid.
How? How does how does Tims get first blood after all that?
The fuck?
That's pretty unfortunate. Obviously, tanking tower hits not a great feeling when you're playing the Tiny in that mid lane and before level 6. You have 0
Tuh, kemarin
armor.
PSG
You are
Boom
not
full bet
gaining any
PSG.
agi
Kagak
on
ngebet
this
gue
turret,
kemarin.
not getting
Gue
any
baru ngebet
base
sekarang.
armor, so
Kemarin-kemarin
it's
gue
really
nggak ngebet
bad
lagi.
when you're tanking the tower.
Semenjak
I think
yang
he thought that the creeps were close enough that they were gonna be
semenjak
tanking some of
kejadian
the shots
EG gue
when
nggak
he did
ngebet.
that dive.
Selamat, masih ada verifier.
Gets a little bit under fire, as obviously did not have his partner here for the last couple of minutes, and they try and punish to the best of their abilities.
Well, meanwhile, he was busy, though. Tim's managing to hunt down the courier of Insania, so no Bassi at the very least, but
dude, he's
clearly
so farmed already. Tims has boots. He's got a full wand done. I mean, that first blood was really nice for this Dusk.
Yeah, it was a late one, but it's still worth the cash there for him. FBZ, though, being constantly harassed from Insania. Great Chen play across these matches.
Oh, and the creep dies? Double Mana Boulder? Is it enough? Not quite.
Yeah, it's still going to send him back. I mean, well, he has a salve and a tango. Actually, never mind. He's going to
Lu
go
masih di
for
rumah
it.
Upi, Pouch.
Gonna try and stay in the lane.
Oh, udah pulang.
Has up top, Boxy and Scam still dueling it out there over that camp. Manages to get the block in there just from the body, as there was an attempt to D-ward once more from Scam. So no creeps work with Hez over to the other part of the jungle. To grab a centaur, but then it's a little bit more difficult to apply that pressure to Zai doing pretty well, considering, you know, he's staying in the lane. His last hits are only 11, but I mean, what can you do versus a Juggernaut who's just in your face and you can't really harass him, so he's just going to have the better last hit angles than you.
Right, he's not dying. Well, okay,
He's not dying. He's totally not going to die.
They take it away, the spin, and Zai is there for the stomp. Will he manage to escape? It looks like it. So, I mean, that's about the best that you can hope for in this lane, but it is tough pickings when Jug is just denying everything in your face.
Yeah, you know, the lore is that they're actually oatmeal raisins.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mati. Matumba, please. Satu,
It took me a second to figure
nice!
out like what Ench, and then Matumba Man dies down bottom. Dude, Tim.
Oh, you mean a crucial and really important kill? Okay,
Yeah, that's
okay,
the
gotcha.
one.
Oatmeal raisin cookies.
Zai.
Nice.
Oh man. Okay, Liquid really starting to suffer now.
Let's go, boom.
I mean, that top
Let's
lane,
go,
it's these two
boom.
supports.
Lu bet
You know,
10
we
kali lagi.
talked about it.
Iya,
They felt like
iya,
they liked their draft.
iya.
They just picked this end,
Yes,
which is a bully in the
boy.
lane.
Yes, boy.
Messes with that bird, trying to get him extra little bits of farm and take off the
Looking
grave
good,
chill.
bruv.
Well, I'm seeing
It's
the key to game
looking
3.
good, bruv.
You know, it's the problem of game 2, and that's just Scam and Tim's not being able to play any Dota. And they are here, and they're making it loud.
Iya, kalau tadi
that
game
they have
ya,
arrived this
kalau
time
dia
in the
game
game.
2-nya nggak ngelas pick,
Back in the draw. I mean,
nggak
look at
ngelas
the
pick,
stacks
Void
that are
Spirit
ready here
menang
too
itu.
now.
Gue
In terms
jamin,
of heroes that
gue
come to
jamin menang.
steal stacks inside Liquid, it's not crazy powerful. Like they don't have like the group of heroes necessarily.
Punish.
Hava, toss.
Nice.
Nikkei
Kill.
caught. Oh,
Ah,
Cookie's
nggak
the
jadi.
other side. Well done by Boxy.
I mean, they can escape, but can they actually contest is the question. You know, I think of like the Razors, the Kunkas,
Yeah.
you know,
Blind
they
bet
get
nih,
in
bos.
here, they
Yoi.
try and take these
Blind
stacks
bet.
themselves. Can you stack again? Ah, it's gonna be too late.
Nggak dapet, nggak dapet.
But that's a lot of gold banked up
That's
here.
so much gold. Yeah, I mean, if you just get this free form all the way to the coddle, this is going to be a really tough game for him, for sure.
Zai just doesn't have options, right? The hero isn't really doing anything until level 6. Snap, sort of similar in terms of playing in that area, and then Mickey, you know, has to get some farm for himself, sure, but he just doesn't really have the options here. So Yopaj getting the double blasts off here and nuking through these two camps. And with the help of the Fairies Trinket, makes it even faster.
Yep, cleared through all of them. So all of the stacks taken now as Yopaj cleans up that one. There might be one more medium camp up a little bit higher.
The crazy thing, though, is you just see how valuable lane creeps are, because guess who's still on top? It's Jackie on this Juggernaut. He is just sitting in the wave. He has 23 denies. He is complete free farm, zero cares hero this game.
Clap dong. Nggak
Chase
di-clap,
down,
anjing.
but he's just going to be pushed back a bit. There isn't really any attempt
Digampol-
for a kill on this
ditampol-tampol doang, nggak
tiny,
di-clap.
but they don't need to. It's been a 3,000 gold lead with only 3 kills. This has all been by Boom just pressuring, denying, taking down area away, stacking
good,
up the
bro.
jungle. They're out-efficiencying them.
Question is, how are you going to turn this around for Team Liquid as well? Obviously, you know, Matu, he's going to be absorbing a lot of the safer space on the map right now inside the jungle.
Tangkap dong, please.
And now the pressure comes from
Insania
that bottom
ketangkap.
tower. Exorcism immediately popped by FBZ. He wants to knock this down as fast as possible, truly open up this area
Yes,
while Tim's
good,
chases
good
down
shit,
Insania.
good shit.
They're going to try and go for the kill right now. And able to just TP on out of here. Oh, okay. A little closer than I expected. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that was a little scary.
Yeah, right back to the tower they'll go.
Boom.
Oh, look, he's dragging the creeps off the tower.
This is what they need to do. Anything that you can possibly do to slow this game down. Liquid just cannot allow it to get out of control like this. You start losing objectives around the map, Terrorblade not going to have anywhere left to go to farm. And of course, we are getting close to that level 6 for Zai. He does manage to hang on to the mid wave for a little bit here as that bottom tier 1 tower is going to go
Oh,
down.
buddy, this is looking rough. That
Yeah.
tower is gone. That ward by the outpost has just been there so long, scanning these movements of Matu. They knew there was no threat of rotation down bottom. And then the whole time, your Juggernaut feels completely confident sitting in lane up top. He's up to 54 and 28 right now.
No fear. He's not going for the Battle Fury build either. He's going in for the Maelstrom. Wants to stay active. Wants to get the stuff done.
Now, there is a level 6 here for Zai, though, so potential for some smoke plays, some tossbacks into stone forms. Really, it feels like Boxy's the one who needs that level 6 next, so desperately waiting for that tome, because no matter how far behind you are, with a Snapfire on your team, you can pretty much kill anyone with the kisses if you have the stun.
That's true. And Zai's there with the stuns with the birds. That's going to be their avenue to make this happen. But need a little bit longer before they... He's already got it queued up. He's ready. He knows what's coming.
I need that tome, you know.
Real bad.
He's fighting for Insania. They're both mashing their buy key, you know. Even in a pro match, it's just how it goes.
There's no way. He's trying to get into that mechanism on Insania. They know that there's... I mean, there was always going to be this, like, big lead that Boom built up. I just don't think that it was supposed to be this big. Exactly. That is the big differential. Yopaj finds
Nice, good
Insania,
kill.
Solar Bind, Shards.
Go
but
block!
Light pushes him out.
Go block Yopaj!
Yopaj, a rare mistake there. Keeps Insania alive.
No, see, he was just looking to counter the hurricane that he thought there was a hidden bird, and he's like, see, he's going to try and blow this way, and I'll try and blow this way.
I see.
And so Yopaj just over next level.
Oh. That is always a little bit scary when you see your Terrorblade down to about a quarter HP.
Who wants to get sundered?
Yeah. Might just need to keep fighting here because, I mean, they can't afford to lose mid. They have a catapult, but if Liquid lose this tower, this really starts to feel like impossible to fight into.
Yeah, Jackie's Maelstrom's on the way out. Exorcism still being held. Does he want to join in the fray? There's also still a tome coming for Tims to give him the punch as well.
Bringing numbers. They do have level 6 now on Snapfire with that tome picked up. It's a hard fight to get, but they're smoked up with 2.
Oh, there it is. The Kiss is leveled up.
Ready if they have an opening. And Boom, respecting this, are actually stepping back a little bit. They place down a ward, spot out a couple heroes. I mean, Skem and Tims at this point, these kills would be pretty valuable. Like, Ench is almost getting closer to that.
Oh, they see the real value. They're going way past. Those are the supports trying to play the Vanguard up front, giving that vision. Now they're going to hop on the Yopaj.
Couple punches. This is a huge kill. If they can get him, the dodge tries to get away, but Boxy cleans up.
Oh, he's hit the range, you know. He's here in Texas.
Exactly.
1-for-1 tapi rugi
doesn't have a cookie to get away, so we'll pay the price, but that kill onto Kato is exactly what they needed.
What a fantastic maneuver. I mean, the positioning there from Skem and Tims is very intentional. Sitting upon that ramp,
tapi ada yang farming selama ini, Brody. Ada yang farming, bebas, tidak di kontes.
To block smokes, right? You see that all the time in pro matches, and sometimes supports end up feeding, and that's okay, because it's all for the greater good. But in this case, they just slip right on past, because they had that vision from the help of Insania's creeps, and they find Yopaj way in the back.
12 minutes in, it's still a 4,000 gold lead as Boom have very much taken over the early part of this game. Can Liquid hold off the pressure and try and mount a bit of a comeback when they don't have their ultis, man? Insania, it's the Hurricane Bird to get them away from the army of the dead, which is chasing.
They're rallying.
God, they are really hitting them quite hard. Creeps on creeps, on birds, on trolls, on skeletons. Got a freaking D&D campaign just right in the mid lane here. And eventually, these are going to take down this tower. Boom are not backing out.
These heals on all the summons.
They just keep staying alive, but the punches onto the buildings, eventually it will go down. Will it be denied, though? Yeah. They manage it.
It's such frustrating, sustained pressure that you have and all these creeps from the Enchantress.
It's really hard to deal with. See their Skem takes back
rebutan creep anjing nih Enchan sama Chen bangsat dari tadi, Cok.
Manages to steal one away from Chen, and a
ngambil
5,000
balikin
gold as Boom continue to farm, and there has just not been an answer. There hasn't been a way that this fight and this game has looked good for Liquid. They just need to wait for Matumba Man to come online, and only has a Dragon Lance. Still most farmed hero in the game for them. See also there the levels pretty substantial. Visage does finish off now.
Dikasih space sih iya ya, sama-sama dikasih space, tapi Matumba lebih susah, farmingnya lebih dikit soalnya. Nggak dapat jungle gede dia.
Like big
dapat tuh Mickey mati terus.
Amplification of damage items.
Nice.
Mickey able to get over the top.
Dash mundur.
Tosses away. Nice. Tims TPs out.
Nice.
The walrus punch from the low ground.
They're just feeling that strength as a unit, as you said, going for those items.
Ganteng.
And staying together, pushing through. Denying space here for Liquid as they hunt down the angle Zai wants to escape out of.
As birds head on back home, does get brought down low, but they can't connect with the hero itself.
They got one.
Okay.
Tims will take that. Immediately onto the tower, so they have to find the counter pressure somewhere else on the map here from Team Liquid. Time is running out. It's a 6K lead at 15 minutes right now for Boom. And those big objectives are going to fall very easily for them now.
Yeah, this is really hard. I mean, any moment that they want to go across the map, Boom are going to be able to take down buildings. And you can see, even with just one hero showing in the bottom lane, you don't feel confident going there with the Terrorblade. You need all your illusions to be hitting creeps at every moment. If they even just die, a couple of them, it hurts your farm so much. Game is just really tough.
Ini ya kalau Boom lebih bangsat lagi ya, itu jungle-nya mereka diblokir satu anjing.
Saber first, just feeling like there wasn't going to be that many options for initiation. He needed something where he could try and hold back these pushes.
Jungle-nya mereka sendiri tapi bukan jungle-nya Liquid. Jadi jungle Liquid diambil sama Boom, jungle-nya Dire diblokir sendiri-sendiri. Jadi kayak ngeblok jungle sendiri gitu lah.
There you go. That's true.
Kalau lu farming di daerah musuh, otomatis musuh farming daerah lu kan. Kalau lu nggak bisa farming daerah lu, ngapain dia? Balik ke lane, kepaksa ke lane.
The initiation falls away so quickly.
Kalau lebih ngentot lagi gitu sih.
Cuman
ya itu ngabisin sentry
itu. If he's in the fight, you definitely can't take it. Maybe FBZ getting caught out of position or something, but God, the game just looks so rough.
Well, especially because they don't even have like oh, look at this. I mean, they know Mickey's up here because of that ward that they left at the top of that ramp there. They also know that the support is pretty far behind, but yeah, they see them coming now, right? They see Visage, they see Chen, everything on that vision. And he pings it out.
Boom. Actually giving some respect. And again, the strength that you've got is when they're all together. And when you have this type of move that happens from Liquid where they bring numbers, the worst thing that Boom could do here would be give away a couple of kills.
Liquid can't force the fight.
No.
And that is something that you can do on your own terms right now for Boom. And they're itemizing towards a few different things right now. Force Staff is finished up here for Yopaj, so it's going to help out with his general survivability and try and ensure that they can't get the blow up that they want. Maybe he can get a save onto someone. At the same time, though, Boxy also finishing Force Staff first.
You know, there have been a couple of these games where a lead like this has grown, and then the team that's behind has been able to keep it somewhat even with like really good map positioning and movement and like dodging fights constantly, and then suddenly maybe you get to like 30 minutes and that 6K gold lead, it doesn't feel as bad. But when you've got like these sort of objective takers and you know that Boom are eventually going to go in for the Roche, it feels kind of tough. We'll see if they can do it though on Liquid.
Well, if there's any hero that can do it, it's certainly Terrorblade. It would be nice if he had a little bit of help, though. His help, man, that pushback with the Solar Bind is so much damage. Zai just not looking like a core at all.
He didn't stand a chance. Yeah, if you get caught, it's over. There's no way out. And might even lose a bird here. Moves in with the tag team, the Walrus Punch, both birds dead. Gank the hero, kill his friends. Just making life rough for Liquid in game number 3.
pake is farming fairly fast, though, considering the situation and considering how much space is being taken up by his Terrorblade. I mean, he's moving to some dangerous areas, but he knows he has to. He's got to find this Blink Dagger so they have any hope of just getting pick-offs and trying to put Boom a little bit off their plan. You know, stop them from grouping up if you can get that first grab.
They've been able to keep their tier 2 towers alive, 6-1. Low kill score is definitely favoring Liquid right now. You do not want the kills to start racking up because it's not going to be Liquid that are killing people. But the question is, how much of the map can Boom take over before this stuff happens? As they will head into the pit. FBZ has Exorcism available, but they're going to try and take it without.
Yeah, he thought about it, but it's like how do they actually start this fight on us? And it looks good, you know what I mean? And this will give the gold over to Tims as well for the Blink Dagger, so have a save potential to counter versus the eventual initiation that'll come out from pake as he's about to finish his Blink as well. It's just a fraction too late, so great timing here from Boom, and
Kisses.
The Kisses come through, but
that's some good damage. They get the kill on the Roche, they won't. So Jackie picks up the Aegis, and Boxy not able to get the snipe.
And they do get a trade on that bottom tower, sort of a bit of a cost. He denies it with the Jug Illusion. Okay, nice, nice. Well done.
Dang. Nicely played down bottom there by Jackie. Blink Dagger coming out for the Tusk, and we now have, at the 19-minute mark, Aegis on Jackie. Getting towards and finishing that Manta. It's been a really free game for him. Not a whole lot needed.
1-0-0.
That's a really
great,
good,
you know.
A nice carry score. Liquid, do they want to fight now? They're smoked up. They have the blink done. They feel like they need to make something happen.
There's no kisses though, remember.
This is a tough kill.
I don't know,
a really tough kill. They're smoked up though. They feel like they have to do something. There is no coddle here. This could be the one big window, but the scan is going to connect again, and boom, they're just so clean with their movements. Not taking chances. This match just as important for them as it is for Liquid. Don't want to lose your chance at the TI Direct qualification, and Scan. pake tries to find him.
That's a great grab.
That's a good kill. That's what they needed.
Every single kill matters right now for Liquid, and most importantly, they're about to get the Wraith Pact as well for Zai. So this is where Visage really starts to feel like this force that you look for, and the reason why the hero wins so many games. Because let's look over the numbers and the damage here from Boom. If the fight, gets, like one hero gets picked off, their damage isn't that great necessarily. They don't really have the best frontliners because Juggernaut is sort of a frontliner, but at the same time, he kind of dances around a little bit.
True.
You have this big damage coming from the TB. There will be eventually the big damage from the Tiny and the Visage to match as well. And I feel like the late game scaling, this could be something that Liquid could delay for.
Right. For Boom, the plan is pretty simple as far as what they're looking for. Find a target, blow them up at the start, or just allow Coddle heals to rain down and you eventually outscale them if they can particularly kill that Terrorblade. The tower goes down bottom, tier 2, Boxy, spotted. It's the force staff away. Zai says, why are you bringing him over to me? Tim's Walrus Punch connects, but
it's
going to be fine. And yeah, let's look at that. Tims gets ran down.
And God is still here.
They could look for more. Skem tries to back away, kisses round 2, catches up with the Yench, slowly whittling him down. The silence is out. They have Metamorphosis if they want to turn for this fight. Skem down to such low HP, but will survive through it. Mickey takes a big Illuminate Blast through the side of it.
Jelek banget, Cok.
BKB, a couple more punches. FPC in trouble. Can they finish him off, though? Not quite. So 2 heroes incredibly low right now for Boom, as Liquid win this fight, but I mean, it does get a little bit sketchy. You could have gotten so much more there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's gotta make Boom a little bit nervous.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think?
It's true.
You know, you have this big lead, you can feel how much the map you're controlling, but you miss out on this initial grab onto one of these 2 heroes between the Snapfire and the Visage, and then more heroes start rotating across the map, and you're like, why aren't we getting kills? Like, we barely survived on an Ench and a Death Prophet.
No meta, no exorcism, but there is no kisses and nothing else.
Wow, I really thought he was going to die from a Blink Force Staff, or a Blink Waller Sponge, but not able to get the vision up there in time.
8k gold lead. They're keeping it somewhat
Dorong bro, lu punya Aegis. Nggak ada BKB, nggak ada meta. Gas anjing.
Which is the big thing that you would be worried about for Liquid. Boom. After taking that bottom tier 2 tower, they should be able to clean up these outposts on the bottom side of the map if they want. While Jackie continues to accelerate and farm, Tim's there to back him up, and they're just going to try and keep closing in the map onto Liquid.
Yeah, getting around and securing the space around these tier 2s is fairly simple, but hanging towards the high ground can still be a bit scary versus the Tiny, as I'm sure we all know. This will force back the TPs. How much do they want to stay around here? And I'd be careful getting close to this Ench with the Tiny being in the game. They have a Force Staff on Boxy, so like the Tiny could potentially blink in, toss someone in, and be Force Staff to safety.
Yeah, you have to be really careful there, but I mean, this is kind of a freebie. If they can get this much tower on the tier 3 tower before people come back, such damage on the tier 3 tower, that's a big win. So a bit risky, but the risk pays off. Walrus Punch on the Boxy. Force Staff to the southern side of the shards, and the birds go down again.
And the lack of Manta as well from Matus, like Solar Bind just sort of ruins him unless he wants to pop BKB. It's a full-on commitment to the fight at that point.
I don't think they have Familiars for 90. That is a little bit frustrating for Liquid, I'm sure.
That part's a bit rough, yeah. I'll give you that one.
So Aegis going to be reclaimed, and we've got 3 minutes till it's capable of respawning. Still the 8k gold lead. Will there be any other big items that get picked up in between now and that next fight? Scotty, maybe for Terrorblade if we get a decent spawn on it?
Yeah, I think the Scotty for Jug, the Scythe for Yopaj, and the Shivas for DP are like that trio of items that they're going to look for to really try and shut down. Like it's an amazing Shiva's game. Between the fact that there's going to be a lot of side lane play here, so the vision coming out from that's going to be very helpful, but catching these Blink Daggers as well from the Tiny potentially, Chen and all the Creeps, Visage, and the Terrorblade, like it's a fantastic item this game. And FPC just needs that little bit of tankability in the middle too, so you're just happy to grab the plate mail nice and early too.
Will they find anybody?
Oh, some courier's going to get spotted here by Tim, so he's got an idea where they're at. He's just going to follow it.
Follow the courier.
A couple of homing pigeons.
Oh, Insania, he knows you're there. How you doing, buddy?
Kanan.
There he goes. Walrus Punch comes out. So the courier eventually makes its way over to Snap, and will Tim's find round 2? Doesn't look like he can get there. So more pressure, and the areas where Matumbo Man can farm increasingly decreasing.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'm still impressed by BitK.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen so many Tinies fall so far behind this exact situation where they're like 0-2 and 2, and getting the Echo Saber first, he's really finding every single camp that Matu doesn't take. I mean, maybe it's partially because we often see like these Terrorblades and Alchemists like really take every single thing. Perhaps it's a bit of a conscious decision to give him some space here for the items. And so they're going to smoke up. They know right now that there's no Aegis to fight into, but BKB on the Death Prophet going to be pretty huge. Scythe is there for Yopaj as well.
And who do they find?
He would be a great catch first. Otherwise, you might get counter-initiated by a Scythe.
Kill some couriers. That's an illusion, so they spot Boxy at the very least. Zide playing with only one bird for the next little bit here. 60 seconds on cooldown.
They're sending Skem.
Yeah.
Go take an image.
Again, they just don't feel comfy with heading out and finding a fight. They need to get a pick off. game is so hard unless Mickey can get that toss back. And even if they find the toss back, you need Matumba Man there to really get the kill. Or the kisses, one of the two. He is close to this Scotty. Will buy 2 components, 1,000 gold away from finishing it. And Jackie right there with him. So you can see the strength that Matumba Man's been able to keep up his farm. He's right there with the Juggernaut, but Yopaj is the big difference maker here. Has that Hex done?
Yeah, Hex there. Scotty almost done. Shiva's almost done. Everything coming together with the timing of the Roche. America's favorite game, 35 seconds. It's 57 seconds.
Minute.
That's pretty perfect for Boom. They just need those items and they want to head to the pit, secure that for themselves. And Liquid, what tools will be available for them? The Blink on the Tiny, the Hand of God, the Mech, Hez as well, that Shard once more, so the Granite Golem. I mean, when you're behind 50% bonus HP, you will take that for sure. And the Wraith back as well. So if they can get all their spells out on Liquid, they are sort of this like amorphous blob of just like sustain and difficulty to deal with from Boom. Like they don't have the most damage necessarily, but that's why we're talking about things like the Shiva's Guard being there to help combat some of that HP issue.
Well, and even if they do jump Matumba Man, you know, this extra survivability he's going to have with the Scotty completed. Oh, he's so close. Oh, they take his Illusion God. That was his gold. He picks it up now, the point booster, and we'll have it delivered. It's going to pass right by that ward, so they'll know that this is here. And they'll realize that Scotty done. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, setting up for a fight. Second Roche respawns. They spot it immediately on Boom.
Ini baru nih nge-fight nih, Cok. 5 lawan 5 nih. Aduh nih. Sudah waktunya.
Yeah, do they exorcism this time? I mean, Jug, you know.
Yeah,
it's got the Blade Fury talents, so he's not like mega hiding, but
Smoke up.
It's pretty fast.
I know, they're coming this direction. Already in the area, Mickey. Jackie, Skem, they're the ones that are blocking this off. Interrupting, good avalanche onto all. FBZ walks forward, they toss back in. Jackie, Matumba Man trying to kill Skem. The BKB's there. It's only the Ench to start. FBZ and his BKB, this is looking pretty good for Liquid. FBZ down low, but the snowball save. The Hex is there, but he's going to have his damage coming out of it. Tim's trying to control, but there's no follow-up on him. Matumba Man, he gets it off. The Sunder, the turn. They're already dead on a couple. No DP in this fight. Matumba Man lower and lower. Jackie trying to finish it, and he does. Jackie carry, but will he get out after? Liquid kiting that fight, and they finish him off. But one last blast from Yopaj takes down that Snapfire. 3 for 2, and I don't know if there's enough left to finish Roche.
Yeah, Mickey's still hunting a bit there, see if he can find Skem at the end, but not going to be there. There was a buyback as well from Skem, so that's actually a 4 for 2 trade in favor of Team Liquid. And look at the XP and gold change there. Getting these heroes back after having to turtle together for so long, they're finally going to get a bit of a breath of fresh air and fresh levels.
This is what we talked about, right? You get to this like 30-minute mark and you're able to Liquid play this about as well as you could, not losing that net worth lead, not letting it expand, and suddenly it starts to matter less. But they need their ultis. Matumba Man still dead for 5 seconds. Zai gets caught, tries to play a little bit of interrupt, but Yopaj just spamming out this damage from the backline. The mech, it's there for the heal, but it's not enough.
That's an incredible.
Dapat bet 1, dapat bet 1, dapat bet 1. Balik modal.
Matumba Man, he's just got punch. He does not have metamorphosis. Can they chase down the rest of these heroes? Oh, the cookie, but the soul again. And Matumba Man down to 4 HP.
Matumba nyari Sunder. Skem di Sunder. Apa SBC di Sunder. Oh shit.
Matumba Man, he hits his mark. Oh,
gak apa-apa, Cok. Lanjut, Cok. Lanjut, sumpah lanjut. Nice. Lanjut, ada Jagger. Lanjut.
Just going in with his bare hands.
And now Jackie's back.
Nice.
Jump in, Jackie.
Mati Matumba. Let's go.
The spin down.
Rosan.
They take down the carry of Liquid.
Biarin aja solo kill, Yopaj.
There's no force staff in time. They can keep this chase onto Boxy.
Boxy tries to hide, tries to get away, but Tim's, Yopaj, they're on the case. The Hex is there, the snowball
Rosan!
4 go down, and boom, Roche is open.
Back to the Roche, back to the Shard.
Ayo, FBGTI, let's go!
He's finally get his courier back, and I've been wondering, can I get an Aghanim? Because I feel like that's sort of a fight where it starts, where Zai goes down. Yeah. That's what they need, right on Boom.
God, this extended fight after the fact, and Liquid just sticking around a little bit too long and getting punished.
Yeah.
Matumba was so close to respawning.
Part of the issue there is Insania has no save at this point, right? Like, he gets the mech off, but there's no Hand of God at this point, so there's not as much they can sort of like bait out and put them in a compromising position from Boom. And then at this point, though, when the rundown's here and Matu's there and you're running out of this sustained damage, they
Cok, lu
needed
liat nih.
Jackie the first time to bring it down.
Jadi bola langsung anjing. Gila lu.
Snowball,
Kenceng banget, Cok. Tangannya, Cok.
Anjing. Look
Anjing.
at the fearlessness. He's like, you guys have nothing right now when I'm BKB'd. That's a core coddle. I don't care.
Unreal. And Tim's did this fight about as well as you could. Like you said, that snowball there making a huge difference. And, well, Mickey finds him. This fight not over. This game not over by any stretch of the imagination. But Zai will get found. But Matumba Man pops it. Chases. The Hex was there from Yopaj. That long-range control. So hard to deal with. And now he's got an E-Blade. This BKB, it's everything for Matumba Man. It's all of the 12% that the Dota Plus is giving him right now.
Yeah. And Tim's still holding the shard as well. He didn't decide to consume it
No
himself.
meta, no meta. Tunggu Tuskar nge-spawn, no meta. High ground ini.
Also who they decided to pass it off to.
Harusnya sih high ground ya.
I really like to see the aggro from the Tusk. I feel like they're at that point now where they just need to break this up a little bit. There is some concerns though, because like, what if you make this save with the, or like, what if you try and pull them out, but the Hand of God is too much, right? And then maybe you can't get that initial kill. But I do feel like they kind of need to pick apart this Liquid roster because they're just so strong as a unit at this point in the game, surrounded by this Wraith Pact.
It's true. I mean, again, you're winning right now on Boom, but we saw that when the fight is sort of on even terms, all the heroes there, it's still relatively close. They do go for the shards there onto Tusk. At 13,000 gold lead, and Liquid going to have to hang on to their high ground. And the problem is that now you're actually getting into that next set of items. And when Boom take that next tier, next step up, it's going to be really hard for Liquid to compete against them.
Jackie
moves on in.
Jackie, Mike. Aduh.
Find the Tiny, who has finished off the silver
HG, Brody,
edge.
HG. Gak ada meta, Brody.
Hard game for
HG.
Liquid.
HG, nunggu apa lu?
Certainly still there,
Ada EXO, HG, anjing.
I mean, they have the Aghanim's Tusk, you know, they have the Tiny.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, they have the potential to isolate in this game, so out of that Silver Edge could find something. Op Sentry combo in the bottom lane there from Boom in case someone tries to make their way out there with that Invis. Keep an eye on someone trying to solo push out that lane as well, perhaps.
Ya udah ada ini lagi dong.
And they're just staying locked in the base right now from Liquid.
Yeah, it's too scary into that Aegis on the Juggernaut. And this is probably going to be the state of the game. They had to do it earlier, waiting out and hoping to find a moment to get out on the map. This time it's a smoke just outside of vision. This might just be a farming one. I don't know if they'll find anybody to go for a quick jump onto.
Yeah, just some D-wards there from Boxy, clearing up the pillar, give them an idea what's up. Check the other ones as well. They don't even go for the opens right now. Jackie just TP's in confidently. Says, if you want to start a fight on my Aegis, I am in.
He is super ready for that one.
Spinning for the wave with the movement speed.
Sends out the illusions. And the wave will be caught here by Mickey. Does the old avalanche toss, then TP outplay, cutting waves where they can while they try and buy
Udah meta
time
lagi, Cok. Udah ada meta lagi,
another
Cok. Susah, Cok.
It's big upgrades for Sai. He's gotten the shard now on the Visage. There's also going to be a shard finish for Boxy here now as well, so that's stun coming out. They have a lot more control now to try and get this damage out from Matu because he's really the one they need to enable at this point, right? We're just trying to ensure that he can get as much right clicks out as possible. And Mickey, in a similar vein, of course, just wants to get that first big jump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need to find one of those targets, get somebody caught. The other thing is potentially a refresher at some point because it's meta and it's BKB for Liquid. It makes all the difference in the world, but Terrorblades still need to get more gold, more damage before then, so he can blow up that Juggernaut, because so far, Jackie, again, yet to really be touched that much in this game. 2-1-2.
Well, and as Liquid, you see them, they're piling up these Observer wards. The next smoke out, right, you got to ensure that you can see everything in the fight. So you might just see them drop them down everywhere. I don't know what kind of sustained vision you can get out there right now. Not a lot of gems, by the way, in this series, but we do have one this time on Scam, so going to be there to help control that vision. That just makes it a little bit more valuable, I would say, when you're dropping them in the fight, because if you leave them out on the map with you being herded back into your base so often, it's very likely they're just going to get spotted by somebody with the gem.
Oh, yeah.
So you kind of just drop them down in the fights and hope that that's enough for you to win, especially when you have someone like a Terrorblade who has this big long range of the right clicks. You just don't want to lose someone.
No. Got to keep that vision on him, not get fogged out. They do place one ward down now on Boom to try and control this area. If the fight breaks out, they're going to be in a good spot.
It's a minute and a half from tier 4s, and they haven't even finished their tier 3 neutrals yet either from Liquid.
I mean, they got to get out on the map and get those.
Yeah, it would not hurt to get out there now. And of course, with the Aegis being down, this is the time to do that.
There is also double Aeon discs picked up for the Coddle and the Tusk. So if things start getting a little bit dicey, they're going to be able to survive that initial burst.
Kind of interesting that neither of them tried the disassemble, huh? Because neither of them have been popped yet.
Yeah, it's true.
Or reassemble, I suppose.
Smoke out, Liquid. Seeing if they can catch anybody that's just heading out on the map. Mickey will run into some Juggernaut illusions. They get down a ward in the mid lane, and Liquid trying to, as you said, get that farm on, get this next round of creeps. Oh, the illusions get taken the bounty rune away too.
Yeah, and Insania just looking to pop smokes, standing there in the tree line by this double observer. So this is where they want to fight, or at least they're willing to fight right now.
But look at home. Boom, pressuring the tower. Tier 3 falls unassisted. There's nothing else there besides those illusions.
That's the first one to go as well.
So a good play by Boom. They see, all right, you take back over your jungle, we'll take your towers. Get it taken care of. 15k
Lu
gold.
kenapa main late game sih, Boom ya?
The other thing is this next round, the Aegis coming out, third one. We'll see who it is that ends up claiming the prize as Jackie building into the butterfly next.
It feels like Yopaj just needs his allies to be as survivable and annoying as he is, because he wants these slightly longer and extended fights so he can just keep spamming out all his items, his E-Blade, his constant healing onto the team. And that was the one thing that I think they were sort of struggling in that fight, that Liquid was able to go toe-to-toe with them. And that they are kind of feeling like they're at that point, right? Especially with one more item. Even just like some evasion or something on FBZ would be huge for them.
Smoke. FBZ, as you said, has a couple of survivability items, but they are going to head out front and center. Liquid.
Boxy's going for a real risky ward.
Evacuating
it actually got pinged by Skem, he knew.
Yeah, Skem's realizes it, and Boxy gonna jump away. So this should tip off the rest of Liquid that there's trouble in the area. Mickey likely to TP out, although Yopaj, his smoke breaks. Goes invis, do they have any detection? Doesn't look like it, so Mickey able to get out of there. Does he go for another play here? Gonna cut another wave maybe? That might be, no, he's just gonna TP. Plays it safe. Dude, this game's, it's like, you catch the Tiny there and like that could be it. That could be their qualification.
Yeah, he actually had no buyback too, so.
Nunggu lagi nih, Cok, nunggu Rosan 3, Cok.
America's
Nunggu
favorite
Rosan
game.
3 sama buybacknya Jagger, Cok.
If it's very quick, maybe
give me a number.
Liquid. 2 seconds.
22 seconds.
Oh my goodness. We're always so early.
It's 2's all the down. All the down. 2's all the way down. 47. All right. Okay. A little bit early here.
Gem picked up for the Chen. I know they got to deward this area. This next Rosh, it's everything. It's pivotal.
Ooh, they have no obs on them right now? That is rough. I mean, they're planting it on their high ground. They're going to try and hold this territory, but I think that's their last ward at the moment, too. So that is frightening. You do not want to lose sight of them in this engagement.
Tim's Skem ready to face check this with a creep.
Halo Rizugum.
The Glimmer after, the toss back, they get their Tusk. But there's the Aeon Disc proc. The Hex already out onto Terrorblade. This could be okay for them. Snowball onto 1.
He plants a ward too.
The pushback, they have good vision onto all. Jackie goes for the spin. FBZ, they turn onto this DP, trying to kill him off in time. Can they do it though? The Abba toss combo, it's enough. FBZ will fall, and the kiss is coming in the back line. Yopaj takes care of that. But it is only 1-for-1. It was the DP kill.
It was, but there's also no BKB on Matu, so getting back into this fight can be very troublesome for Team Liquid. But they're going to find that this Rosh is up now for Boom.
Nggak bisa di kontes, nice. Nggak apa-apa. Rosan ketiga.
I feel like
nggak bisa di kontes, anjing, nggak ada BKB, Cok.
Maybe there's
Meta
a little
juga mau
bit of
habis.
worry there, but there's going to be this window where Exorcism's down and DP has respawned.
Oh, there's also not going to be a meta too, so there's perhaps an idea here from Boom. Instead, though, they're kind of examining the mid lane here, pushing this out. Don't want to give anything for free.
RS Brody, Cacok antenya apa, Cok?
And now they steal a Conjure image. They head in towards the pit with the illusions.
Yeah, they see it's
not
ready.
opt for it yet.
Wait for DP to be back up, and then they can go if they want. Liquid. The story remains the same. push outside lanes, try and buy time. It's just they're waiting for that perfect fight, and a couple of times they found it, but they can't extend that fight and take down the rest of those heroes. But this is going to be an Aghanim Scepter done.
Tims. Sumpah, Tims Aghanim nendang TB ke belakang bisa sih.
But I'm down for Tims.
Oh, there you go.
Tims sih, ya kali nggak Tims Aghanim, Cok.
I mean, he's kind of owned the series. Game 1 Tusk, you know.
Listen, it's a carry. They're going to take the Axe. You know what's going to happen.
Come on, Tims.
Tims.
Not
quick enough.
Yeah,
ngapain sih Jackie, Cok? Jackie yang nggak pakai Omni dari tadi, Chan, Cok.
Well, a lead that has been growing more and more is further now into the favor of Boom. And C fans rejoicing at this so far. The question is, can they close it out?
They've been hurt too many times before. Their hope's not up yet. They know.
There's a danger. Always a danger. Things could turn around. Zai losing birds in this bottom lane. Has to go for the resummon back on home.
I mean, the best sign is that it's the major and it's not versus another C team. So they know that they're not necessarily going to lose because C teams have to knock each other out of the lower bracket every major, and that is the rule.
Every single time.
They know that. So, you know, they will fight until they find the C team.
Right. That's right. Another big pickup here, though. Zai finishing the AC. Again, you have this huge lead now for Boom. And it has continued to stay that way throughout most of this game. But there's always that inkling in the back of your head. If Boom take one bad fight, suddenly could be going under.
It's also, like, particularly for Matu, right? He just has zero concerns about this Coddle as long as he's BKB'd for the most part, right? He can just kind of ignore him. And there is the potential for the save. And by the way, I love this. The Aghanims. I feel like we're seeing the Aghanims a little bit, particularly from the Roche when it gets given to the Coddle, but it looks so strong every time I see it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we kind of moved away from it a little bit, and it has its own issues versus Terribly, but I think even the last time we saw it was versus a TB, and it still feels very difficult to play versus.
They're getting all the items right now. I mean, there's that Aghanims you're talking about, but FBZ just finishes the Halberds now. Has evasion. We think about those last couple of fights where he just got focused by Matumba Man. Much less likely that's going to happen.
Although he will be able to sell out pretty soon and get that. Well, I say soon for the MKB. No, not that soon. So, yeah, that evasion's going to be kicking for a while. Buyback situation here. Not so good for Liquid.
No.
Only the supports.
You got to go all in for this one.
Yeah, you got a TB, so don't really want to buy back with no meta. And he was eyeing up the Aghanims before as well on Matu, but changing his mind.
Blinding Light stun, 1.25 seconds. That's an S, not a 5. 1.2 seconds. 43 minutes in, and Boom still playing about as safe as you can be. The Death Prophet has been the focus that they've had over and over again in these fights. And
Jackie
this time, with the
muter,
everything else,
Jackie.
it might not be as good. They toss back a creep. That is not good enough. Force staff 2 times to try and get out. As Zai will drop his familiars down. Jackie still very, very tanky in all of this. Take over the illusion of the Terrorblade.
Barak satu Jackie,
try and do what damage they can. The Force Staff in, actually. And Zai has to back away.
Balik.
Jackie, after the spin, will retreat.
Tunggu spin lagi, Jackie.
Down substantially. And Terrorblade illusions now hitting their own racks. As Jackie runs in with the spin. Tries to bring it down, gets it, and then the walk away.
The protection of the shard wall and then bouncing the units over is very crafty. Forms like a big U in between the 2 racks that they can't really get past.
Lanjut mid.
Boom. They're taking this sort of slow, steady approach, which is just going to be spin forward, take the building back away. And it's hard not to agree with them. It's a pretty safe way to push.
And both Aeon Discs still up right now. That's probably the key item at the moment for the beginning of these
Muter
engagements.
Jackie masuk, Jackie, ambil
They want to try
tower.
and find Yopaj. Trying to annihilate him in the back. He is squishy, of course. I mean, you've got 3k HP, but you can get through that.
Gets the spin off. No chance for a toss back. The Hex was there.
Jackie, you're stuck, Jackie.
The break, it connects. Good chunk of damage.
Nice, stop.
Jackie brought down a little bit lower, but heals. There's so many heals. Yeah. Whether it's Skem, whether it's anybody, it doesn't matter, it feels like.
There's Healing Ward, there's Wraith Backdoor as well here for the side of Boom, so.
Has a Lotus Orb on him. Zai drops the birds again. And 45 seconds left on this Aegis.
These constant solar binds on Matu. Feels like he just can't move. He doesn't want to pop his BKB to dispel them. They don't have any other soft dispel.
Another spin, hit the tier 3 tower, back away. Nice. I mean, can you feel how bad Boom want to win this? They pop Exorcism, they pop all that stuff, still only putting the jug forward with the Aegis, and as soon as it gets close, they're going to back away. Take your small little victories, and no throwing today.
Nope. 24k lead, and just under 20 seconds now left on that Aegis. So
nunggu next Aegis dah. Tunggu 3 menit lagi.
Another one indeed.
Tuh.
I mean, there might be another one after that if the game keeps going like this. The worry that I do kind of have is, you know, you think about late game, the difference that you get with these items. A refresher on TB does change a lot. Whereas, like, the next item on Jug, for instance, how much extra value do you get out of that? The marginal benefit, right?
Aganim refresher. Tim ada Aganim.
That's right.
Mungkin kalau tim Aganim bakal sacrifice tim. Maju depan tendang satu, mati nggak apa-apa, Cok. Ada Ion Disc juga dia bisa ngulur pakai snowball.
So, being able to just Swift Blink in there, that's a lot of damage. So is the Mjolnir to go to next as well if he wants to. Obviously, very strong versus the TB.
Swift Blink done. 46 minutes. And boom, playing on their own side of the map.
Ini kalau dari tadi tim Saga
venture forward,
main kayak tadi tuh ya, terus timingnya maju, mau nyoba ngetos dagger, bisa ditendang ke belakang kan kelar ya, Cok. Cuman repot banget dari tadi, pakai acara, nggak jelas lah.
Such a different, like, sort of feeling in the game right here in these elimination matches for, you know, wanting to go through. I mean, this is, both of these teams' entire year has been building up to going to this tournament, and it all comes down to one best of 3, and game 3.
They're looking, how do we win this fight? You can see Boxy just saying, like, I just got a scythe. Like, I think I just need, like, blink stun, get a scythe on someone else. Zai thinking similarly, eyeing towards a scythe. That's obviously very far away. But one thing that is getting pretty close is Insania's Aghanim Scepter. And this is something that could, you know, it's not big AoE disable in this situation, right? It's not like you're going to be stopping like an RP or something. Everyone's like suddenly dispelled. But, you know, we talk about things like Matu, get these like nuisances and everything. Something that can at least help out a little bit. Perhaps in between BKBs if he gets that refresher, or even after the BKB to help him out. Because between, I mean, he has the Satanic as well, I guess, for the Solar Bind. So he does have that at the very least. But yeah, that's not really the soft dispel you want to be popping randomly.
No, it feels bad. But they will wait around this side of the map. Eventually need to deal with the creep wave that's brought into their buildings. And Dire scan, try and find if they're wrapping around behind.
Nunggu Rosan lagi main aman bet nih, sumpah di boom main aman bet.
As Tiny tries to get towards that Moon Shard next. Still hanging on to a Windlace of all things. But sort of a testament to how rough this game has been for them. The Jug and the Coddle just so unbelievably farmed. Yopaj has had such a free game. 6-1-4 on this Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's crazy. 2 heroes keeping it pretty close with a Terrorblade at this point is very hard to do, and you know, not without its consequences, of course. Like some of the other heroes. I mean, think about the fact that you're the 3rd core and these other heroes. Nice.
Catch one, Tim's on disc there, but they won't find anything else after. MKB done for the Terrorblade. I think I saw a sight. They have the Will-O-Wisp instantly dead. Yopaj tries to throw out some Illuminate spam.
Too meta.
Tinggal.
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, now he didn't BKB at the very least, but still. Obviously, you need that that meta to really fight. He gets a Wraith Pact out of it.
Aduh, cacok Rosan 28.
Not what he would have hoped for.
Oh, it's a quick Roche too. While we were busy with that engagement, the timer popped up. It's going to be short, and it's going to be without meta now for Team Liquid.
God, that hurts. That really hurts for Liquid.
I mean, I don't know if they can contest it anyway necessarily, but of course, that might be the battleground where they choose to fight instead. There's a lot of benefits, though, being near their base at the moment because they have this toss, of course, and the Tier 4 towers certainly don't hurt in a fight, as well as the fact that you're going to have those buybacks there, so.
They leave the side of the map, though. Boom going to head out. And
Rosan
Matu's going to catch this wave here. He's almost at the refresher.
Imagine if he sends the birds in right now from Zai, too.
Zai found the Roche that got them in a really good position in one of the previous games. Could be another way to make it work. Ench is going to send the courier, and that does not work anymore.
Just hanging out.
Oh,
you know, maybe they kill the courier.
That's true. Fair enough. Dagon bought now by the Coddle. So the zap is there. Trying to have that as well as buyback for Yopaj.
Only a 400 gold surplus at 4,000 gold, by the way.
That's so crazy. I'm just keeping my eyes on this refresher. That's going to be the big thing for him. Boom, they spot it. Into the pit they go. And Liquid, are they going to be able to get here?
Aganim game changer nih.
The Radiant scan the high ground.
Ini game changer nih Aganimnya Teams
Well,
nih.
they're not going to have the ramp right now. The birds go by. Zai's going to send the bird into the pit. He's going to see this going down.
Yeah, they spot him with Scam. Can't quite connect in time. And Roche, another one, will be claimed by Boom. Refresher.
Oh, yes.
The Aghanim Scepter for the
Nggak langsung, masih ada buyback, masih ada buyback.
It's dangerous. And there's a DD bottom. It doesn't get better than this for Boom.
No, much needed. And of course, Tim's also wants to get towards that Aether Lens as well to help extend the usefulness of it too.
Nicely done by Matumba Man.
Oh yeah, it was a good play.
I mean, one Omni Slash with a DD from Jug, and that could be the end of the game just right there. It might be without the DD, to be honest.
Yeah, between that and the Swift Slash as well, just a tough guy to lock down.
Apa aja ketahuan tendangnya langsung.
There's that sight though, now revealed from Boxy. Stun, 4-step in.
Do they have anything after? Doesn't look like it. Jackie still can't do it.
Doesn't care.
Not concerned.
Nice!
With the kick out, they found him! Matumba Man!
For skill, kill!
Where is it? He needs it now. He's trying to survive with just the Satanic, and it's actually good enough.
Oh, fuck off, man. How the fuck
Jackie
are you...
trying to focus. Can they kill him off in time? Hex, the control, the right click.
Cok, iso selamat loh, Cok.
They missed though. They missed the cookie. Now turn.
Matu mati. Nice!
Not going to be enough.
Gak ada meta.
Damage in the end. But the buyback is there from Terrorblade. The kick
Batu woi!
Tim
Nah,
on finding
gitu
targets.
dong.
This Aghanim Scepter was
Gue
exactly
udah bilang
what they
anjing,
needed.
kenapa nggak dari tadi? Kenapa nggak dari tadi Aganimnya?
Need it from this tiny.
Kenapa masih nunggu dikasih ke Jagger ngentot?
Oh, the smoke up as well from the other heroes in the back. Remember though, this is a Terrorblade now who doesn't have meta.
No meta bro, Mega Creep easy bro.
Or a refresher with that buyback.
Free Mega Creep masih ada Aegis Cok, tenang eh.
And boom, they can sense blood in the water. They're not even worried anymore. Jackie no longer going for the spin hit. He's just hitting right away. Will back away as everybody rejoins them, but this is the last racks remaining. Mega Creeps soon on the menu.
Exo naik, go.
Right? Like
Creep
with the big
masuk
save
Cok.
initially on the Terrorblade with the hand of God, it was a little
Nice
bit
Mega
rough at
Creep.
first, but obviously they just have so much sustain.
Enggak,
The
ada 40,
Aegis on the Juggernaut, they feel
tenang
comfortable with a support buyback in that situation. So Tim's again ready to hunt here with another kick if someone presents themselves.
Liquid, they're staying in this one till the bitter end.
One last building.
Can
Mega
Boom
Creep.
close this out cleanly?
Mickey caught by a shards. He's
And
lost
there it
his
is.
dieback satu.
Mickey in trouble. There's no save. Tries to push away the cookie, everything. They do
Matu
actually
bang, gak ada
get
apa-apa,
out.
Matu bang mati, GG.
Meanwhile, the Walrus Punch, the Dagon, Matumba Man is dead for
GG
2
bro.
minutes with no buyback. Boom.
GG.
They sense it's their time. They want to go to TI. And sense a collective sigh of relief from all the Southeast Asia fans as at least one team is going through direct. If they can finish this one off, it's a lot of damage from Mickey.
Dieback
But
semua,
Jackie
bubar.
is strong. 2 more dead. Zai gets caught by the fear. Yopaj is gone. Like the buyback from the Visage. Everything thrown out in the line.
Let's go!
As Liquid do not want to give
Belum,
themselves,
apa yang belum,
FBZ
anjing?
is too strong. Ava, toss,
Ini mah ngulur-ngulur
combo,
waktu
the
doang,
jump,
Mak.
he's still
Masih ada
got
Aegis,
Aegis.
bangsat.
It's not
Omni ada lagi,
going to
no.
matter.
Oh.
As Boom are going to close
Grats,
this one out,
grats.
finish off the game,
Sampai
finish
diving,
unless
no,
Jackie
Jackie
dives
bangsat.
Fountain. That's the Aegis at least.
Just need the refresh.
Kalau abis ini Boom kalah masuk TI, masuk. Udah pasti masuk TI
There's
Boom.
not enough left in the tank. And Boom are going to take this series 2-1. They're going to TI.
Nggak peduli.
Yeah, Jackie gets in there, throws a penny in the
GG.
well for some good luck with the fountain feed.
Oh, FBZ's loving it.
And there it is. Absolute jubilation now for the C region, for the C fans. They have a team guaranteed to go to TI, and it is Boom. They started strong this year, and they're
Let's
going to
go,
finish it here
Boom.
at the Arlington Major. At the very least, we'll be seeing them in Singapore.
That's right. Impressive display from them. Still Fnatic to play through the bottom for
Nih,
Liquid.
masuk.
It's going to be
Udah
qualifiers
masuk,
again.
udah fix masuk.
A tough
Hijau
situation,
udah
a
masuk.
tough season in a tough region.
Liquid tidak masuk.
And still, a lot of answers need to be made. But Boom, they're the ones that are going to qualify, head on through. It was always going to be one of these two.
Yeah.
Still a little bit of love being spared between the two teams.
Yeah, certainly lots of love between these guys. And, I mean, obviously, both teams, I'm sure, just feeling that sense of like, oh man, I feel bad. Whoever's go these qualifiers at this point, as it means so much throughout the year. So Team Liquid going to perhaps one of the most contested ones across the planet. It feels like every single year, all the regions become more and more competitive, and to have to head there, and I'd be feeling the same way.
Well, a tough
Balik modal
series
dikit.
indeed, and both of these teams
Profit
looking
$2
really
paling.
good throughout many different games, but in the
Belum,
end, there
belum.
could only be one
DP di
victor,
website apa,
and
babi
it's
ya.
going to be Boom this time.
Nah,
And
sekarang
still
ini,
a
Cok,
lot more to be
NTT
played all
sama
throughout the
EG.
rest of this.
Harusnya ya, EG
These
menang, Cok.
teams, they put
Maksudnya,
their heart and their soul into it.
EG kalau kalah
Tough
tetap masuk
situation.
sih.
We're just
Cuman
getting
maksudnya,
started for today.
That's right.
nggak, EG kalau kalah,
More stakes on the line here. and more
Fnatic
trips to
wajib
Singapore.
kalah
That's
juga.
right. So many more games to come. And as we get ready to head on back one last time, I can't help but wonder, like, who's going to be next? You know, there's still so many games that need to be played. The lower bracket's so brutal.
Fnatic menang. Fnatic wajib menang. Pokoknya yang wajib menang tuh Fnatic, EG. Biskos kalah nggak apa-apa, Cok. Ini kalau dua menang, masuk. Terus, kan ini ngadu ya, RNG sama Outsiders udah pasti salah satu masuk, Gaming Gladiator turun. Tapi kalau EG Fnatic kalah, yang masuk Gaming Gladiator salah satunya ini sama EG.
Let's look at the lighter side. Boom, they make it through. Big congratulations to them. You know, you're going to feel a little sigh of relief if you're an SEA. You don't have to come up against them now in TI qualifiers. It's nice to know we are going to get an SEA team directly invited, but
Profit $7.
it's
Wow,
hard,
$7.
both sides of the
Keren
coin here.
Dude, I'm
$7.
devastated for Liquid, but like it cannot be overstated how good Boom played that last game. Like in a region like C where everything's known for being so chaotic, they were disciplined to the absolute max.
Do you feel it was
17.
disciplined
Yuk.
because they
$7.
knew how much this game meant, or maybe they've just cleaned up a little bit in their playstyle?
I would say they were disciplined not only in this game but throughout the last 2 years.
Siapa
All
nih
of
menang
these
nih?
players, there's
Sumpah
a
ya,
reason why
NTT
Boom
nih,
pretty much decided and picked all
kalau
of them
dia
up. They
baik,
were
dia
the
nggak
flavor
bakal
of
ini
the
anjing,
region, and they're just proving it
nggak
here.
bakal
I think discipline
ngelawan, Cok.
plus
Kayak maksudnya dikasih aja
talent
gitu.
actually coming
Madrid
from
pasti menang.
SEA region at the moment, and then you add in another really
Lawan
good
Frankfurt.
coach, an experienced coach, and you get yourself an SEA team qualified to
Yakin.
TI.
Berapa kalau Cok menang 1-0 nggak bisa nih, porporannya 1,5, Cok. Porporannya 2, Cok.
Have a very nice winners interview with Banks.
Bangsat, porporannya 2, Cok.
Oh yes, that's right. I've managed to grab Scammer once again. And you've
1,5
made
sih,
it to
1,5,
TI,
2.
you've eliminated Liquid here, but I got to ask you on this game 3. Were you feeling the pressure a bit there, mate?
Gimana nih?
Yeah, I think we feel a bit pressure, but yeah, we still did it.
You still did it, and you did it in style as well. But you've now qualified for TI. I want to see if that
Bang Boom
kind
ke
of
TI,
feeling
Bang Boom
right,
ke
that you've
TI.
qualified for TI, that pressure's gone away. Do you think you'll play better
Dua-duanya
throughout the
lawak.
rest of the major?
Not really.
Gimana nih, Cok?
Because
Sumpah.
we are still not so stable. But if we stabilize our performance, I think we can still play better than this one.
Gue nggak yakin NTT mau ngalah masalahnya. NTT ini udah pasti nggak masuk TI. EG ini wajib menang kalau masuk TI.
You guys had and how have you been overcoming them?
Ngeri, Cok. Takutnya NTT nggak mau ngalah, Cok.
Different here compared to the regional only because the team is really good here.
Very good teams for
NTT
sure.
10K
And
game
is there
1
something you've had
Asus
to do to
ini
make sure you're
kan.
adapting, or are you just learning as you go?
Kalau 10 kill gue mending nonton dulu, Cok, baru berani gue. Itu mas-mas yang pasti judi mana sih? Si Sokrat nih mana nih? Dia biasanya judinya kayak yang pasti-pasti doang anjing. Nggak yang 50-50, Cok. Geng. Cuma 12. 12, Cok. Apa ada yang nggak bisa di ini? Jadi gimana nih, Lar? Iya, anjing kalau NTT jahat
Terus
gitu.
karena suka ada jadwal pagi, aku sering nginep. Dari situ aku baru tahu
Nah, udahlah, nggak usah nggak lagi nggak zaman denger yang sedih-sedih. Gimana nih, Brody? Gue betting apa, Brody? Gue bingung, Brody. Gue takut NTT nggak ngalah, Cok. Sumpah, gue takut NTT nggak ngalah. Udah itu doang yang gue takutin. Lu harusnya ngalah, Cok. Sumpah lu, kalau lu punya respect lu ngalah anjing biar EG lolos, Cok. Teori watch game 1. NTT kalah 2-1 loh sama OG lo. Menang 1 game speedrun loh dia. Jago masalahnya. Game 1 ada Huskar. Iya. Iya. Pantesan anjing. Pantesan, Cok. Anjing. Ini easy bet sebenarnya kemarin, cuman gue gak ngebet, Cok. Easy banget ini, Cok. Astor Fnatic udah jelas banget anjing Fnatic. Pakai gituan. Aku bingung.
He kept getting blasted, he kept getting brought low, and then suddenly Sunder is no longer up, and he doesn't maybe finish off some of these key heroes, or quite a few fights where he would get someone down really low, but they would get snowball saved, or they'd just manage to get out of range, and like they weren't being locked in place, so it just felt like Boom just were able to out-execute them to a large extent in these team fights, and a big part of that was Yopaj, his coddle just being ignored.
Well, the other thing that stands out to me while we're watching this little highlight reel here is the Tusk. Tim's Tusk was insane. It looked good in game 1. They pick it up here in game 3, and it was just so fantastic with how much he was enabling this team.
Yeah, huge playmaker, getting a lot of saves off in these fights, always kind of being the one to kind of set things up. And, you know, they played it very safe. It was his axe time that actually kind of broke the game open. Like, they were kind of struggling to find that way to break high ground. I think partly that was because of just their, you know, they wanted to play it safe. There's so much pressure on the line with it, you know, big TI at stake. But they found once they got that Scepter, it suddenly gave them a way to really, you know, basically break open
Like you jump in, you kick someone out. It's always fun to watch.
Yeah, Yopaj team is just looking absolutely fantastic, especially when we look at this scoreboard here. But it wasn't always fast-paced, go. They definitely slowed down the game. I know more notably when they tried to push that high ground, they got top racks, but then there was just this lull in the game despite having Aegis and there wasn't a lot going on.
Yeah, this is the discipline that I mentioned. Like, you can throw a game by pushing high ground and throwing and dying, and it's very easy to do. They were just for 20 minutes straight holding this triangle and controlling Roche over and over again, getting Aegis, playing this like death by 1,000 needles, like push high ground with spin, back off, relaxing, like taking it completely slowly, because like God's mentioned, really amazing point, the more your net worth lead increases, the more heroes you have with actual items. A Tusk support that might be only having like a blink now has an Axe, and you have like multiple win conditions to let you close out the game.
Even the Enchantress that has absolutely no impetus.
Gak bisa, Cok, lu gak bisa betting, Cok, anjing, sumpah nih, EG Entity gak ada clear-clearnya, Cok.
From those levels, if nothing else, levels that you eventually put into stats, obviously. Who needs spells?
And everybody could itemize for TB, because like TB is the only threat, so you have like Death Prophet.
Udah ler, gue pusing ler, pala gue ler, gak kena gue ler. Gak ada. Udah, hari ini selesai bettingnya, kita lanjut besok betting ya. Judi, besok ada judi lagi gak? Entity gas, yang mana bos? Gak yakin gue bos, sumpah. Fuck give RDC slot TI. Cok. Madrid gas, Madrid. Hala Madrid. Entity lu bet mana bos? Lu bos juga kadang kalah masalahnya. Ya bos. Besok tuh ada yang pasti soalnya. Nih. Nggak ada anjing tim Spirit menang lawan Aster, nggak ada, Cok. Nggak ada ceritanya ngentot. 10 kill gue coba. Wah, nggak berani lah lu nyoba-nyoba juga. Satu-satu tapi, Cok. Tahu lagi. LGDOG berapa kali ketemu? Sampai bosen. 50-50 anjing masih, Cok. Gak yakin gue sumpah. Outsiders ini aja gue gak yakin, Cok. Ini sama-sama pengen menang soalnya. Ini juga Fnatic butuh menang. Ya dah, gue gak yakin sama sekali Entity, Cok. Gue tidur aja dah. Gak tidur sih nonton ini. Nonton Mas Pekanbaru nontonin beginian. Ler, kita berjudi. Gameplaynya lanjut besok, Ler. Nonton ntar bet kagak. Sumpah. Real. Dota gas. Ntar malam lah. Kalau dia main. Lu nggak main gua. Mager. Fnatic siapa? Harusnya Biskos menang sih, cuma nggak tahu. Fnatic bisa menang juga. I don't know. Ntar kalau ada pasti lagi gue JP ke betting lagi. Sip. Makasih guys, bye.